Hello, and welcome to the full course session on AutoCAD Essentials for Civil Engineers, your gateway to mastering one of the most important tools in the AEC industry. This is a certified course session, so make sure to fill out the form in the description after completing the session to claim your certificate. You can proudly share your achievement on LinkedIn to showcase your new skills. At Skill-Lync, we're committed to providing industry-relevant advanced engineering courses. We partner with industry experts to offer top-notch training that equips you with the skills needed to excel in your engineering career. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more insightful tutorials and updates on engineering tools and techniques. Hit the subscribe button and stay tuned. Here's a brief overview of what we'll cover in this training video. In the first chapter, we'll introduce you to the fundamentals of AutoCAD and its role in various industries, especially in the architecture, engineering, and construction industry. You'll learn how to start AutoCAD, navigate the screen layout, begin a new drawing, and save your work. We'll also cover the differences between AutoCAD and AutoCAD LT, as well as introduce you to various file formats. In the second chapter, you'll get familiar with the coordinate system and basic drawing and editing commands. We'll explore the absolute and relative coordinate systems, the direct entry method, and fundamental commands like line and circle. You'll also learn about object selection methods, setting units and limits, and essential editing commands. In the third chapter, we'll dive into advanced drawing and editing commands. You'll learn how to use commands like rectangle, polygon, move, copy, offset, rotate, and scale. We'll also introduce you to the status bar features such as ortho, snap, and object snap, along with their settings. In the fourth chapter, we'll continue with advanced sketching and editing techniques, introducing you to layers and their significance in organizing your drawings. You'll learn how to create and modify complex shapes using commands like ellipse, arc, construction line, and ray. We'll also cover essential editing tools such as mirror, trim, extend, and explode. In the fifth chapter, we'll build on your knowledge with more advanced drawing commands and editing techniques. You'll learn about polyline, spline, region, and revision cloud commands. We'll also cover layer management tools like on-off, freeze, isolate, unisolate, and locking, which are crucial for managing large and complex drawings. In the sixth chapter, we'll focus on creating and modifying annotations, including text, dimensions, multi-leader, and tables. You'll learn how to use single-line and multi-line text, as well as how to create and modify dimensions and tables, ensuring that your drawings are well documented and easy to understand. In the seventh chapter, we'll explore the concept of hatchings and how it's used to add patterns and fills to your drawings. You'll learn how to apply hatches in geometry around text, dimensions, and attributes, as well as how to edit hatches to achieve the desired appearance. In the eighth chapter, we'll cover the concept of blocks and block attributes. You'll learn how to create, insert, and edit blocks, including W block, nested blocks, and dynamic blocks. We'll also teach you how to define, insert, manage, and edit block attributes, which are all essential for creating reusable components in your drawings. In the ninth chapter, we'll introduce you to external references and the layout concept. You'll learn how to attach, detach, and bind XREFs, as well as how to manage model and layout views. We'll also cover plotting and print settings, ensuring that your drawings are ready for presentation. In the 10th chapter, we'll explore the Design Center and Tool Palettes, which are powerful tools for managing your AutoCAD environment. You'll learn how to use the Design Center to insert blocks and create your own tool palettes, streamlining your workflow and enhancing productivity. In the 11th chapter, we'll introduce you to the 3D coordinate system and its importance in creating three-dimensional models. You'll learn about the types of 3D models, 3D navigation, and viewing tools, as well as how to set up viewport displays. We'll also cover the world coordinate system and user coordinate system settings. In the 12th chapter, we'll guide you through the basics of 3D modeling. You'll learn how to work with solid primitives, including extrude, sweep, loft, and revolve operations. We'll also cover Boolean operations, fillet, and chamfer commands for solid objects, as well as section planes and live section tools. In the 13th and final chapter, we'll focus on visualization techniques in AutoCAD. You'll learn about visual styles, rendering, and how to use light, materials, and sun in your 3D models. We'll also cover rendering settings, camera views, and how to control render output size to create stunning visualizations of your designs. Thank you for joining us. We're excited to have you on this learning journey. Make sure to subscribe for more updates and detailed tutorials. Complete the training, earn your certificate, and share your achievement on LinkedIn. Let's get started with AutoCAD Essentials for Civil Engineers.
Hi, welcome to the AutoCAD Essentials for Civil Engineers course. This is a week 1 course, and in this course, you will get started with AutoCAD. Hope you will learn more about the AutoCAD, about how to use the tool during the sessions. So let's start with the introduction to AutoCAD. So before learning the software and learning the tips and tricks and how to start CAD drafting, it's very important for you to know about how the AutoCAD journey started. So let's go with the introduction to AutoCAD. So AutoCAD, as the name suggests, is Autodesk Computer Aided Drafting. So it is a very well renowned drafting software which was derived from a program that started in 1977. It's so old. And then it was released in 1979 by the name of InteractCAD. So this was written prior to Autodesk, then Mainchip Software Partners formation by Autodesk co-founder Michael Riddle. So it's way back in 1982, the Autodesk demonstrated the software in the Comdex, which is a computer exhibition, and released the software officially in December 1982. At that time, AutoCAD supported CP/M80 computers. So the computers were big, and they were really big in size at that time in the way back in 1982. So as Autodesk flagship product by March 1986, AutoCAD had become the most ubiquitous CAD program worldwide. Means that it was mostly adopted by architects, engineers, and designers across the world, and it became famous from that time. So why AutoCAD has become so famous? So the file format for AutoCAD is DWG. So when you will be working on an AutoCAD drawing or a project, you will be saving the file as DWG, and that is what is the file format for a common project for AutoCAD. So this is to a lesser extent its interchange file format DXF. So now DXF is also a file format, which is a data file format. That means data transfer file format. Normally, if you, let's say, when you are saving the file as DXF, it can be opened in other CAD program like MicroStation or any other software. So it is a data file where the data are exchanged. So the DXF have become a standard. AutoCAD has included support for DWF, and then with the invention, with the start of the internet, the web format became more popular. So there were many people who were not having the software, but they had internet with them. So the DWF format is basically supported by those who are not having AutoCAD, but they can browse the drawings or browse the project or work in the project and do some reviews into it. So this is some very interesting fact about AutoCAD. And now this is we are in the year 2020. So every year next year release is marked. So in 2020, the 2021 products of AutoCAD was introduced, which is the 35th major release of AutoCAD for Windows. Now AutoCAD comes with the Mac operating system also. So for Windows, it is the 35th major release of the software. So Autodesk has developed a few vertical programs for discipline-specific enhancement. Now, in 1920, in 2019, in fact, Autodesk has developed a lot of integration into the software of AutoCAD. So there were a lot of vertical programs which was developed in the AutoCAD software, and they are normally advanced softwares which are based off AutoCAD, like AutoCAD Advanced Steel, AutoCAD Architecture. Now, talk about Advanced Steel and Architecture. They are not so new software. They have been used as a standalone software uh, from very past. Like AutoCAD was Architecture Desktop, and then Advanced Steel was there. Advanced Steel is a major game changer in the BIM, where you can do a lot of steel detailing, and there are a lot of things that people uses right now with AutoCAD Advanced Steel. Then AutoCAD Electrical is one of the best softwares for electrical design, system design. And then we have this ECS CAD for electronics, AutoCAD Map 3D, again for the GIS, Geographical Information System, AutoCAD Mechanical. So it was Mechanical Desktop at the first beginning, which later developed into AutoCAD Mechanical Software, which is again a very interesting software for mechanical engineers where they can create part modelings, where they can do assemblies, and there are a lot of things that are there in AutoCAD Mechanical. Then we have MEP for like mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, like HVAC. You can do a HVAC duct design, or you can do an electrical circuit design, or you can basically do a plumbing and firefighting into an AutoCAD platform using AutoCAD MEP. And similarly, the structural detailing, again, like the reinforcement, rebar detailing, and a lot of things are there in AutoCAD structural detailing. Then AutoCAD utility design, PNID, AutoCAD Plant 3D is now majorly used in a lot of industrial design. So, and Autodesk Civil 3D, right? I mean, Autodesk Civil 3D, AutoCAD Civil 3D is again uh, one of the very popular software which are used in infrastructure development and in highway projects, or a lot of survey drawings are brought into AutoCAD Civil 3D. There's a lot of things that are there for highway engineers and surveyors. So, so this is something about the vertical programs in AutoCAD. And then we have how, now the question is, how do I purchase the software? How they are available? So prior to 2019, or way back 5-6 years back, the Autodesk AutoCAD used to come as a perpetual license, right? Now the Autodesk has basically a full version of a subscription-based model. They have started up a subscription-based model, which is available in two versions. One is a low-cost version, which is an AutoCAD LT, so I call it as lighter version, and then you have an AutoCAD full software. So now, when you first released in November 1993, that means it's very old. LT is a very old software. But why we use LT? Because LT is a low-priced software. So there are few drawbacks and few things that you cannot do in LT. So when you go to any market or a vendor or a supplier of Autodesk and ask for AutoCAD, then you can ask for AutoCAD LT if you need lower version of AutoCAD, and there are certain things that you want to do and certain things you don't want to do. So what is the main difference between AutoCAD full software and AutoCAD LT? Now, the AutoCAD LT lacks the ability to create, visualize, and render 3D model as well as 3D printing. Now, this is something that AutoCAD LT does not have the capability. So you have to be very, very cautious about, if you're taking an LT version, you cannot do any 3D modeling, or you cannot do a rendering, or you cannot do any 3D printing process. For that, you have to go for a AutoCAD full version. Then comes the network licensing. Now, so when you're working in a big company, so you need a network license. So AutoCAD LT cannot be used in multiple machines over a network. So it is very, very important that when you are purchasing, it is a standalone software, and it has a very basic use when you are using into a normal drafting or a CAD drafting or a 2D drafting you are doing. So you cannot customize it, because AutoCAD full version has a lot of things that you can do, like customize the entire software as per your project requirement. So you cannot do that customization using Lisp program or a .NET program or a VBA, Visual Basic Application. You cannot customize it. And there are a lot of things like CAD standard management tools. We'll be learning a bit about CAD standards further in the course. Now the question is, if I am a practicing civil engineer or I am a student, so which software should I use? So for that, if you are a student in any recognized university or in a college which is affiliated to a body like education body or something, accreditation is there. So for that, there are student versions available in Autodesk platform. So these student version are free for 1 year to students, educator, and educational institute with a 12-month renewable license available. So not only AutoCAD, there are a lot of other softwares like Revit is there, like Inventor is there, Fusion 360 is there. There are a lot of bunch of softwares of Autodesk that you can have free if you are a student or an educator or are associated with any educational institute across the world. So it is basically, you will get the full version, you will get a license to teach or license to learn, and there are lot of resources, online resources available in internet. So we will talk about it later, but it's very important. You cannot use it commercially. You cannot use the AutoCAD student version or Autodesk student version commercial use. Right? You can use it for teaching, or if you're an educator, you can use it for educating the students or whatever it is, but you cannot use it for commercial use. Now, coming back to a web-based service, like we'll talk about AutoCAD 360. So AutoCAD 360 was formerly AutoCAD WS, is an account-based mobile and web application which registered user to view, edit, and share. Now, if you don't have a laptop, or if you're working online, so you can always review the review the drawings using the AutoCAD 360 application. So it's a mobile application or a desktop application. You can download it from the Google or any internet site of Autodesk, and then you can work online into the projects. Okay, so do some Google and find out more about. I would recommend students, you should always go to Google and find out more and more about what we are discussing right now. So there are a lot of information in the website, in the Google, in the search domain, that you can find out more about these terms and the information regarding what I'm discussing right now. Now, there are a lot of people who ask me, what is the application of the AutoCAD in the industry? So whether you're an architect, you're an engineer, civil, mechanical, electrical, or electronics, graphic designer, anywhere there is the work of drafting and design is going, so the software is there anywhere in the world. So AutoCAD has a huge a customer base across the world, in US, in Europe, in Asia, anywhere in the world you go, this software will be available for drafting. So any engineer who is basically into manufacturing or into civil or into infrastructure, everywhere this software is used. So it is very, very popular software, and I'm sure that when you learn this software, you will learn more about, you'll have a passion about learning drafting and design using the AutoCAD software. So now, I think for now, in fact, I will be going how to start the software, and then we will see the graphical interface of Autodesk, how it basically you can start a software, and there are many things that we will learn. So let's jump start to the how to start the AutoCAD software. If you are having Windows 10 or Windows 7, 8, or whatever it is, so these instructions will help you. Okay, so let's jump start. Now, after you have gone through the history of Autodesk and a bit of AutoCAD and what is the software all about, now you might be very excited to start with the AutoCAD software. So you want to start with the projects, you want to jumpstart in working into the AutoCAD course. Now, let's see how, if you are the first time, if you are starting with AutoCAD, install the software, get the license or get the trial version or whatever it is, and it would be installed in your system. And if you're having a Windows 7, 8, or 10, this instruction will be very, very helpful to you. So the AutoCAD comes with a 64-bit as well as 32-bit for some lower version. So I would recommend that you should have a 64-bit software. So the version of the AutoCAD that I am taking the class with the AutoCAD 2019. You can also have the course with AutoCAD 2020 or AutoCAD 2021. So the entire course is compatible with the version that you use. So let's see how we first start the software. So here I have my computer screen over here. Already the AutoCAD is started, but I want to press start with the AutoCAD software. So here in the start menu, so type AutoCAD, let's say I type AutoCAD, and here comes the icon over here. So I have the software installed in my laptop or a desktop. In my laptop, in fact, I'm using a laptop right now. So I click on AutoCAD 2019, and the moment I click, there is a beautiful screen that opens over here. It says Autodesk AutoCAD 2019. So this is the logo for AutoCAD for AutoCAD 2019. It will take a bit of time to start with the screen. So this is the default interface of the screen that you can see over here. There is some notification there, and there is a few icons over there which we will be discussing. But here, this is the screen, the starting screen over here. So here in the left hand side, you see that in the startup screen you can see get started. So you can start with a drawing with a template file. We will talk more about what is a template file later in the course. So then you can start with a new file, you can start drawing or start an existing. If you have an existing AutoCAD file, you can start with the open file, and then you can open a sheet set. For example, if you have a sheet or a layout there, a sheet set, we will be learning what is a sheet set. Sheet set is a collection of sheets in your project. So you can open a sheet set. You can go online and get more templates. So AutoCAD template is basically a startup file in which there are a lot of settings are there regarding the projects, like the way you will use the sheet or the unit system that you would be using. So there are a lot of settings are there in the AutoCAD template file for the project. So we will learn about it. But if you want to find some templates which are standardized template, you can always click on this link and go to to find more templates online. So here you can also have some sample drawings. So we will open some sample drawings later on to see what are the sample drawings are there, right? So let's say we start with the started drawing. So over here, so the moment I click on it, the AutoCAD screen starts. So the moment you start with the AutoCAD, so this interface starts. So let's see what is what. So let me first of all tell you about some of the names of the tools or name of the interface you can recognize in your AutoCAD screen. So here it is. So here you can see that at the top the name of the file is there. So this is the file name over here. So we'll come back to the AutoCAD screen. So you can see that right now it is drawing 1. So whenever you open a new file or a new drawing, the file by default the name would be drawing 1, and there will be a version of the software that you're using. So this is basically the file name that you find. And then coming back here, we have this this icon called the application menu. So we will be seeing what application menu is. So go to the screen and see this is an application menu. If you click on this, there are a lot of options will be there, like a new, open, save, save as, import, export, and a lot of things we will learn one by one later on. And here at the top you can see this is set of icon is called the quick access toolbar. So we will learn about what is a QAT and how we can use it in the later slides. Then you have the bunch of tools over here. Now you can see that in my slide there is basically two things. One is the ribbon. So this entire panel is called ribbon in AutoCAD UI. UI means user interface. So there's a bunch of tools over there, like so there is, so in the ribbon, what does ribbon comprises of? So at the top you can see some name like home, insert, annotate, parametric, view, manage. These are all called tabs. So if I go to my AutoCAD screen, so you can find that same thing is there, like the home tab, insert tab, annotate tab, parametric tab, view tab, manage, output, and other things. So this is the header of the ribbon. So ribbon is basically a kind of arrangement of tools in which the tools are arranged in tabs, and in there we have panels like home tab, draw panel, and there is a tool over here. Home tab, modify panel, there's a bunch of tools over here. So home tab, you have got annotation panel, and there's a bunch of tools over here. So then we have the insert tab, you have the annotate tab, and so on. So we will discuss about what ribbon is. So initially, to understand the user interface, so this entire thing is called the ribbon of the AutoCAD interface. And this is in the ribbon, you have the tab, you have the panels, and then you have the tools. Coming back, then you have this search icon. So you can search anything, you can type, let's say, whatever you want to type. So you can search the commands, you can search whatever you want. So there is a search panel over here. And then this is the info center, where this is the Autodesk 360 account. You can log in or sign out, or you can see the license detail about what are the license that you are having right now. And then this is the help menu in the information center, so you can go with the AutoCAD help we will talk about. And then there is again, about the various online integration like social media integration, YouTube channel or whatever with the Autodesk. And then you have the favorites over here. Now you can see, so if you click on this, there are a lot of favorite tools, and you will be directed to some of the accounts of Autodesk. So here we go. So this is the info center, and this is the file name, and this is the quick access toolbar. Now coming down over here, so this is the drawing screen. Now you can see this is the entire drawing area where you can see some maps are there, or you can start working in this drawing area when we will start with an AutoCAD project. So here in the drawing screen, in the left hand side, you can see that there is some icons over here. So this is the viewport control. This is the viewport control and view control. And what is the viewport? What is the view? We will talk about. Then you have the visual style, like how it will look like in the wireframe, or it will, when you're working in the 3D, it will be hidden, shaded, and a lot of visual styles are there. So the good thing about why I am a fan of AutoCAD, why? Because AutoCAD works, it's very easy to work. The screen is very easy to work. You can write the commands, which is again a very good practice. You can use the tools from the ribbon. You can also use the tools from the toolbar. So prior to ribbon, like 7-8 years back, when the ribbon was not there in AutoCAD, everything was through menu bars. So we'll talk about, so you can see that there is a bunch of menus over here. So here AutoCAD 2019 has retained the ribbon as well as the menu. So we'll see how to get the menu. So in your screen, if the menus are not available, so some of the old school people like me, even, we sometimes uses menu. So you can either use the tools or the commands from the command prompt. So this is the command prompt. You can basically bring it anywhere. So you can write a command. Let's say I want to write the command line. So I can use the line command and start working in the line command. And then if you want to do the same thing from the ribbon, you go to the draw tool over here, and if you over any of the tool like line tool, so it will give you an explanation of what the line tool is all about. And then so you can either go through the command either or through the ribbon. And the other things that you can use is the menu bar. So let's say where the menu bar is. So in the quick access toolbar, there is a bunch of tools are there which are regularly used. Click on the icon over here. So here you have the option called show menu bar. So if you click the show menu bar, the menu bar will be shown. So similarly, now see in the like the application menu has a tool like new, open, save. Similarly, the file menu has the same option. So if you click on the file menu over here, you can do the same thing that you can do with the ribbon. So you have the let's say draw menu over here. The draw menu consists of all the drawing tools like the line tool, the ray tool, circle tool, and each and everything is you can basically use those tools from the ribbon and from the command. We will talk about how you can use the tools in the later slides, right? So this is the drawing area, and this is the file tab. So if you click on this, you will find that model, layout 1, these are sheets actually. So here we have the name of the drawing file. So if you add a new drawing, so you can see that two drawing files are there. So you can always toggle between the drawing files over here. So the name of the drawing files will be here. And then talked about the viewport control, like viewport control provides access to multiple viewport configuration like the viewport tool. So you can have more than one viewport in the screen. So we'll talk about more about in the later sessions. So this is the view control. Like if you click on this, so there are a lot of view. You can see from the top view, you can see from the bottom view, you can see the left view, and there are a lot of other views are available in the view control. And then there's the visual style. So you have a 3D wireframe, 2D wireframe, conceptual, hidden, and a lot of things are there like hidden. I mean, you will learn when you will be doing an AutoCAD 3D modeling. So most of the tools, visual style tools, are used while you are doing the AutoCAD 3D modeling. So in this course, I have also introduced the AutoCAD 3D modeling, where you can do, apart from 2D drafting, like sketching the plan, layout, elevation that you will learn in the further course. You will also be able to create 3D models. To create 3D models with either a surface model or a solid model, and then create some renderings into it. You can put some light, you can save an image. A lot of things you can do with the 3D modeling. So we'll talk about later in the course once you proceed ahead with the course. So I think as of now, you guys have understood about some of the basic user interface, and let's go ahead. So then we have this command line. So you have this tab. Now it's understood what is the tab is, what is the panel is, what is the file name is. Now come to some interesting tools like the view cube and the navigation bar. And then you have the status bar. So normally when we work, we generally look into the drawing area, but very few of us use the status bar. But there is a status bar, and there are a bunch of tools over here, a bunch of options are there, and then there is a model space and the layouts are there in the bottom over here. So how it looks like in the AutoCAD screen, let's jump to the AutoCAD screen and see. So this is the status bar, and here we have the status bar. So there are certain, like a model is there, you can toggle between a sheet and in between a model. So whatever you work in AutoCAD, whatever the project you work in a model space, but all the output and the drawings are taken in a sheet, which is a layout. There will be multiple layouts in a particular project, so we will learn about. And then there are some tools, so you can add some tools like for example, you can add the line weight, transparency. So these tools can basically be added into the status bar. So you have this units over here, you can see the units over here, so you can change the units. So we'll talk about more when we will be going ahead with the drafting class. So here it is the coordinate of it. Now you can see that there is when I am hovering my mouse or the pointer, there is a cross icon. This is called a crosshair, right? So you can increase the size of the crosshair, and you can make it bigger. So if I want to increase the size of the crosshair, so let me give you a small idea how you can increase it. So in the command, there's a command called crosshair. So if you click on the crosshair, if you click on the command and write crosshair, so we'll talk about how it basically crosshair size. So enter it. So if you want to increase the crosshair size, so you can always do go to the options, and then there is a display over here, then you can increase the crosshair size. So you can increase it from here. So we'll talk later about how you can increase the crosshair size. So the command for the crosshair size is the cursor size. So there is a command also, if you increase it, say cursor size, so you get this. So we'll talk about how these command comes over here, how AutoCAD identifies the command. It has an intelligence of identifying it, and it gives you there in the command prompt. So you have a cursor size. So now it is 76. So let's see what is the maximum size that you can have. So let's say I put 120 over here, and so it says that you can have a size between 1 and 100. So let's put the size over here as 10. So the moment you put a size 10 over here, you can see the crosshair size reduces. So whatever, generally I use a size between 50 to 60. That makes me very easy to work in a project. So let's say I go for a cursor size command. So whenever you forget a command, or there are plenty of commands in AutoCAD, so it is very difficult to learn all this. So there's always an option by which you can always, there is an autocomplete, and there are a lot of things that AutoCAD helps you to get the command into it. So we'll talk about how you can get those commands. So let's say I put a, so for initially now I put a cursor size as 50. So now you can see the size of the cursor increases to 50, and this is, so here this is the cursor, or we call it as a crosshair. And then in the left you can see two icons, X and Y. So this is called the WCS, or sometimes we call it as UCS. So WCS stands for user world coordinate system, and UCS stands for users coordinate system. So currently it is a WCS, and what is the difference between WCS and UCS we will be talking later in the course. Okay, so now you will be wondering why X and Y, because now what is you can see you are in a 2D screen. So whatever I sketch over here, so here basically it is all 2D over here. But the moment you can see that AutoCAD has a 3D space, this is a view cube, you can always transfer it to a 3D view. So the moment you click into it, the Z axis is shown. So whatever you work initially is in a 2D screen, and you can see the crosshair has changed into three long sticks over here. So it is an X, Y, and Z. So we'll talk about the coordinate system, what x is, what x direction is, and what y direction is, what z direction is. All of the things we will cover in the course. So currently, if you are looking for, so you can go for a top with those. This is particular icon is called the view cube. Now you can see that it says that you are at WCS. So you can have a WCS, and later on, when you can want to change the direction of x and y, it becomes a UCS. The difference between WCS and UCS is WCS is a world coordinate system where the coordinates are fixed. UCS can vary, user coordinate system. User can change the coordinate system as per their wish, as per their whatever the requirement of the project is. So here we go. So now let me clear the screen over here. Now we have an understanding about what is the icon named as. So this is the WCS at this moment. So this is the view cube. You can always have a 3D view and you can hover it and you can do a lot of things. We will be learning this view cube uh, very extensively when we're doing a 3D modeling. And apart from that, here we have another set of tools which is again very interesting. This is called a navigation bar. So navigation bar is something that which helps you to navigate. Like you have heard about, there are commands like zoom, pan, and there are a lot of commands which you have heard about it, but you can use these commands from the navigation bar. So you can see that here is a bunch of tools over here. So here we have all the zoom commands. We will be studying, we will be knowing these zoom commands, how they are used, what is a zoom all command, what is a zoom real time command, what is a zoom window command later in when we'll be doing the course, right? So coming back to, then you have the pan command. So navigation bar is primarily a tool where there are a lot of panels there, a lot of tools are there like panning, zooming, orbit. Then there is another icon over here. You can see this called the steering wheel. So this is another interesting tool for 3D views. So we will be using it very extensively while we are working in a 3D environment. So if you now think of it, we have discussed most of the things in the interface. So now it talks about the command line. So friends, what we did is now we saw that there is a command line over here. So I wanted to put some emphasis on the command line, right? So in the command line you can see okay, so in the command line you can see, so if I see some so I can drag this, I have a mouse over here, I can drag this and I can put it anywhere. So by accidentally, whenever if it gets closed, let's say by accident if it gets closed somewhere, so I close it. So yes, so you can bring it by pressing the control 9 key. So again this command line comes back. So I am as a personally I've been using CAD for a long time. I would prefer to use command line to speed up the drawing, right? Now, so if you click right over here, there are certain shortcut menus over here, like input setting is there, auto complete, auto correct, search system variables, search content, mid string, search, and there are a lot of things that are available in the command line. So what are these? We'll have a very quick understanding about it because I don't want to put much emphasis on that because you can learn it later on when we will be doing a project or when we will be going ahead. So I will be using these small tips and tricks with you. The command, what is a command? Command is something that you give it to AutoCAD. Say you want to draw a line, or if you want to draw a circle, or if you want to draw a rectangle. So you give a command. Say, yeah, hey AutoCAD, draw me a line. So either you can basically use a command line or you can use these ribbons that I have already discussed with you. Like you can always take the line tool or the polyline. So what happens? So let's go with the command. Now see, if I want to draw a line, right? So here if I start L, it will give me some suggestion about like L for line, length, layer and other things. So if I forget something, if I say liney, so AutoCAD will correct me with the it will say, okay, fine, you might be having a spell mistake, but there is something that the Autodesk can AutoCAD command can correct it, and then it gives you the line command. So then it asks for the certain subsequent commands to specify first point, second point, and other things. So we will learn how to draw a line in the week 1 session later on. So coming back to it, so there is something called the command line, where you have this automatically some of the input suggestions are there. So in the input search option, you can see this is the dialog where you can uh, customize the search options in the command line. So how do you get the dialog? So click right over here, and here you have this input search option. So this dialog, let me give you a very brief introduction about it. I'm not going to take it very advanced because these are certain things we'll be using later on. So autocomplete, so if you check on this particular box is called the checkbox. So you can clear the checkbox or you can disable it. So if you select it, so what happens, it will enable autocomplete. So if you write something like CIR, it will give you circle, LI, it will give you a line. So there are certain settings over there, so that AutoCAD, has an intelligence of understanding what you are trying to write over here, and then it basically gives you the list of commands that you want to use. Autocorrect, so we did it like remember correction after 3 mistypes, so it's very understood. So if you enable autocorrect, if you write something, a spelling mistake is there in the command, it will correct you. System variables, okay. Now apart from regular commands in AutoCAD, there are certain system variables, like the one we used right now is the cursor size. Do you remember we use the cursor size? So system variables are special commands which are used to control system entities like cursor or desktop display or workspace. There are a lot of things that we'll be using, or expediting a command, to enhance a command, we use system variables. So normal commands and system variables, these two are these two mix will make you more efficient, a pro in AutoCAD. So later on you will be learning some of the system variables from me. So search content at command line, so there are text, hatch, dim style, block, visual style. So these are the names, these are the terms that you will be understanding. So these are the contents, like a layer name or a text style you will be searching. So we'll be doing it later on. So okay, so this is about the input search options and about the command line. Now coming back to the next slide, we talked about what is a view cube, and now we talked about the navigation bar. Now let's say if the view cube or the navigation bar is not visible or available, so here you have in the ribbon, go to the view, and always you can click on the button over here. So navigation bar, you can get it, and view cube, you can get it. And similarly, this is a UCS icon. I call it as a WCS right now, it calls a UCS icon. So you can always control the visibility of all the three things, like the navigation bar, the view cube, and the UCS icon from the view tab of the ribbon. Okay, so let me be a bit slow right now. I know, there are a lot of things that I have to cover in this week 1 session. So you can revise it, you can see the video once again to come to this particular understanding about what is what in AutoCAD. So let me drag it down and put it over here. Okay, try some cursor movements and other things. You will like it while you're working in AutoCAD. It's a wonderful software, so I'm maximizing the screen right now, which will enable you to. And then there are certain things, this is the tool palette. We'll discuss about what a tool palette is. So AutoCAD has numerous options. I love this software because it has lot and lot of options that helps me in order to work very, very productive. So next, what next? Then we have the status bar. So we talked about the status bar. So let's quickly see, because bunch of things. So you can see that there is a drawing coordinates, there's a model or paper space, snap mode, right? Infer constraint, isometric drawings, a bunch of buttons and tools over here. So it is mentioned over here. I'm just keeping it for the sake that you can see that how it looks. So how do you get this buttons? So I discussed it. So here is the status bar. So you can always click on this and populate it with the number of options, like the dynamic UCS, like the more you do it, more populate it would happen. So this is a status bar. There's a bunch of tools are there, and okay, so we will be using one by one all these tools. Okay, Then you have, now you can see that one thing, like we talked about these navigations, right? And then here in the interface, now let me take this chance to talk about the interface now. So this is the file tab. So you can see the file tab is not visible. Now you would be wondering, when I said that there are file tabs when you have multiple files open, so there is a file tab over here. So always you can, remove this, and if you have a layout open, so layout tab would be there, but right now it is not there. You can tile the drawings horizontally, you can tile them vertically, or cascade it, and whatever you can do. So if you have more than one drawing open, you can always do a tiling, right? So you can have multiple drawings there, and that's how it works. So we'll be using it later on. So why I am telling you, because you can just have a hands-on on when you are doing a week one course. So you can go and say, okay, look, I know how to what is the file tab, I know what is the layout tab, what is the navigation bar. It's very interesting, to know about more and more about this wonderful software called AutoCAD. Okay, so let me come to the next slide. So how do you invoke the tools? So I talked about, a lot of things I talked about, like a ribbon I talked about the toolbar, I talked about the menu bar, I talked about the command line, shortcut menu, application menu, and there is a tool palettes. So let me again revise it. What is a ribbon? What is a toolbar? Okay. What is the menu bar or the toolbar or the command line? And what is the shortcut menu, application menu, and the tool palettes? Now, let's see one by one again, because I have this slide here. So this is the tool palettes, and here you have, let's say, so because the tool palette is open over here, so I just wanted to see there are some tools over there. The hatch patterns are there, civil blocks are there, so a lot of things are there. So this is a tool palette, and the name of the tool palette would be there, like let's say it's about tool palettes, all palettes. So you can click any of them, like say modeling tool palette, so you can constraint tool palette, so there are a lot of tool palettes. We'll be using some of the tool palettes later. So you can have a draw tool palette, right? You can draw a line, so you can always, now if you want to draw a line, why I'm line by line is the most first command that you will learn. So you have this home tab, you can choose a line tool from here, you can write L over here as line, you can go with the menu bar, as I said. Okay, fine, you can go with the menu bar, go to the draw menu and line, and now you have another thing called tool palettes. So in how did you get this? So here you have this line, you have this draw. So click right, and so you can see that, the moment you click on this three icons over here, so a lot of tool palettes name are there. So I say draw, so I say align. So same thing will happen what you do with the command. So you can see the moment you click on it in the command, the command is executed over here. So, and then you have shortcut menus, like for example, what are the shortcut menus? So if you click anything, right click, so these are the shortcut menus. So you have repeat execute tool, recent inputs. So recent inputs are something that you have just used those commands, so like the file tab and other things. So then you have got options and other things. The shortcut menu is one of the way by which you can use the commands. And then you have this application menu. So we talked about the application menu. So this is an application menu that you can use to open up an existing drawing, or to open a new drawing, and so, right? So I think we are done with the how to invoke the tools. Now coming back, so application menu we talked about, like you can open a new file, you can open uh, an existing file. Like the bunch of files are there in this my screen, right? And let's go ahead. So toolbars. So we talk about the toolbars. The toolbars are again, like we'll be having the tools like the draw toolbar, or you can have the line toolbar. So we'll talk about the toolbars when we'll be using it. So toolbars is again one of the invoking tool, like the draw toolbar, modify toolbar, and a lot of toolbars are there that you can use. Then you have the shortcut menu, as I said, right? So you can right click in the screen and then the shortcut menu will be visible, right? So you have the ribbon, you have the file tab, right? So again, you have the shortcut menu. So then we have the select the open read-only option. So when you open a file, so there will be a read-only option. That means when you click on this read-only option, so we'll see how it works. We'll open an existing file and see how it works. So if you open the read-only option, so you can only read, but you cannot save the file, right? So why we use this read-only option, we will discuss about later. So now we will be seeing another component, which is a screen component, which is the dialog box. Now you can see in my slide over here, dialog box. In the dialog box, you can see there is the name of the dialog box. For here, we have this name of the dialog box called as options. So let me come to my AutoCAD screen over here. So let's say I open up a dialog box over here. So there are certain tools that you execute, a dialog box will come, and one of the commands or the tool is the options tool. So you can go with the options command and then the dialog box will come. So what is a dialog box? Dialog box is a screen component where you can have settings, predefined settings for the project. Like here we have this option dialog box where you can have some settings for the AutoCAD project. Like you can have the file setting, you can have the display setting, you can have an open and save setting, you can have the plot and publish. There are a lot of things one by one. Some of them we will discuss when we will be going ahead with the course. So what are the components in the dialog box? Like you have a component called the name of the dialog box. Like here we have the options here, and then we have the tab. For example, in this dialog box there are tabs like these. We have this file tab or the display tab or our open and save tab, and then you have this area like for example, this is the default plot setting. For example, if I go to the display tab, so Windows element area is there, and there is a drop down list over here, color scheme drop down list. So you have this checkbox, like you can select the options over here. So this is the checkbox. So you can see there's a checkbox, there's a tab, and there's a radio button. So you can see some of them are there are some radio buttons you can hear. In fact, in this screen, you can see here there's a radio button over here. So you can click on this radio buttons to have an option over here. You can select a radio button from here, and then you have a preview, like for example, preview of that particular setting. For example, here we have in this drafting tab, so you have this preview. So if you increase the slider, there's a slider, you can see the preview of the aperture snap marker or the auto snap marker size. Similarly, the aperture size of the cursor will change. So there you have a preview, and there's a slider over here in a dialog box. Then you have this a lot of things that you will come. So dialog box is another screen component in AutoCAD. Coming back, so starting a new drawing. So this is something that you will start today, and you want to start with a new drawing. So that you're excited about, how shall I start a new drawing, right? So to start a new drawing, there are various options. So let's jump start to the options over here. So you can start a new drawing from the application menu. You can say new, and you can say drawing, right? The moment you click, there is a dialog box that comes. So this is a select template dialog box. Now you would be wondering about what the select template dialog box is. So select template dialog box is a default option that comes with the AutoCAD setup. So primarily when you are very new to the AutoCAD, I will prefer that you should not use a select template dialog box, or you will go with a start from scratch setting. So how do you do that? So just close this one, and here in the command write a small system variable command called as start startup. So you can see that the AutoCAD gives you the command over here, and here you write a value of 1. Now if you open up a file again, new, now it basically starts with a create new drawing. So now here you are not selecting a template, you are starting from scratch. So here I will be going forward with this setting. So in the entire project that you will be doing, or the work that you will be doing, you will be starting with this setting. So how do you do? So again, I repeat, so if the startup, so command is startup, so you click startup over here, and the default value, now you can see the 1 is the value, the default value was 3 over here. So if you open a new file, a template will open, and again select template dialog box, it's the dialog box, right? select template dialog box will start. So you want to avoid this, so for that you have written a startup. So you go for a startup command. So here you go and click on it. So let me push it up. So you go for the startup command, and here you have to give a value of 1. So this is the default setting. Now again, let's come back. How to start a new drawing? So there are various options. There's in my slide you can see there is an option called a new drawing. That means in the application menu you can go with a new drawing, or in the menu bar you can go with the file new. With the quick access toolbar you can go with new, or in the command you can write new or Q new or control N, which I have not mentioned over here. So let's see how to start the new file with the various options. So one of them I have discussed about, like you have this application menu, new drawing, or you can directly go to the quick access toolbar. So this is the quick access toolbar. So here this is the icon for the new. Click new. So again the same thing will come, the dialog box will come. Or in the, now you don't have the menu bar over here, so let's bring the menu bar over here. So show menu bar, right? Click on it, and in the file you can go for a new, the same thing will happen. Okay, so you can do it from menu bar, you can do it from the application menu, you can do it from the command. Now in the command you write NEW, so here comes the same thing will happen. Or I have mentioned about Q new, so quick new file, so it's an old command actually, same thing will happen. Or you can go with control N, that is what I use often. So control N is basically control plus N. So press a control key from the laptop or the keypad and then press N simultaneously. So this will come. So let's start with a new file. So how it starts. So I'm closing this file. So here I go with an application menu. I will choose the new option. Okay. So I can either click on the new option, or I can just keep my mouse over here, right? So here I go. So you have this. Now what happens? So there are certain options over here. Now you can see this is written as start from scratch. So you can see there is an open folder kind of thing. So it talks about, you know, so here we have this the default setting. So you can see this is the open drawing. This talks about start from scratch. So if you click on this, it will be a user template, and then this is a user wizard, right? So let's talk about the first setting, that is start from scratch. So the start from scratch creates a new drawing, either imperial or metric default settings. So what is the imperial and metric? Now friends, one thing is very important, very, very important, is when you start up with a project, you have to plan in which unit system you want to start. Ideally, there are two types of system. One is the British system and one is the SI system, Standard International System. So in the British system, you use when you draw something, because AutoCAD is a drafting software. So here we have two basic units that you use in the British system for feet and inches. So when we talk about feet and inches, that means feet is basically the bigger one, inches the smaller one. So we call foot and inches. Foot is the singular form. So 1 foot is equal to 12 inches. So you can start if you are working in foot and inches. So I would recommend, strongly recommend, that you should go with the imperial system. So why imperial system? Because while you select this, all the sheet size or the default settings and other things will be based on the unit system that you are using. But let's say in our ISO standards, so normally across the world now people are shifting from the imperial system. Imperial is the king system of the British system to a metric system. Metric system is the whole bunch of unit, like for kilometer, meter, centimeter, millimeter, kilometer to millimeter. So in a drawing, when we work in a civil drawing and an architectural drawing, generally in some part, most of the countries, everywhere, generally people are using millimeters is the least unit that can be measured in a scale. So the paper size comes in millimeter, the specifications comes in millimeter, and some of them are in meter. So you can have a mix, like you can use a meter, millimeter, centimeter, whatever it is. But if you are planning to go up with this system, so use a So this is a radio button. So you can use a metric or metric radio button or an imperial radio button, right? So go and search in the Google and find out, I would suggest that see what are the unit systems and how these unit systems, how basically the conversion of one system to the other, like 1 foot is equal to how many millimeters, how you can convert it. So we will have a separate session of conversion of unit system, because the drawings may come in feet, inches somewhere, then you have to convert it to millimeters or centimeters. So we will take this particular topic very as a crucial one, because as a civil engineer or an architect, when you're doing a drafting, it's very important to this initial setting is very important. It's very important, right? Okay, so now you can see that there's a scale over here, there's a sheet over here. It's very about, okay, fine, this is the sheet size and other things. Okay, so you're starting from the scratch. The next button, if you select, okay, it says use a template. Now template, so I'm not going to use any template right now because I'm going to create template for the project later on. So template, again, as a file, the project file for AutoCAD is DWG, but the template file is .dwt. Now you can see DWT means the drawing template file. So what is a drawing template file? Let me give you a very brief introduction of a drawing template file. So if you have a company and you are working on a particular project, so you have the teams like you have architects, civil engineers, plumbing designers, electrical, so you work on a standard. Standard means all the text colors, all the layers, all the dimensions will have a particular standard, right? Similar, the sheet will be having a standard. So those particular settings, when you start up the drawing, so that everybody uses that settings, is a template file. So if you are working on a project, your civil draftsman or a structural draftsman or an architect will use the same template file that is mentioned by the company standard. So normally these are some default template files which we may not use, and so you have name, plot, style. So so there are a lot of settings there, like while you're taking a print, while you're taking a writing some annotations. So all settings are predefined. You need not have to do anything. You have to select a style and do work. So if you have a template file, your 90% of the work is done. But then if you are very new to AutoCAD, like you are in the first class with me, so I would prefer that let's not worry about the template file. Let's advance ahead. So now there are two types of setups over here. Now what we do when we start a project or AutoCAD file, first thing that you do is select a unit, right? And then you say, okay, fine, now I have selected unit, and then I will select how much, what is a sheet, how much I want to draw, what is the area of my drafting. So this particular advanced setup and quick setup helps you in order to set the drawing and make the process easier. So let's go with the advanced setup and see how it works. So select the advanced setup and say, okay, now the first thing that it does it says like step by step, units, and then angles, and then so if you say the next, it will set the angles, then you will set angle measure, then you will set angle direction. So and then we have the area, that means the size of the sheet. Now let's come back again, right? So let's come back again and see what default setting that we use started. So I go with the application menu, I say new, and then I have this dialog box. So here I have selected, let's say, imperial. That means when I'm selecting imperial, so I have made my mind that I am going to use feet and inches, right? So now this has to be in the back of mind. And then when you go to the setup over here, so first thing that you need to do is to select a unit. So if you are using a matrix system, so you are supposed to use a millimeter or a centimeter or a meter for drawing the lines. You have to select any one of them. But if you are basically using imperial system as a setup, so it is strongly recommended to select either the engineering option for the units of measurement or the architectural option. Now see what is the difference between these two. So if you are using a metric system, so you select a decimal system or a fractional system. But if you are just what we have done, we have selected the imperial system. We can use either an engineering system or an architectural system. So what is the difference between engineering and architectural unit system? So in an engineering system, So the dimensions are mentioned like 1 feet 3.50000 inches. So it is the inches part is written in a decimal format. Similarly, in the architectural, same, it is the feet inches, but the decimal part is not written in decimal, but it is in a fractional like 3.5 inches. So it is the way you write, it is the only difference. So normally I'm comfortable with engineering unit systems. I can go with an engineering unit system because I'll be using a feet and inches. I can also use architectural if I am very comfortable with fractional part, but that's fine. Similar the fractional system, if you are not so much good with the decimal system in the metric unit system, you can use a fractional system like anything. If you write, let's say 15.5 meters, or you can always write as 15.5 as a meter or a millimeter or a centimeter. So we will see what exactly how we start up the unit system. So I have an engineering system over here. And then once you select, you see there's a difference over here. So if you select an engineering, the precision comes as a decimal. Now you can see that you have a precision, right? You can have the precision of the inches or of the decimal system. So Autodesk has a huge precision of units. So you can see 1, 2, 3, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you can count it and see what is the precision that you have. But in the fractional, the precision is to 1/256 of the fraction. You can take the precision. Similarly, in engineering, you can have the precision in the inches for non-decimal places, and you see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So these are the decimal precision that you can count it, right? And then you have this fractional, and then you have the scientific. So then comes so I have taken the engineering part, and in the scientific you find something called the exponential, 10 to the power of 1, 10 to the power of 2, 10 to the power of -1. So you can write any values like e to the power of 1, that means 10 to the power of 1. So this is the exponential, e power. So let's take with the engineering and go with the next, right? So in the angle, again, it's very important. So again, when you are in the civil engineering, there's a lot of angle measurements are done while you're surveying, while you are doing a construction works, or you're doing a measurement, a kind of thing between two beams or columns or something, So again, the angle measurement comes with various unit system. So you have a decimal degree, like you have 90 degree, 45 degree, 30 degree. So it is not only system that you have in the angle, you can have a degree, minutes, seconds. So yeah, also if you are taking a decimal degree, then you can also have the precision of that. So you can see that, okay? But if you are going for a degree, minutes, seconds, so that's great. So then you have like 1 degree is equal to 60 minutes, and 1 minute is 60 seconds. So you can write it like 1 degree, 30 minutes and 30 seconds. So you can further precise it. Got it. So you can have a gradients unit, you can have a radian, like again, if you know about the radian system, that we pi r, right? So 1 radian, you can just Google it and search what is the gradient. So if you're in a survey, you can have the radians, you have the gradients, and the survey unit as north and south. So we'll be elaborating about the unit system very much when we'll be starting a project, which unit you need to take. And gradients are used for slopes, and radians are also used for surveyings at a particular time. So 180 degrees is equal to pi radians, you know about. So pi, you know what's the value of the pi. So 1 radian you can find out. So 1 radian is equal to 180 by pi, that is 22 by 7 or 3.14. So you can always have a calculation, go to Google and find out what is the relation between a degree and the radian, relation between gradients and radians. Fine. So let's come back. So I take as a decimal degree, and I take a precision of 0.0, or that's fine. I mean, maximum I can take a 2 degree precision over here. Now the important part is the angle measure. Now when you measure an angle, by default it is done from the x-axis. So here you can find in the WCS where I'm pointing my marker here. So this is the east, this is the north, and here in the negative is the west, and in the negative y is the south. So when you measure an angle, So it says that what is the base angle. So here by default it is the east, that is in the x. So 0, 90, 180, it is taken like this. But if you take it north as the base angle, so you'll see what will happen. So the 0 comes from here, from the y-axis. So similarly, you can have the west as the base angle, south as the base angle, other. So we'll see if you change, later on when we taking up the unit command, you will understand what is the need of this particular thing. And then you have the angle direction, like counterclockwise is positive, so counterclockwise is this one, right? So if you're going against the clock direction, it is a counterclockwise. So positive direction by default is a counterclockwise or clockwise. So you can see the icon over here, which is the preview over here, which is changing, right? And here is the area. Next is the area. That means how much area the sheet. By default, if you're taking an imperial system, so it is 1 feet and 9 inches is the default. That is 9 by 12. That means 9 inches by 12 inches. 12 inches is 1 feet. So this is, you can see the default. We can change the limit of the screen by command called limmax and finish the setting. Thank you. So now the last you have done the advanced setup to start up the project. Now we will be doing learning about the quick setup. So let's first of all start an AutoCAD file. So here you have the quick setup option, and in the quick setup, it's unlikely the advanced setup. There are a few options, like it will be asking you to only set the units. So I select the engineering units over here, and okay, and then it will ask you to set the area of the screen. So here is the width. So this is the width of the screen. That talks about 1 feet 12 inches, and 9 is basically the length. So here we are, and we finish it off. So now next, after doing the quick setup, now you will be interested to save the drawing file. So the AutoCAD drawing file has an extension of .dwg, as I have mentioned in my previous session. So there are various ways by which you can save the drawing file. So to save the drawing file, you need to, for the first time when you are saving it, so you have to use the save as option. So you can save it from the application menu. You can save it from the quick access toolbar. You can basically type qsave or save option from here. You can save from the file menu. You can use the save as option. So there are various ways by which you can save the drawing file in your project, right? So here we go. So now let's say if I use the application menu to save it, so I put it save as, and go to the drawing file, and I take the folder and save this, let's say week 1, and let's say I save it as example 4, because example 1, 2, 3 already have. So right, so you have this. Now if you do something over here, and now you don't need to have the save as option, so next you need to only save the file. So again, you go to the application menu, you can do a save option over here, you can go to the file menu, you can do the save option over here, you can click in the quick access toolbar to save it, or you can write down SAVE to save the file. So again, so saying okay, so you are there. So if you want to do a quick save, so you say q save, so it's a quick save. So the difference between save command is basically it opens the dialog box, you can save it with a different file name, but if you do a quick save, that means the dialog box won't be there. It's quickly saving the file. Okay, so now closing a drawing. So there are various ways by which you can close. The one way is to put this cross arrow, or you can go to the application menu, say close and current drawing. So it will be closed. So if you have more than one drawing open, so let's say if I have example 1, example 2, example 3, all the examples which is open over here. So if I want to close all the files, so I can go with close all drawings. So all drawings will be closed, right? And you return to the default screen, right? So here, so this is the way by which you can close an AutoCAD file, right? And then you have the opening. So you have learned how to open a file, but how to partially open a file. Sometimes the files are very heavy and you need to open those files partially. Means you need to open some of the files like some, like the doors, windows, or the plans. So you don't need the entire drawing to be open. So there you have an option that you can open a particular view in which you want to open, and the layer geometry to load. So to do so, you come to, let's say you open a file. Here we have a sample file that I want to open for you. So let's say I explore some sample drawings here. I go to the sheet set here and say architecture and go to the residence. So I want to have a file detail. I say open. So here when I opening it, this is a full file that I am opening of the file detail. Now you can see. But if I want to open partially the file, so I can go with first I need to close it. So I close the file from here, say no, and let's open it partially. So here we have the drawing file. I go to the file detail, and here I have the click over here, so I can open it partially. And here, so if I want to take only the reinforcement part, so I click on it. So in the extent of the view, and only this part will be open. So this is the, and it is written over there, it is partially loaded. So this is how it is worked, right? You're partially opening the file. Okay, now let's come to the next topic, where we will discuss about the how to quit an AutoCAD. But we'll not quit AutoCAD right now. But the next is the workspace. Now what is a workspace? Now in AutoCAD, the workspace are this work area that you work into it. So there are various workspace. Like you have a drafting and annotation when you're working on a 2D drawing. There's a 3D basic workspace when you are modeling, doing a basic modeling, 3D modeling. Or you can basically customize the workspace. You can make your own workspace too, right? So how do you do it? So let's come to the AutoCAD file. So let me first of all open a particular file. Let's say I open a sample drawing again, so that you will be able to see more drawings. So let me do it like this. Go to the sheet set, go to the civil, and let's say I open some file over here, right? So here I go, and there is a file over here that I opened it from AutoCAD. There are a lot of detailing is there. So here I have this, now you can see that there is the workspace over here. So there is, click on this status bar. So you have a drafting and annotation workspace. So if you say 3D basics, the tools will change. Now you can see the tools have changed over here. You have this home tab, visualize tab, insert tab, view tab, and so and so, right? So if you want to have a 3D modeling, so again this workspace will change. So you have solid modeling, solid surface, and blah blah blah, other things are there, right? So now if you want to create your own workspace, so you know what you need to do is, first of all, save the workspace, and you know, you write it at the default kind of thing. Now you want to change something, so default workspace is the workspace that you want to work into it. You want to make your own workspace, you name it. Now you need to do some customizing. So I have to change the name of some of the tabs over here. So let's do a customizing for this workspace. Go to the customize option, and here you have got a transfer and customize. So nothing to transfer, but let's do rename some of the tabs. So let's go to the 3D modeling. Okay, so here you have the 3D modeling tab. Okay, so here you have in the ribbon part the tabs, and you have the home 3D. So let's name this as 3D modeling. Right now it is a solid modeling tab, name it as 3D modeling, right? So let's see how it works. So I am renaming the tab, right? So here you have the 3D modeling tab, and let's say I name this tab. We can have different names, so I have changed it to home 3D, and so I can change it with right. So this is something that text is displayed. So here we are. The moment I change it, so So this is changed to 3D modeling. So there's a solid modeling, 3D modeling. The home tab has changed to 3D modeling tab. So this is how basically you can customize, and now you can come back to the 3D basics. So you have this 3D basics. So this is the way you can change your workspace. So currently when you're working in a 2D drafting environment, it is very important that you should select the drafting and annotation tabs. Okay, so that is how it works. Fine. So now coming back to the next topic. So you have saved the workspace and the workspace settings. You can always go with the workspace settings. So here we have, the moment you click on it, so there would be workspace settings, and you can have various settings. My workspace, and there are a lot of other workspace that you have created. You can drafting and menu display and order. So there are a lot of things that we can study in the advanced level, but workspace in fact is something that is to be needed to understand, is the work area, that how you customize your tools, how you put your tools in set and you start working. So I would recommend that the current workspace setting should be drafting and annotation. Okay, so now go to the AutoCAD help. So whenever you are stuck in, let's say, you say that I cannot find a particular command, or I want to know more about some commands, let's say line command or a circle command. So you can always go for an AutoCAD help. So the AutoCAD help is here in the info center. Now you can see there's an info center and there is an help over here. So you can always click the help, and the AutoCAD help will be there. So the dialog box will be, there's a window that is open, and you can type something like, say you want to know about line tool, or you can go from here. Let's say getting started, how to start with AutoCAD, how to explore the user interface, what is the quick access toolbar, how they work, about the ribbon, about the start tab, and there are a lot of things that you can know about it, right? So you can explore these help options in AutoCAD and learn more and more of the tools. Okay, so I'll recommend that you should always use the help tool whenever you are stuck in the AutoCAD commands. Okay, so now let's come to the next part of it. In my presentation, you have this info center bar. So info center bar, you have the search edit box, you have the Autodesk 360 sign in, the searching option, you have the Autodesk App Store, stay connected, help. So here it is, everything is there. So you open a new file, so you can find it over here. Let me go to next, finish it off. And so this is the Autodesk 360, and this is the search, and here you are the AutoCAD help, and you are the AutoCAD App Store, and a lot of things are there in the info center. Next we would be starting up with new options, like we would be doing the how to start with the sketching tools, right? This is very important. So before I take the sketching tools, because in this sketching I would be teaching you how to draw lines, how to draw circles, how to erase objects, and a lot of things. So before that, I would like to introduce something that Autodesk has. Is called the dynamic input settings. So what is a dynamic input setting? So let's come to the AutoCAD screen. So the dynamic input screen is something like this. So how do you open it? So here in this status bar, so you can go here and find out dynamic input is there. That means in the status bar it is already available. So this is on and off, and the system variable to put it on is dyn mode. We call dyn mode, right? So if you put it on, you will find that whenever you use a command, there is something that the dynamic inputs are available here, and it is always guiding you to draw objects in the screen. Let us see how basically this dynamic input works, right? So for this we have to go into a command called ds, which is the drafting settings. So I put it again, so it is ds drafting settings. So this dialog box comes. So by default the dynamic input tab is selected. If it is not selected, you just click on the dynamic input and you find these 4 settings over here. So the first setting is the enable pointer. So once you enable this pointer, it means that pointer input. That means whenever you are on, you're putting the dynamic input on. So the pointer is there. So there you can see the pointer over here. So it is showing the coordinates of wherever I am moving. So you can see the coordinates is here also, and along with my first point when it is asking, it is moving along with, right? It is changing. So if you want to enable the pointer input off, so this input will not be seen, right? So here another input would be there, but with the cursor the input is not seen, right? So we will be talking more about it. So let us put this on right now, because the distance input is was on, so that was the reason the distance was available. So when you put on the enable pointer, there are certain settings. The setting says, we will talk about these in the later classes. So you will understand what is the polar format, what is the Cartesian format, what is the relative absolute. And then there is some option like when the visibility is there, always, even when not in command. So now if I select this option, so it is always there. I have not put any command. Command means if I use a line tool, there's a command over here. So it is there when there is a command. It is also visible when the command is not there. So you can always customize it. So how do you do? Go to the DS, that is the drafting setting dialog box. So you have the setting, and you can always select this radio button called always, even when not in command. That means a pointer will be displayed when a command asks for a point. So this is if this option is selected. So once you select it, so you can see that once the command is selected, then it is this input comes, right? Input pointer comes. So okay, and then other options are, go to the DS setting and see how. So it says as soon as I type coordinate data. So let's say if I type a coordinate data, say I say 1,1, the moment I put a coordinate data, it is visible, right? So this is how it works, right? So this is somewhere I would like to mention about the enable pointer and how this pointer works, and that's it. So coming back to the more detail about it, here we have the entering command using the pointer input. Yes, you can enter a command using the pointer input. You can see how the command can be entered in the pointer input. Pointer input settings, we have covered these 3 things, and these are the things that can be covered while we do the polar format or the relative coordinate system in the next sessions. Okay, so here enable dimension input where possible. Yes. So now let's say this is the another setting over here. So in the DS, so enable dimension input where possible. If you click on it, so you will see that whenever you have, so there is a dimension, you can put the dimension. So if this is off, so the dimensions will not be available for input. So if you put it here, see the dimensions are not available, so only the pointer marking is coming. So then you can have various settings over there. Again, these are all advanced settings. You can always put the settings, we can discuss these settings while in the class, while we do something. So then we have the drafting tool appearance. You can change the size of it, you can change the color. Let's say for example I'm changing the color to blue, right? And then the transparency. So you can always have a transparency, fully opaque to fully transparent, and here it goes. So now it will change. Now you can see that the color has changed, and size is also changed. So if you want to increase the size, go to drafting. There's a tool tip actually. So you can see that whenever there is something written over here, there's a tooltip. Specify first point is a tooltip, and the size is changed, and the color is blue, right? So now once you move to the dynamic input settings, now the next thing that we will be learning about. So we discussed about how the tooltip will be appearing. Now comes the line tool. Now this is a very important discussion, because the first sketching that we'll be doing today is along with the line tool. Now, so what is a line? Line is basically, we call it a line segment. So where we use a line. So in civil drafting or in architectural drafting or anywhere, when you draft something, line is the important component of any drafting that we do. Line has length, line has angle, line has 2 points, so you can create line by any of them. If you have if you know the length and you know the angle, you can create a line. If you know 2 points, you can create a line. If you know one location and the other location relative to the other point, you can create a line. So there are various ways by which you can create line. In AutoCAD, yes, you can create line by various options. Like you can create a line by command, that is a shortcut is L, or you can type line, which is when we talk about shortcut in AutoCAD, we talk about alias. So the alias for line tool is L. So you can always write L and the line tool appears. Or from the ribbon, you can go to the draw home tab and the draw panel, and you can have the line tool. In the toolbars, you can always have the the draw toolbar and then the line tool menu bar. So let's see how it works, and let's go ahead. So okay, now I think you are fine with it. So let me come to the next slide. Right, so now coming to the AutoCAD file, let me erase it. So for the erase, I press E and then select the object and erase it. So now let us understand the screen first. This is my AutoCAD screen, and there is a cursor that is huge in size, and this is the X and Y. So X and Y is the direction, X direction, Y direction. So you can, and there are number of points in this area. So all points are having a coordinate, X coordinate, Y coordinate, and also Z coordinate. So you can have the Z coordinate also, you can have the X coordinate also, you can have the Y coordinate also. Everything is there. But since you are looking at the top of the, let's say if I from the top, so the Z is perpendicular to the screen. So here we have only X and Y. So this is the positive direction of the X, this is the positive direction of the Y, this is the negative direction of the X, and this is the negative direction of the Y. So there is an origin over here. Origin is the point where all the points start. So it's called 0 in X. So first how we write 0 in X and 0 in Y. And Z is also 0. So now to draw a line, go to the home tab. So there are various ways by which I can do. From the home tab, there's a draw panel. I can choose the line tool from here, or I can write it over here, L over here. So the line tool is invoked. Or what I can do is I can go to the menu bar. So this is the quick access toolbar. So I taught you. So here we have the menu bar, and from the draw menu, right, you have the line tool. So you can do with the line tool. Okay. So the line tool starts. So these are the ways by which you can do. For our illustrations of the line tool, I will recommend to put the dynamic input off. So you'll be all doing with the command prompt. So understanding. So when you draw a line, so let's say when you take a line tool, and let's follow the commands, how it works when we do a line tool. Okay. So let's follow the command. So when we draw a line, so it says line, and then it says the first point. So when the first point is there, so you click on the first point, then you click on the second point, you click on the third point. So it does not talk about second and third, it always talks about next point. So you keep on clicking it, next point, next point, next point, and then there is some options then starts. So you can do the close option. That means from where you have started, it will close over there, right? Okay. So now let's say I have one point, then the next point, then the next point. So if you want to come back, if you have done something wrong, you can always select the U option and come to the last point. So you can always have an option of coming back. So this is the random way of drawing lines, and now we will learn. So the first point, next point, and next point. So this is the line tool that works. So now you understand that the line is basically a segment which is comprises of 2 points. So with 2 points, you can create a line. So line is a segment which is created of 2 points. Okay. So coming back, I have in the screen. So again, the first point, second point, third point, and fourth point is closed. Let's do something which is similar to what is in the screen. So first, second, so second, so third, fourth, and C for close. So this is how it works. So let's don't worry about it, and let's start with. So the list displayed after typing L at the command prompt. Yes, so if I type L, so there will be a list that would be there. So choose the line command and it starts from here. Okay, now the first thing that we need to understand when we are going to draft our sketch something in AutoCAD is about the coordinate systems. So there are two types of coordinate system that we are going to learn. So we can work, we can draft, we can sketch, we can input points with the help of these coordinate systems. So what is an absolute coordinate system and what is a relative coordinate system? So absolute coordinate system is whenever you mention any point with respect to the origin, that is 0, 0. So we'll be seeing more examples over here. We'll be doing some examples, quite a few of them we will be doing it, then you will understand what is absolute coordinate system. Relative coordinate system, the name relative means relative to certain point. Like for example, if you have one point, you can't basically take another point, refer another point with respect to the last point. So relative means not with the respect to the origin, but with respect to the last point. So again, relative coordinate system has two methods of doing it. One is a rectangular coordinate system, another is a polar coordinate system. So other is not a coordinate system, which is the direct distance entry method that we will learn also after the absolute and relative coordinate system. Now let's start. Now let's say here you have, let's try to understand this Cartesian coordinate system. So in AutoCAD, you have points like is in this grid, and they are numerous points. So just you need to tap those points, and you need to find out those points, and AutoCAD will give you exact location and start the line tool from there and pick up those points and create the line. Right. So now let's understand about a basic of what we have done in a junior school. This is a graph, and this graph is the grid is 1:1, 1,1. So this is the x-axis, this is the y-axis, and the grid size is 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, I think you have understood. Now let's say, for example, if I want to get any point over here, this is a 0, 0. So this point is 1. X1, 0, and y it is 0. This point is x2, y0. This point is x3, y0. This point is x4, y0. This point is x5, y0, and so and so. Similarly, this is y1, x0, 0 in x, 2 in y, 0 in x, 3 in y, 0 in x, 4 in y. So any point over here would be measured with respect to the origin. So here I have to create this L section. So the first point, the start point A, B, C, D, E, F. So you have got all these points over here. The A point is 2, 2, B is 3, 2. That means B is at a distance of 3 units from the origin in x-axis, 2 units from the origin in the y-axis. Similarly, the start point is 2, 2 means it is at a distance of 2 units from the 0, 0 in the x-axis and 2 units in the y-axis with respect to the origin. So similarly, all the points are plotted over here with respect to the origin. So let's start, and there will be more exercises that we'll be doing here, and we'll do an example, and then we will do the relative coordinate system, and we will be doing the relative polar coordinate systems, and then we will finish it off with the direct distance entry method. So let's do it fast. Okay, and we will fast means that you need to learn this very quickly, right? The more you learn, the more better you can work in AutoCAD. Okay, so I will be giving you some challenges in this week to do when you are doing the projects. So there will be more challenges like this that will be happening, but let's quickly fast and do the examples along with me. So let's start here. So I have this AutoCAD screen, and how to invoke the tool. Do you remember? Okay, so you can invoke it by using the L tool, line tool, or you can go to the home tab, go to the draw panel, and you can select line, or you can go to the menu bar and select the draw menu and move the line. But don't worry about it. I will coach you to do along with the command panel. So you have the L tool, line tool. It says first point. So what is the first point over here? Let's go to the screen and see. First point is A, that is 2 in X and 2 in Y. So I say 2 comma 2. So here I go. So there I have this 2 comma 2 over here, and the next point is 3 comma 2, yani 3 in X and 2 in Y. So 1 2 3 in X and 2 in Y. So the point B is 3 comma 2. Great. And next I have to go up, so it is 3 comma 4. Why 3 comma 4? CS, because 3 units in X, 1 2 3 in X and 1 2 3 4 in Y. So let's put it like this. So type 3 comma 4. If you cannot understand, you just need to follow the instructions. So it's 3 comma 4. So now you have done something wrong. So say you undo. So now you put it 3 comma 4. So you go up. So then you want to go, let's say, back. So in the D. So now you're moving towards the positive X direction. So now how much you are shifting? So you were 3 in X and 4 in Y in C. So in X you are shifting 2 units. So 3, 4 comma 4 and 5 comma 4. So D point would be 5 comma 4. Here you go. And then you have the E point. So here you are not shifting anything in the X axis, but you're shifting 1 unit in the Y axis. So 5 comma 4 becomes 5 comma 5. So you can say 5 comma 5. So here you go, and then you are going back. So you have to reduce the X-axis value by 3 units. 1 2 3. So the X is 5 over here, Y is 5, so it becomes 2 comma 5. So you can always type 2 comma 5 and come over here, and then you can close it. So there is a close option over here, so you close it. So here you have created your first drawing of your project. So you will be happy enough, you can create more. So I'll be giving you more challenges. I will be giving you more tasks to do, tough tasks to do with absolute coordinate system. I'll mention there you have to create and submit it to us. Okay, great. So let's erase it. So E is the tool to erase. Select it and press enter. So now let's go to the next challenge. So here we need to create this rectangle with the help, it's an easier one, with the absolute coordinate system. So let's start. The start point is 1 comma 1. So go with the line tool, okay, and the first point is 1 comma 1. So you start with 1 comma 1. So here we go. Just put your mouse, the mid mouse button, so you can roll it down. So 1 comma 1 is the first point, and then you have the 4 comma 1, okay, and then you have the 4 comma 3 is the next point. Okay, so you can have 4 comma 3, right, and then you have the 1 comma 3, and now you can see a beautiful rectangle is created. And see for close. So you have got it, a rectangle is created. Now is the actual challenge. Let's do it. So this is what we need to create with an absolute coordinate system. Okay, so now let's put it like this. So here we are. So I select it and put an erase tool. So where do we start? The origin. Now let's understand it first, and then we will work out on point by point. So the origin point over here is 0 comma 0. So this is the start point. 3 comma 1, 3 in X, 1 2 3 in X, and 1 in Y, right? So here the coordinate is 3 comma 1. You take a pencil and a page, you sketch it, put the coordinate points. It will help you to understand. So let's start working into it and see how we can draw it. So you have the line tool, and it is 1 comma 1. So it is 1 comma 1. No, it is 3 comma 1. So let's put it, undo it. So let's start with a fresh tool L. So it says 3 comma 1. Great. And the next point is how much? Let's do it again. 3 comma 2, 3 comma 3, 3 comma 4, 3 comma 5, and 3 comma 6. So let's put it 3 comma 6. Here we are. Okay, now 3 comma 6. Now go to the third point. So 3 comma 6, it is 4 comma 6, because 3 comma 6 and 1 in X, so it is 4 comma 6. So here we are, 4 comma 6. Now you can see it is getting sketched. Now 4 comma 6, 4 comma 5, 4 comma 4, 4 comma 3, 4 comma 2. So you have to write 4 comma 2. So this is 4 comma 2, 4 comma 3, 4 comma 2, and 4 comma 3. So 4 comma 3 is the next point. So once you put 4 comma 3, so you see that your doing a wrong thing. So why not 4 comma? So if it is 4 comma 2, so you're increasing 1 in x, so it is 5 comma 2, not 4 comma 3. So sometimes you may make mistake, so do undo and come back. This is 5 comma 2. So then this is 5 comma 2, that is, this is 6 comma 2, and this is 6 comma 3. So it should be 6 comma 3. So you should be very careful while you're working. And this is you increase 1 in x, so it is 7 comma 3, because in x you increase 1, so it is 7 comma 3. So you go like this, and then you have reduce 2 points over here, so 7 comma 1, because 7 is there in x, there is no change in x, there is a change in 2 units in y, so it is 7 comma 1 in 8 point. So 7 comma 1 in the 8 point and 0 close. So here you have to be very careful regarding the coordinate systems, and I'm sure you will do it, and you have done it. So now next we are ready to take the next coordinate system, which is a relative rectangular. The name suggests it is a rectangular coordinate system. That means it is a part of a rectangular system. So how it works? Now in the absolute system, all the points were taken with respect to the origin, right? So you are putting all the points 1 comma 1, 2 comma 2, 3 comma 3, and blah, blah, blah. So but here in the relative coordinate system, you are going to refer a point with respect to the last point that you have defined, right? So you can see illustration over here. This is the positive x, which called as plus x in the first quadrant, second quadrant, third quadrant. So all quadrants I've mentioned. So now if you are going to have a point, the first point is always an absolute because it does not have a previous point. But if you want to illustrate, if you want to get the next point over here, so now you can see there is called dx is equal to 4 and dy is equal to 0. That means delta x. How much change in x is happening from when you're moving from here to here? So you're moving 1, 2, 3, 4 slot. So you're moving 4 slot in x and 0 in y. So it's always put at dx is 4, dy is 5. So if you can mention that this point is 4 units from in x from the previous point and 0 unit in y in the previous point, your problem is solved. So let's do it and see how it works. So here one special character that will come over here. What is that? So line tool, the first point, let's say I go with 1 comma 1. Now there's a character called @. So you put the @ by shift and 2 button. So @. What @ does it basically shifts the coordinate origin from the 0 comma 0 to the last point. Now if you say I want to move 2 units in the x direction, so @ 2 unit in the x direction from the previous point and 0 in the y, so it will take from the previous point. So it is saying @ 2 comma 0. That means in x you are moving in 2 direction and 0 in y. Similarly you say @ 0 in x and 3 in y, it will move up. So now if you want to move in the left direction, you have to say delta x is negative. So here delta x is negative means @ minus 5 units in x and 0 in y. That is, it's a negative change, decrement. And then you can go for a C for close option. So this is how the relative coordinate system works. Let's do another example, line tool. So first point does not have a last point, so say 1 comma 1, and the next point comes like @. So you want to go in the y direction and x is 0, so you say 0 comma 5, so you go to the y direction. Now you want to move in the x direction in the positive direction, so @, let's say 4 units want to go and 0 in y, so you're here. So if you want to come down in the y direction, that is 4 units, so you say @ 0 in y and minus 4. So it's how it works. This is simple actually. So you have delta x and delta y. So let's see. So this is delta x and this is delta y. So let's do this problem and follow this small illustration over here. So let me erase this, erase and say all. So all are erased. So let's start it with this illustration, the line tool, pick a line tool, and the first point is 1 comma 1. So I say 1 comma 1, and because we don't need to have an @ over here, the next point is @ 4 comma 0. So @ 4 comma 0, write it down over here. And the next point is, let's say here the dx is 4 and the delta y is 0. And in the next point we have at the rate 0 comma 3, that is in 0 in x and 3 in y, right? And the next point you have, let's say you have minus 4 and 0, delta x is minus 4 and delta y is 0, so minus 4 comma 0. So you have this, and then you have the C for close. So this is how basically the relative coordinate system works. So you have delta x and delta y. So let's do an example over here. We have got a total 13 points. Now let's see how it works. So let's start with this. The first point is 3 comma 1. So line tool, first point is 3 comma 1, and the next point is from this you are going 1 2 3 4 in x and 0 in y. So you type it over here. Don't forget to type at the rate shift and 2. So you have got shift. How many points you have? What is the delta x? 1 2 3 and 4. Change in x is 4 and change in y is 0. So you say at the rate 4 comma 0. Here you go. Now okay, now just adjust it, and you're going with the y direction 1 unit positive. So you say at the rate 0 comma 1. Here you are, and then here you are going let's say 1 unit negative in the x direction and 0 in y. So delta x is minus 1, so minus 1 comma 0. Here you are, and then you are here going positive in x and positive in y, that is at the rate 1 in x and 1 y. Delta x is 1 and delta y is 1, and here the delta y is 2 and delta x is 0. So you have got 0 comma 2. Here the delta x is minus 1, delta x is minus 1 and delta y is 0. Here you are, and here the delta x is minus 1 and delta y is minus 1. So you can always have delta x is minus 1 and delta y is minus 1. So you can always put it a value like this. And here the delta x is minus 1 because you're going the minus direction, and delta y is positive. So you can have minus 1 comma 1. Okay. Now the delta x is minus 1 and delta y is here I have the delta y is 0. So I can put it as minus 1 comma 0. So here we are, and C for close. Now if you have closed it, so I have not created the entire thing. Now how I can come back? So you need to complete it. I did not do the complete one. Now it is a challenge for you. I have closed it. You have to complete the figure as it is shown over here. So you can take a screen capture, or you can sketch it. Keep the video on. You can sketch it, or I can make a quick sketch for you if you want. If you don't want to take this challenge, I can do it again, right? So if you did not follow, let me do it again and make it very fast. So line is the first point is 3 comma 1, and the next point is 1 2 3 4 4 comma 0. So let's first point is 3 comma 1 and the next point is 4 comma 0, right, and the next point is 0 comma 1, okay, at the rate 0 comma 1, right, and then we have minus 1 comma 0. Just I'm doing it fast because I have already explained how to do it, just for the people who want to repeat it again. Minus 1 comma 0, and then we have 1 comma 1 at the rate 1 comma 1. It is very quick to do, and this is 0 comma 2. Let's say I do it at the rate 0 comma 2, right, and then I have minus 1 comma 0 at the rate minus 1 comma 0. Now you have minus 1 comma minus 1, so we have at the rate minus 1 comma minus 1, right? So you'll enjoy it doing it again with me. So now you're going here, it is at the rate minus 1 comma 1 at the rate minus 1 comma 1. Now this is at the rate minus 1 comma 0 in the 10th point. So we have at the rate minus 1 comma 0. Don't close it, right? So then you have, if we are going down, it is at the rate 0 comma minus 2. Here you come, and then you are going in the 12th direction, that is minus 1 and plus 1. That means in y it is minus 1 and in x it is plus 1. So you have at the rate 1 comma minus 1. So here you are, and then you are going minus 1 in x at the rate minus 1 in x and 0 in y. Now you can close it. So here is a complete figure. So the person who has not taken the challenge can do it along with me here again. So So here I complete the the understanding of the absolute and the relative rectangular coordinate system. Now comes to the polar coordinate. It is very simple. Polar coordinate system is very simple, and I'm sure if you have understood the rectangular coordinate system, polar coordinate system will be as easy as anything. So friends, now let me talk about the polar coordinate system. Now for this I have to sketch something, so I draft a line over here to explain you what is the angle concept in AutoCAD. So give me only 1 minute and see how I do it. So let's say I put it at 0 is the angle, and okay, I copy this and let me do it like this, and put some angles over here. So okay, so this is the x-axis, and this is the positive y-axis. So you know it because I have repeated again and again about it. Which is the x positive direction, which is the y positive direction. So this angle is 90 degree, right? This angle is 180 degree. So we are moving anti-clockwise direction, right? And this is 270 degree. Okay. So you will be enjoying it once you are doing along with me. So so now how the polar concept starts. So in the polar concepts you are only given two things to draw as an input. One is a length and other is an angle. So now if you're drawing a line, let's say with the relative coordinate system, we are using it relative polar coordinate system. The first point is always absolute, so I say 1 comma 1. So now I want to draw a line of length of let's say 5 units, and the angle from the x-axis is 45 degrees. So how what I do, so I'll say at the rate, the length is 5 and shift and less than sign, and the angle is 45. So how it works. So now see, a line of length of 5 units with an angle of 45 degree with the positive direction of x is created, right? Now I want a line. Now the next point, I want a line of length of 3 units at an angle of 90 degree with the positive direction of x. So you find. Now I want to draw a line of length, let's say 5 units. Length is 5 units. Length cannot be negative, right? So length is 5 units at an angle of 180 degree with the x-axis. Now you can see the line direction has changed. So you can write a length as negative. Length is a quantity which is a magnitude, right? In the previous rectangular system we were doing negative because we are changing. We are seeing what are the change. If there is a decremental, we say negative. If there is an incremental, we say positive. Okay, so now I need a line of length, let's say at the rate. Length is 5 units, angle is let's say 270 degree, so the line will come down. So if I want to draw a line of 3 units, angle is 0 degree, the line will go right. So this is how the polar coordinate system is worked. Now let's take an example over here. So we'll draw this one and we will finish up with the polar coordinate system. So let's do this challenge. So we start with the first point, 1.5 comma 1.75. So line is 1, so it is 1.5 1.5 comma 1.75. So first point does not have the last point, so start. So the length is 1 unit and the angle is 90 degree, right? If you want to put this 2 point, go to the 2 point. So I say at the rate 1 angle 90 degree. Okay, good. Now the length is let's say 2 units and the angle is 0 degree, right? With the x-axis. So at the rate 2 angle 0 degree. Okay, okay, great, sure. Now the length is 2 units. Why 2 units? Because the length is 2 units over here. It's already marked. 3 and 4 is length and the angle is 30 degree. So you have at the rate 2 units, angle is let's say 30 degree. Okay, you got it, great. Length is 0.75, the angle is 0 degree. So from 4 to 5, the length is 0.75 and the angle is 0 degree. So you say at the rate 0.75 is the length and the angle is 0 degree. So here you are. Length is 1.25 and the angle is 270 degree with the x-axis. So at the rate, length is 1.25 and the angle is 270 degree with the x-axis. Here we go. Great. The length is 1 unit and the angle is 180 degree with the x-axis. Great. Length is 1 unit. Length is 1 unit. The angle is 180 degree. Here we are. Length is 0.5 units and the angle is 270 degree. At the rate 0.5 angle 270. It's so easy, no? Right. The length is 1 unit. Angle is its angle is 0 degree, not 180, right? At the rate 1 angle 0. Right, length is 1.25 units and the angle is 270 degree. 1.25 units and the angle is 270 degree. Okay, so now you're going to be a champion. Now this angle is how much we have to calculate. So this is 30 degree, this is 30 degree, and this is supposed to be 150 degree. You can have a pen, you can see alternate system, you can create a triangle over here, right angle triangle. So this is 30 degree, this is 90 degree over here, and this would be 150. So now 90, 30, 60, 90, and the total angle is 150 degree. So now you can have the length as, let's say, 2 units. So at the rate 2 units, the angle is 150 degree. So you can go like this and see what goes. So here what the mistake that we have done is, so we have to create this one. So let's put it here, and let me draw it from here again. So you can always pick the last point and say at the rate. So you can do it here at the 2. So the length is here 1 unit. So you can say 1 angle. So here you cannot do undo. If you do the undo after finishing the command, the entire drawing will be gone. So you say at the rate, the length is 1 unit. So length is 0.75 units and the angle is 180 degree. So at the rate you say 0.75 and the angle is 180. So here you are. Now you can say at the rate length is 2 and angle is 150 degree. And now you can go for a close command. Now if you do a close over here, so it will close it over here. So nothing to worry. So select it and erase it. Again, click a line tool, click on this point and say at the rate, the length is 2 units and angle is, let's say, 180 degree. So now let us do it in a one shot. We were now explaining. Again, to revise it, let us start it again. Line, first point is, let's say, 1.5 and I'm going quick now, 1.75. Then you have a 1 unit length at 90 degree. So you have at the rate, so you can put it at the rate 1 angle 90 degree. Okay, now you have 2 units at basically 0 degree. So you say at the rate 2 angle 0 degree. Now you have a length of 2 units at an angle of 30 degree. So you can have at the rate 2 angle 30 degree. Right, now you have 0.75 at an angle of 0 degree. So you can say at the rate 0.75 angle 0 degree. Now you have a 1.25 at an angle of 270 degree at the rate 1.25 at angle of 270 degree. Now you have an length of 1 unit at the rate of 180 degree at the rate 1 angle 180 degree. Now you have 0.5 at the rate angle is 270 degree at the rate 0.5 angle is 270 degree. Now you have a length of 1 unit at the rate angle is 180 degree. So you have, now it is a mistake here. So the angle, now you can do an undo because you're not out of the command. So it is at the rate 1 unit, angle is 0 degree. Now you come down, it is at the rate 1.25. So you have to put at the rate, very important, 1.25 angle is 270 degree, right? So now you take a screen capture from your phone or anywhere, you can always have it. The length is 2 units at the rate. Now you have to go in the left 1.75 you have to go over here, and so at the rate 0.75 angle is 180 degree. So okay, so something is missing. This double at the rate is there. At the rate 0.75 angle is 180 degree. And then you have now the angle is 150 degree at the rate 2 angle 150 degree, and then you can come to the point 1.5 comma 1.75. So you have the figure done. Press enter again to exit. So this is the method by which you can do the polar coordinate system. I think I will give you more challenges in the class. So the direct now come to the direct distance entry method. A lot of people today, also most of the professional I know, are using this very much, right? So let me tell you about how it is used, and then I'll be going about the erasing object and how they are used, and then I'll be taking the last tool, the circle tool today, how it is created, and finish it off today's course with units and type of units. Okay, so the direct distance method is very simple. Here you have you put a line tool and just type whatever, let's say 23. So at the direction in which you are putting your mouse is the direction in which the line will be created. So if you, let's say, if you leave your mouse over here and you say 5, so the 5 unit of the length will be created in this direction. So if you want to 3, the 3 units. So any it's very simple that you just put the direction of the mouse where you want to go and the length. This is the direct distance entry method by which so I have put it in my screen over here. Now you can see some examples over here. Let me go. So it says that position the cursor and then enter the distance. Position the cursor and distance. So this is something that a novice are basically use while they are using the line tool. So I have been discussing about the erasing option. So let's see, you can, from the modify tab, you have the erase. In the menu bar you have erase, command is erase, and the tool palette erase. So how the erase works, let me tell you. I'm doing the erase again. So let me draw something over here, and so you have the erase tool from modify. So here you have so if you select it, so you can go to the modify tool menu bar over here, and okay, so you have the you know the best way to do the erase is select it is by the command you can do. So you can see that in the home tab, so here is a modified panel in the home tab, and there's an erase tool, so you can select the erase tool and select it. But I prefer you to use the command panel, so go for erase, and you can click on the object to select it, click on the object to select it, and press enter. The other way is to by the window selection, so you can select it, you can put a window and select it. So now comes the topic of the window selection. Now there are various window selection methods that you can do. Some of them I have mentioned, like the crossing window selection method and the normal window selection method. So let's understand what is the difference between this, and then we will see how to work into it. So before going forward, we will be doing two things. One is the cancelling and undoing operation and the selection method. So how do we do the cancelling and undoing operation? So let's say if I have created anything, any line over here, so I can always go in the quick access toolbar and say undo. So I can do undo as much as I can, and then I can always go for a redo kind of thing. So there is an undo option and there's a redo option. So if you press U in the command, so you're in the command prompt, so you can do undo and you can do redo. So if you press redo over here, so you can redo it. So you can redo it, right? So now redo must immediately follow the undo command. Okay. So here, from here, you can do as much as redo you can do, and it is over. So here you have, now you can see that there are certain things that you can undo. You can come down and come to the last. There is a command history in the undo over here. So here you have the line undo, and then if you want to go to the redo, then also you can come to where you can redone it. So there are a lot of things that you can access in AutoCAD. Very interesting tools are there. Okay, so this is cancelling the if you want to cancel a command, so if you're a command, press escape, you can cancel it. So you can cancel it. Now comes the selection method. Now there are a lot of selection methods in AutoCAD, but the primary selection method is the window selection method. So what is this selection method? So selection method, when does it come? When you're using any modify tools, like erase is one of the modify tools. So let's do with the erase. So we have learned how to erase something. So E is the erase tool, and it talks about select object. Now we have got some objects, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here, one of the way of selecting object is click on the object, it will be selected, and press enter. So object is selected. The other way is by the window selection method. Now if you say erase, and if you create a window from the left to the right, so there is a blue color window, and it says that this is a normal window. So only those objects will be selected in this window which are completely inside. For example, in this case, the rectangle is completely inside and the rectangle is selected, right? Let's do it again. So erase. So if I select it, the rectangle is completely inside, it will be selected. So if I select it like this, it is completely inside, it will be selected. So go for U. So now go with the erase. Now if you have a crossing window from right to left, so here the green color window, so a part of it, if it touches the part of it, it will be selected. So you have this erase, so like this. Now let's say I have multiple lines over here, right? From the line tool I create some multiple lines. Now if I want to erase, so pick on the object, it will get erased. So now you have erased, you can use the crossing window, it will be erased. So there are a lot of things that you can do with the this is the some illustrations that you can see. Then is the lasso selection method, which is a very kind of ordinary selection. Normally people do it accidentally. So what is the lasso selection method? In the lasso selection method, you just drag the left mouse button and you can see a lasso selection. So apart from that, it is basically convenient. Somewhere people drag it and make it something you can have drag from the top to bottom or left to right. It will be a window selection, nothing is selected. So yeah, so drag the mouse, now it is selected, and drag it to the extent where the lasso is created. Okay, so we will be doing more of the selection method ahead, like crossing polygon, fence method, crossing window method, and there are other selection methods. Now let's come to the next very interesting tool, is the circle. Now what is a circle? So circle is basically a point, the locus of a point which moves in such a way that point is at a constant distance from a point called center, right? So it is a locus of a point. So you have seen circle in a civil drafting, or in a real world situation. There are circular buildings, circular manholes are there, right? Circle is depicted as circular columns are there, right? Any shape can be in a circular shape, as if it can basically satisfy the definition that all the points in that circle is having a constant distance from the center of the curve, right? So now how do you do a circle? How can you draw a circle? There are various ways by which you can draw a circle. So in AutoCAD there are certain ways, like circle, you can create a circle by 3 points, you can create a circle by center radius method, center diameter method, 2-point method, 3-point method, tangent radius, and tangent. So let's learn these tools quickly and see how. So I will be teaching you both from the command point of view and from the menu bar and the ribbon, right? Specifically from the ribbon. So there are the options of the circle are center radius. That means you first define the center and then define the radius, or the 2 points, or the center and diameter, 3-point, tangent radius, and tangent. So here you are. So first let me show you in the AutoCAD screen how the circle is invoked, right? So then we will be doing all the methods which is mentioned in the slides. So to invoke a circle, go to the home tab, and there's a draw panel over here. So you have center radius, center diameter, 2 points, 3 points, tangent radius, and tangent. So in the center radius method, once you click the center radius, it asks you specify center point of the circle. Now how do you specify? You've learned about absolute coordinate system, so you can give a point over here. Let's say center point is 3, 3. So here it is asking for a point. To define a point, you have to use the coordinate system. So you had 3 comma 3. So you can see that circle is the center of the circle is fixed in 3 comma 3. Now it is asking radius of the circle because you have used the method called center and radius. So now it is asking for the radius. Radius is what? Radius is the distance between the point at the circle to the center of the circle. Radius is a length. You need not have to put a coordinate over here. So you can give a radius, like you can say, okay, the radius is 4 units. So circle of 4 units with radius center at 3 comma 3 is created. Okay, so let's do another circle. So circle and center radius. So now we have the center at 5 comma 5 and the radius is, let's say, 3 units, right? So we have another circle with center 5 comma 5 and radius is 2 units. So you can have numerous circle at the same center point. So let's create some of the circles over here. So you have the circle command, and let's say I take 5 comma 5 as the center and the radius is 3 units. So circle command, center is 5 comma 5, radius is 5 units. Circle command, radius is 5 comma 5. So how I'm invoking the circle? Now once I have done it from here, so I say C for circle at the command, circle command. So it's asking for the center point. So you say 5 comma 5, right? And say the radius is, let's say, 6 units. Again, C for circle. So from the command prompt, so you can see C for circle and the center point of the circle is 5 comma 5 and the radius is 8 units. So you keep on creating a circle. C for circle. Now what are the other methods? So we will be doing both the command prompt as well as the ribbon center diameter. Now let's erase this and do it as center diameter. For the center diameter, it will ask you the center of the circle and the diameter of the circle. So center of the point is 5 comma 5. Now in this case, diameter is the twice value of the radius. So diameter, let's say, is 10 units. So you have, let's say, enter. So circle. Now what you do is you create a circle. Diameter, you pick it again, 5 comma 5, and then the diameter is 20, let's say. So here you are creating, right? So now let's see why it is having a different circle. Circle diameter, center point is 5 comma 5. So where it picks up, okay. So probably this center diameter is something different. Center is different. So here, so let's create it again. So go to the center diameter. The center point is 5 comma 5 and diameter is 10. Circle, so let's zoom it out. Circle center is, let's say, 5 comma 5 and the diameter is 5 units. So you can see the smaller circle created, right? Okay, let me, so undo, right? The circle, you can have the circle center diameter. So you have the center point 5 comma 5 and the diameter you can have it as 15. Then you can have a circle center diameter with the diameter of, let's say, center point at 5 comma 5 and diameter as 20. So this is how you create different circle with. So when you have the center point and the diameter of the circle, you can always use this center diameter option to create a circle. Now let us do it by the command prompt. So circle center point, it asks you for the center point, say 5 comma 5. Now when it's asking for the radius, click on the diameter and give the value of the diameter. So it is 20. So you create a circle with a diameter of 20. Okay, so this is the way you create a circle with center diameter. So here is the center and the radius, center and the diameter. Next is by 2 points. Now let's say you have a line 1 comma 1 and at the rate, let's say 5 comma or 0. So you want to create a circle between these 2 points. So circle 2 points, that means diametrically opposite. It should be like one it is over here. There's a line over here, there's a diameter and first point and second point. The circle will be created between these two. So I have these 2 points over here. The first point should be at this point, so the coordinate is 1 comma 1, and the second point is at a distance of 5 units from this point, so it says at the rate 5 comma 0. So you have the circle between these 2 points. Okay, Now let's say you have a line. Let's say you create a line from 1 comma 1, and the length is, let's say, 7 units, and angle is 45 degree. So you have this circle. You have to create a circle with 2 points. So 2 points, so you can click on this point and click on this point, so the circle is created on 2 points. So this is basically a very useful tool once you have to create a circle between 2 points of a line, right? Very useful tool in civil engineering. Now comes the 3-point option. Now obviously minimum 3 points are required to define a circle. Now to create a 3-point circle, now you have to have 3 points. Let's say 3 comma 1, 3 comma 3, 4 comma 2. These are the 3 points. So if you want to create the circle, so if you want to create a circle 2-point along with the command, so C for circle. So you have this 2P option. So first point, second point of the circle's diameter, click on it or give the coordinates of it. Okay. Now come up with the circle with the 3 points. Now follow this coordinates that I had written over here. First point is 3 comma 3. So it says specify first point 3 comma 3. Second point is, let's say, 3 comma 1. So you say 3 comma 1. So now the circle starts creating, and the last point is 4 comma 2. So now you have this circle with 3 points. Same thing you can do with the command prompt, C circle, and 3P is the option. So you can click on the 3P and you can always mention 3 points to create the circle. Now the next interesting tool here is the tangent radius. Okay, now the tangent radius tool is basically you require 2 lines as a tangent, and between those tangent lines you need to create the circle. Now let me create a tangent line, 2 lines of tangents in tangency. So suppose you have this line and there's another line, so you have this circle, so tangent radius. So now once you start clicking on the line, there is something called deferred tangency is there, right? Click on that, click on the other line as a tangent. So what is a tangent? Tangent is a line or a curve that touches the circle at a single point, right? Now it is asking for the radius. So because the tool is tangent radius, so you have to specify both the tangents and the radius of the circle which is going to fit in. Let's say if I want to have the radius as 3 units. So now you can see that circle is basically fit over here with the 2 lines as the deferred tangent. So if I extend these lines, so this will be tangent. Now let's create more circles. So I have a circle, and here is the tangent radius. So I put it over here, and let's say the tangent is 1 unit, radius is 1 unit. So smaller circle is created. Now let's do something with I have one circle, I have another circle. So with the C command, I create a circle. So C is the command. Pick point and do 2 circles, right? And here I use the tangent radius. So I want to have a circle which is tangent to these 2 circles and have a radius. So let's say I put a point over here, and the radius is, let's say, 3 units. So here also the tangency can be done. So this is how basically we can draw a circle with different tools. So if I want to do it with the command, let's say I have a line, another line, and I want to do it with the command. I did it with the tool in the home tab. So what I do is go with the C, and there's an option called tangent radius. Click on it and give it radius of it. Let's say 2 units radius. So you fit it over here. So it will basically find out a place where it wants to fit, right? So if you want to fit it in this side, so you have to put the deferred tangent somewhere here, like C for circle, tangent radius, you put it here, and whatever the unit you of radius that you give, right? Now here the 3 units is getting fit over here, right? So it depends upon where you click also, right? So let's say circle, tangent radius. So you have this tangent radius. So circle is there, and tangent radius. So you click here and give a value of the radius. Let's say 1 unit is the value, so it fits over here. So it's always good to experiment with different radiuses and see where it fits. Now the next very last option is tangent, 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 where you can create a circle which is tangent to 3 circles. So you have this 1 tangent, 2 tangent and 3 tangent. It will automatically fit over here. Similarly, if you have 3 lines over here, so it will fit you know over the 3 lines as a tangency. So if you have this, so let's see if it works. So this is 1, this is 2 and this is 3, so it fits over here. It's a very interesting tool. I think you have understood how to create circles by different methods. So a brief illustration of it, now you can see drawing circle tangent to 2 objects. So right, second tangent. So here we have a circle, we have a first tangent point. Here drawing a circle tangent to 2 objects. Again, this is a one object, and this circle is tangent to this. You have tangent at P1, tangent at P2. Drawing a circle tangent to 2 objects. There's a one object here, another object here. So it will find out the tangency. Again, the 3 tangent to 3 objects. So now we are at the end of the session today, and I'll give you some challenges like at the last. So you can click on the screen and you can do these challenges. I will later on give the solutions to it, and I'll send you more challenges at the end of the sessions. Okay, so now let's start up understanding about units command, which is the last of the session today. Units and plot settings. Okay, so units is something which is a very important part, which we already have set during the quick setup. But how do we do it in the AutoCAD? So you have the UN tool. So you can have the UN tool from here. You will command in the command panel. So drawing units dialog box opens, right? Or you can basically invoke this dialog box from the application menu. So you have this application menu here, and in the drawing utilities you can have this drawing units. So go down here, you have, and the drawing units dialog box. So as discussed in the previous session, you have got these drawing units. So if you take any of this, so let's say in the length you take a type of engineering, and you have got 8 decimal places through which you can set, or you can, if you're using a metric system, you can use a decimal depending upon what type of startup you have done. So let's say if I go with a millimeter, so the precision will be 0. And so if I go with an engineering, and I can have a precision of inches of 1 decimal places or 2 decimal places. This is the angle, which angles I want to select. So I can have a decimal degree or a gradients, I have already discussed. This is the precision of the angle. This is the insertion scale. So this is something very different. So if you have something from drawing from the outside in different units, and if you want to insert it, and if you want to have a conversion, you can always have the conversion, which conversion you want, whether units to scale inserted content is in inches or in millimeters. So we will do it in later sessions. I will be discussing about how the insertion scales matter. Okay, so lighting unit is something we take it as an international direction, as we have already done in the setup. So here as in the polar coordinate system, we were taking east as a base angle and x is 0 degree, or if you put north as the base angle, so it will be taken at 0 degree when you are doing a polar coordinate system. So this is the difference. And you set the unit, and the next we will be setting the limits, and the next session will be very interesting, and that's what I expect to be, because now this is the thing that you should learn. And this is something that measuring angles, which is x-axis. How do you measure the positive angle, what is the negative angle, counterclockwise. So if you look into the unit tool again, UN, so there is an option called, if you say clockwise will become positive. So you can see there's a change over here. So if you say anti-clockwise means 45 degree, if you say clockwise it is 315 degrees. Everything is there. So now come back to the PowerPoint. So here we have the angle format. So you can see that it is in north 60° east, so this is 60° north and east. So if you say 70 n 75w means 75° northwest bearing angle measured from north. So this is bearing angle measured from south, bearing angle measured from south. So this is how basically the angles for the survey units are measured. So positive angle 60° is something, this is the anti-clockwise, and this is the clockwise direction, negative and positive angle. Okay, the angle of measurement, again I said that this is the east is the 0°, 90°, 180°, and so if you, so this is a base angle, right? So this is something that I have already discussed. So example 5, you can take a picture and can do this as a challenge. I'll give you more challenges, but here in this session I would like you to do these challenges. Here in the example 6, you can do this challenge. You can create a small plan over here. The only thing is that you have to take feet inches into it consideration. All are in feet and inches, so you can draft it, right? So next session we will be talking about limits command, how limits command can be used and how it can be used to set up the session. And next is modifying AutoCAD settings using the options dialog box. So there is an option dialog box we have already discussed. So you have got file modification, display modification, open and save, system, user preference. So these are the modifications. So if you want to change something in the display, like say the crosshair size, or you want to change the color of the screen, right? So you can always change the color, uniform background, you can color of the screen to white. So you can research on various kind of tools over here. Open and save, there are certain things you can look into it, how many files can be opened, how the file can be saved, and there are other things, right? Temporary extension, automatic save between this is very important, right? So if you want to have an automatic save between 10 minutes, the backup will be ready, so you do not have to go for save. And then there are a lot of tools like selection methods are there, 3D modeling, there are a lot of things. So this is the entire settings that the AutoCAD applies into it. So at last we have the printing. So how do you print? We will be having a major session on printing, but very in the early basic printing. So you go for a, so if you have a drawing, let's say I have got a drawing, I open up a drawing and I go for print. So I have a print option, and here I go for a plot. So here quickly I select the name of the printer, so it is a Microsoft PDF, and go with the window option, what I want to create the window option, right? See the preview, and so this is can be seen over here, and later on there is something that portrait or whatever you want to see. So this is how it works. So friends, we are done with the session, and hope you have liked week 1 session, and you will be getting more challenges and to do, and I'm sure that you will learn at the best, and you will wait for the next session to come. Thank you, and meet you in the next sessions. Hello, welcome to the week 2 session for AutoCAD Essential for Civil Engineers. So this the topic for this session is sketching and editing 1. So hope you have worked with the session 1, that is the week 1, in which I think we have covered most of the concepts of how to start with AutoCAD and the graphical user interface of AutoCAD. We have also learned about various options to invoke commands, the tool palettes, workspaces, and the unit tools, how to set the units, how to draw a line using different coordinate system. So remember that we have learned about 2 types of coordinate system, that is the absolute coordinate system and the relative coordinate system. And in the relative coordinate system, we also have learned about the polar coordinate system and relative rectangular coordinate systems. Also, we have learned about different methods of how to draw circles, in fact. So we have covered almost a very basic start for AutoCAD in the session 1. And
also I'm sure that you have been able to do the challenges that have been given to you. So friends, sketching and editing. So let me talk about what sketching and editing means in a drafting. So when we draw something, like for example, draw a plan, an elevation, or sketch something, so we call it as sketching, like drawing a plan, elevation, or sections, or a layout. We call it as sketching. And then when we modify this, like for example, we want to make a line short, we want to erase something, we want to trim something, we want to extend a line, we want to mirror a line. So there are various tools in modification and editing in CAD that we will learn in this session. So editing tools are very, very important to learn along with the sketching tools to make you a pro CAD professional. So a professional has to understand about the various techniques to draw a plan, to draw a particular layout or a given sketch. So the speed is very important. So let's see what I'm going to cover in this session. So let me take down to the agenda. So in this session, after completion of this session, you will be able to create a rectangular geometry. So we will be learning about how to create rectangles with different kind of options, right? There are various options when you draw a rectangle, and the application of rectangle geometry in civil drafting, civil architecture drafting, how this application can be done. And next going to it, so we'll be learning about polygonal geometry. That means polygon means poly means many, gun means sides. So a geometry which is having more than three sides, three or more than three sides, is a polygonal geometry. So this is the sketching tool that we will learn. So in the previous session we have learned about line and circle. So here we will learn about rectangle and polygon. So apart from that, we will be learning the editing tools like moving an object, copying an object, how to rotate the object, right? Scale the drawing objects, chamfer and fillet drawing objects, use ortho and snap tools, and object snapping settings. So when we have the ortho and snap, these are tools which are very important while we are working. So chamfering means creating an edge to a corner. So that would be covered how the application of chamfering is done, and filleting is making a round in the corner. So these are very important important editing tools. So let us come to the jump start to today's session. The first object that we will learn today is a rectangle. So with the rectangle tool, what you can do with the rectangle tool, you can draw a square which are having all the four sides equal, or a rectangle with two sides equal sides. So rectangle is a basic geometry which is predominantly used for many of the application in a civil engineering or a drafting process. So it is a very common thing. So how do we do that? There are various ways of invoking the rectangle tool. So one of them is by ribbon. That is, from the ribbon you have the home tab and the draw panel, and then the rectangle tool is there. The toolbar, tool palettes, and on the command. So rectangle is the or REC command is the shortcut, or we call it as Alice. So let's come to the AutoCAD screen. Let me open a file. So I'm in AutoCAD default. So I open up a default AutoCAD, new AutoCAD file with Imperial setting right now, and I don't do any kind of modification like the units and other thing. So let's see how the rectangle tool is used. So here to draw a rectangle, so we come here. So you have this the menu bar at the top, the ribbon here, and the command over here. So to draw a rectangle, so in the ribbon you have the draw panel in the home tab. So there is a drop down over here. So click the drop down and the rectangle tool is there. Select the rectangle option from the drop down. So here you find a kind of help over here which says the create a rectangular polyline from specified rectangle parameters, length, width, rotation, and type of corners or fillet, chamfer, or square. So there are various ways of creating it. So let's see how we create it. So we click on the rectangle tool. So now let's read what it is asking. The AutoCAD is asking for what? The AutoCAD is saying specify first corner point of a rectangle. Right? So let's come to the figure again. Now let's see how it is. So here when we draw a rectangle, so it has two opposite corners that you have to mention. There are different ways of drawing a rectangle. So when we say first corner point of a rectangle, so let's specify first point in the absolute coordinate system. So we say 1, 1. So friends, here we have different options that we can take, apart from if you're not specifying the first point, so you can go along with some options over here which is written here. So let's come up with the corner points. The first method is two corner points, the left one, the lower left corner and the upper right corner. So the first corner point is 1, 1, press enter. So if you look into it, the rectangle starts creating from that corner point. So you have to mention another corner point, that's the upper right corner point, or the upper left corner point, or the corner point can be at the down at this quadrant. So depending upon where you click. So I'm not going to click. So I'm going to create a rectangle of which is the width, let's say in the x-axis is 5 units, and in the y-axis the breadth is, or the length is, let's say 6 units. So let's do it. So for that, what we need to say, so this corner point that over here is at a distance of this from this point. So we'll be using a relative rectangular coordinate system here. We'll say at the rate 5 in x and 6 in y. So here at the rate y, because we are taking 5 in x from the point 1, 1. So we say at the rate 5, 6. So here we go. So when we write at the rate 5, 6, a rectangle will be created. That means you mentioned this point, that is the 1, 1, and then you mention this point from here. We are using a relative rectangular coordinate system. So this point is at a distance of 5 units from this point, that is 1, 1 in x-axis, and 6 units from here. So let's select it and erase it, E. So we go to a rectangle tool again. So I say from the command I can go REC. I'm using the command prompt. So I say REC, it's asked for specify first corner of the point. Now let's take another point as 2, 2. Now here I want to, now you see that the rectangle starts from 2, 2. Now I say that I want to create a rectangle at this face, at this quadrant. So it is in the negative x and positive y. So again, I would say at the rate, let's say minus 5 in x and 7 in y. So what happens here? From this point, I'm creating a width of 5 units. I'm saying at the rate minus 5 in x and 7 in y. But the rectangle size is 5:7, 5 into 7. So it doesn't matter in which side you are creating, but it matters of what values you are giving in x and y. Now let's create another rectangle. Let's say at we take it at a distance of 5, 5 over here. Start point is 5, 5. So it starts from here. Now I say I want to create a rectangle. Say at the rate 10 units in x, that is the width is 10 units, and 5 units in y. So you have this rectangle. So with this value, first corner point and the opposite corner point. So in this method, you can basically create a rectangle using two corner points. The first corner point is this one, that's the lower left corner, and then the other corner point with respect to this. So I think you can create, let's create another one. Let's say we want to create a rectangle starting from 3, 3. Let's say 7, 7 is the start point, first corner point, and length is 10 units and width is 3 units. So how do I do? So let's say I take REC as the rectangle command, and let's say 7, 7 is the first corner point, and here I say rectangular at the rate 10 in x-axis and 3 in y-axis. So I have created over here. So you can see that again, I go for an undo command. So I click undo. So I can take the first corner from anywhere. Let's say I take it from 10, 10. So it is here. So it starts from here, and I want to create at the rate, let's say 10 in x-axis and 20 in y-axis. So the length is x-axis, the length is 10 units, and in the y it is 20 units. So let's erase that and quickly create 3 rectangles with this method again. So I say rectangle. So I now take it from the draw menu. Rectangle. So I can take a rectangle from the draw menu. So I say rectangle from the draw. So here we are. And first point is, let's say 1, 1. So I start and then say at the rate. I have a rectangle 10, 5. So here I go. So I have a rectangle 10, 5. So here. And from the same point, rectangle REC 1, 1, I have a rectangle, let's say 5, 3. So I will put at the rate over here, at the rate 5, 3. So there I have another rectangle with 5 units in X, that's the length, and width is 3 units. Similarly, I create a rectangle 1, 1, and again the other corner point. So I'm not taking the options over here. I'm just explaining you only one method right now, creating various sizes of rectangle. So I say at the rate, the other corner point is, let's say 10, 20. So you have got different types of rectangle which is created from this point. So I think you have understood this method. Now let's go to the another method. So you can invoke the tool from rectangle over here. Now the method is, there's the settings over here. These are the settings, not a method. So let's say if now here, if you create a rectangle, now see there's a chamfer, there's an elevation, there's a fillet, there's a thickness, there's a width. So we'll be understanding all the commands over here, the settings over here, how it works. Now let's say first I create a rectangle here. So let's say I click on any point in the screen at this moment and say at the rate 10, 5. So here the settings are default. So I am not taking any settings over here. Now if I create another rectangle, now with a chamfer, let's say now with a chamfer of, now the first chamfer distance of the rectangle is, let's say 1 unit. Now what will happen now? See, the second chamfer distance is 2 units. Now the moment you create, now if you click on the rectangle, now if you see at the rate, now you say at the rate 10, 20. Now you find that, you know, what is happening? You say first chamfer distance is 1 unit and the second is 2 units. So how it is happening? Let us take a dimension and see. It is only for reference, which is 1 and which is 2. So in the corner, there is a 2 unit chamfer, distance 2 you had given, and distance 1 is 1 unit. So what is happening is the first corner point you mentioned over here, so it goes in the anti-clockwise dimension, the direction. So 1 unit over here and then 2 units here. Now you can see, so first chamfer distance and second chamfer distance works like this. So it goes first chamfer distance, second chamfer distance, then first chamfer distance. So this is the first chamfer distance and this is the second chamfer distance in the corner. So the first chamfer distance is 1 and the second chamfer distance is 2. First chamfer distance is again 1. So you can go it like this. You can see that you can see first chamfer distance is 1 and 2. So let's understand it again. So let us keep the rectangle REC chamfer distance. The first chamfer distance is 5 and the second chamfer distance is 2. So I've made a bigger one. So I make an arbitrary rectangle and click it anyway. So now see, the first chamfer distance is 5. So this is the first chamfer distance, second chamfer distance is 2. First chamfer distance, second chamfer distance is 2. So it goes, you can basically imagine a rectangle with the corner point. The first chamfer distance is the y-axis. So this is, and second is this, and then it goes like this. So it creates the first chamfer here with 5 and 2 over here, and then 5 and then 2. So it goes in a counterclockwise direction here, like this. So now if you basically have a chamfer, now see, when you say REC, so here basically the chamfer is 5:2. So you can change it anytime, say click on the chamfer. So you can say 2 first and 2 second. So now if you create a rectangle, it will create a rectangle with chamfer 2 and 2. Again, if you are not clear with the first chamfer distance and the second, let us do it again. So rectangle. So first chamfer distance and second chamfer distance. So you have a chamfer. First chamfer distance is 1 and the second chamfer distance is 3. So if I create a rectangle, first corner point and the second corner point, now you can see that the first chamfer distance is 2 and the second chamfer distance is 3. So the vertical distance is 2 and the horizontal distance is 3. So from this point the chamfer cuts, and then first chamfer distance is 2 and second is 3. So it goes on consecutively, carries on like this. So hope you have understand this concept. So if you don't change the value, it will, what will happen if you say REC, and if you don't change the value, it will keep the default settings as the previous setting, right? So it is better that before jumping into any other setting, you should change it. So go to the rectangle, so go to chamfer and say 0 and 0, right? So now I have another option called fillet option. So what does fillet option do? So here it says that specify fillet radius. So you give a fillet radius of 5, and if you click on it, on create a rectangle, you see that. So I take a radius and see that the corners are filleted with 5 units of curve over here. So it is throughout. So again, so I say REC, or I can take the rectangle command from here and click it here and say fillet. So I say 3 units. So if I now create a rectangle by @5, 5 or 5, 10. So what will happen? Now you can see that rectangle fillet is not there because the fillet radius is too high. So what I do is I create a bigger rectangle. So click on it @30, 10. So now you can see the fillet radius is visible. So friends, filleting is something that if you take the fillet as the settings in rectangle, it will be there until and unless you change. So how do you change? Go to fillet option and put it as 0. So now you change the value. The next is basically the width. Width means the thickness of the line. That is basically which is created. So here we have the width is, line width is, let's say I keep it as, let's say 1 unit, or let's say 0.5. Now I create a rectangle. You can see a thick line which is created of the 0.5 units. So here you, until and unless you go for rectangle, you give a thickness, let's say. So not a thickness, I'm taking the width. Thickness is a different concept. So you take a width. So you take a bigger width too and click on a point, and you can create rectangle width is having a line width of whatever value is given. That's a 1 or 2 units. So now if you don't change, now what is the width is 2 units. Now if you want to change the width, if you don't change it, it will remain the default value. That's 3 units. So it will become more thick. That is the width of the line will be more thicker. So let's select it and erase it. Now let's come to the next option called let's say thickness. So thickness is something that if you click on the thickness and give the thickness as 10 and create a rectangle, so you will find now over here the width is already a value has been given. Now what happens now if you click on it, you cannot see. So if you click on the 3D figure in the view cube over here, click on this, now you will find that the thickness is 10 units. So let's carry it again. So let me come to the point. So here I go and 2D wireframe and select it. So let us create, first of all, reduce the width to 0. So you'll understand it better. So here the what is happening, the thickness is, let's say I give it as 10. So I create a rectangle here. So I do a rectangle and create a rectangle here. So again rectangle. So I gave a thickness value is 10. So I'm clicking a point at the rate, let's say 20, 20. So I created rectangle square in fact with a rectangle tool, and the thickness is 10. So what will happen if I create a 3D of it? So I find that this thickness is 10 units. So it is an entire polyline, not a 3D figure, it is a polyline. So thickness means the depth in the Z axis, right? So it is not visible from, so you can click on the 2D wireframe, it is not visible from the top. So if you want to change the thickness, now let's say I'm in a 3D, now I want to create rectangles with different thicknesses, REC. So I have a thickness, I create the thickness as 30 units. So click on the line and say @ 30, 30. So you have a cuboid over here. Now you can see that you can have a rectangle with different thickness. Now you have a rectangle. Now here you cannot see thickness is, let's say, 5 units. So you say at the rate, click on first corner point, at the rate, let's say 20, 20 in X and 30 in Y. So now you can find that again, this is a rectangle, 20 and 30, 20 width and 30 length, and height is, you can see that. So if you want to see the properties of this rectangle, select the rectangle, click right. In the properties, all the values will be given. So here there is a property of thickness. So you can change the thickness from here also. Let's say I want to change the thickness 5 units. So it will be changed. So I want to change the units to 20 units. It will be changed to 20 units. So here, one thing that I'm sure about, you have understood that the thickness is just a 3D representation to create depth in the rectangle. So that I can have a 3D representation of a rectangle. Now, coming back to it, now moving to the top view. Now let's come back to the another option in the rectangle. So we have the REC tool. So here the last option that we need to understand today is the elevation. There are various other way of creating rectangle. So now what the elevation do? Now let's say if I am creating a rectangle at the rate 20, 30, right? So let's say I start the REC, I started from 1, 1 and say at the rate 20, 30. So here what I do is, I will create a rectangle of 20, 30 at 1, 1. Now same if I say REC, but I'm having an elevation of, let's say, 5 units and start from 1, 1. And let's say same length, let's say 20 in X and 30 in Y. So another rectangle will be superimposed over the previous rectangle. But the only difference is, it is, if you look into it, the only difference is, now now what has happened that I have not changed the thickness. So what I do, go to the rectangle, change the thickness to 0. So now, so what will happen, the next whatever rectangle I do, or I can select all the rectangles, go to the properties that I have told about, and here the thickness you can make it at 0. Now what will happen if we make the thickness 0, you find that there are 2 rectangles that are created at the top of each other, and it is having a particular distance in the z-axis. So this is called the elevation. So let us create another rectangle. Go to the top view and say REC. First corner point is 1, 1, and then from here. Now let's keep the elevation, but don't forget that the elevation should be selected before doing the first point. So REC. So the elevation. So before taking the first corner point, change the elevation. Currently it is 5 units. So elevation, let's say, keep it as 10. So the first corner point is 1, 1, and then you have 10, 20. So now this is a smaller rectangle, now, but it is at a height of let's say 30 units, 20 units. So you can check what is the elevation from the properties. You can see what is the elevation. So get it down. So here you have the value, the elevation. Here it is 10 units. This elevation is at, so if you select, put escape, and if you select this elevation is 5 units, and this is at 0. So with this, you can have, now you can, if you do a bit of orbiting, you can see that if you move the view cube a bit, you can see that how it is done. So if you change the elevation, if you select it, you can change the elevation from here, make it 3 units, that will come down in the z-axis. So select it and write a value of 3 units. You can see that it has come down. Again, go to the top view. So elevation means creating a rectangle at a particular height from the 0 in the z-axis. Okay, so I hope you have understood it, but if you have not understood it, I will do it again. Now let's take some example. So I have a rectangle which I create at the rate 30, 30. Now let's see, we will take create 4 rectangles at a height of, let's say, 5 units, 10 units, 15 units, and 20 units. Let's see how it happens, one above the other. The first elevation is, let's say, 0, and the first corner point is 1, 1. So every rectangle will create from 1, 1. So the rectangle is at the rate, let's say I keep it for the safer side is 10, 10. Totally into the z-axis, 0 with the origin in the xy plane. Then we have a rectangle again. Now the elevation is, let's say, 5 units. It's 1, 1, and then at the rate 10, 10. So another rectangle is created. You will not feel it, but it is there. So elevation here, I take it as 10 units, and first corner point 1, 1, and say 10, 10. Another rectangle. So again rectangle, again 1, 1. Now change the elevation. Now it's very important. Don't forget. So press escape. Go for rectangle. Go for elevation. Change the elevation to 15 units, and you say first point is 1, 1, and at the rate 10, 10. So it happens to be there. For then rectangle, elevation 20, and here 1, 1 at the rate 10, 2. So what has happened? You have got 4 rectangles which is created one above the other at a interval of 5 units in the z-axis. So this is the use of elevation tool. So it is very useful in case of planar like survey data or planar where you have different terrains of in a contour situation you have. So we will see how we can use this in survey and other in later of our lectures. Now the next option, so let's put the elevation as 0 before we proceed. So now there are other options. Now once you specify the first corner point, there is 3 options that you can do. First option that you did is to specify other corner point. But if you don't want to specify another corner point, now let's suppose you know the area of the rectangle, right? And you want to create the area rectangle with the specified area. Then what you do, let's say the area of the rectangle is 300 square unit, right? So the area of the rectangle. So I know that area of the rectangle is 300 square unit. So let's say A over here. So if I can click on the A, because it is in blue, now you can see whatever is in blue, you can type it over here or click on them. So I say A over here and press enter. So it says tell me what is the area of the rectangle. So I say, let's say I take a 300 as the square unit, current unit, 300 square unit as the area of the rectangle. Okay, then fine. Now, if I create a rectangle, AutoCAD says if I create a rectangle of 300 square unit, I need 1 dimension. Can you give me that 1 dimension? So now say if I want to calculate rectangle dimension based on length or width, which one you are giving me, length or the width? So I say okay, fine. I'll give you the length. I say length as 10 units. Now you will calculate what is the width based on the area. So length into width is the area. So here other dimension of the width AutoCAD will calculate by dividing the area by the length. So if I say 10, so it will be 30 automatically. So if I say 10, so then what has happened? Now AutoCAD is showing you it has created a rectangle, right? Now length 10 and the width as 30 units automatically. Now let's do it again. So I have a rectangle, I click it here and I say area. Now I have gotten some absurd area. Let's say I have an area of 345 square meter, right? So now what I do is I say I want to select the width. I want to specify the width as, let's say, 10 meters. So now the length will be automatically calculated. So you can see that the width is the y-axis and the length is the x-axis. So here it says width is 10 meters. So automatically this would be 34.5. Let's measure it. So with the dimension tool, I'm sure that this would be somewhat around 34.5. So it is sure. So this is the area. So where do we use an area? Now let's say there is a case I have to create I have a land that is of the area of 500 square units and I know the width of it, that is the y-axis. So let's calculate the width. So let's take it an example. So the case study is 500 square unit width. 500 square, I have to create a rectangle of 500 square unit with width 10 units. So let us create it. So rectangle, I have to create the first corner point, right, is here. I take the area as the option, and here I take the area as 500 square meter, and here I say, so I'll take the length as, let's say, 45.5. so automatically it will calculate the width, right? So length is this x-axis, it will calculate the width, and it will directly give me the area of the rectangle, and based on what I had mentioned it over here. Okay, so now let me come back to the other option of creating a rectangle. So let me select it and erase it, go with the rectangle option, and I go with the first corner point. So what are the other options that I have is the dimension. Now dimension means directly specifying the length and width. So click on the dimension, and here the length is, let's say, is the x-axis width. The distance in the x-axis of the rectangle, and distance in the y-axis in the is the width. So in the x-axis, the length I want it as 50 units, and in the y-axis, the width I want is, that's the width I want is 20 units. So now I have a rectangle which is having a length of 50 units. That is the x-axis distance, and the y-axis distance is the 20 units. But now I've given two dimensions. Now which side I want to create, just I need to click on it. So it says specify as a corner point where you want to mention, right? So let's follow what AutoCAD is saying. So if I say rectangle, first corner point, and the other corner point, I go with the dimension. Now the specified length for the rectangles, that is written over here. Rectangle length is 20 units, let's say, and the width is, let's say, 40 units. Now the moment you specify it, a virtual rectangle will be created, but it says specify other corner point where you want to put it. So drag your mouse to the point where you want to create the rectangle and click it, that will be created. So now the last options over here is the rotation option. So here we have, let's say, the rotation option. So here it says that you can create a rectangle with a rotation angle. So let's say I have a rotation angle of 45 degree. Now I can basically, from here, I can take these options, area and dimension, and create a rectangle. That means you can use this option of creating rectangle if you want to create a rectangle at a particular angle or rotation. So hope you have understood this rectangle concept. So I can do it again. So rectangle, let it repeat it again. The first corner point is, we have it over here. So you have to change the rotation. Now rotation is, let's say I want to put it 0. So now let's say now rotation I want to put it as, it's a 30 degree. And now you can see that in 30 degree with the x-axis, a rectangle is now supposed to be created. And I can take an area or a dimension. So I can take a dimension of 30 units, and width, length is 30 units and 20 units. So a rectangle at an angle of 30 degree. So now click on the side that you want to create, it will be created. So you can draw rectangle by specifying two opposite corner point as you have studied. You can draw rectangle by specifying the area and one side. You can draw rectangle by specifying the dimension. So you can rotate it, you can create a chamfer setting, fillet setting, width setting, thickness and elevation. So now next we will be doing a regular polygon. Okay. So after learning the rectangle tool and various options, now we are going to learn about how to draw regular polygons. So regular polygons, as the name suggests, is the polygon with all the sides which are equal. So first of all, let me tell you what is a polygon and how it is an important geometry in terms of in drafting. So polygon is basically, as the name suggests, is a closed geometry which is having many sides. Many means a closed geometry is having minimum sides of 3. So a geometry which is having minimum 3 sides or more than 3 sides, closed geometry which is has more than 3 sides is polygon. So poly means many and gon means side. So here when it is a 3-sided polygon, or when we talk about regular polygon, means all the 3 sides are equal, which is a scalene triangle, we say it's a triangle actually. So it's a regular scalene triangle. So if it is a 4 sides of polygon, it is a square, 5 is a pentagon, 6 is an hexagon, 7 heptagon, and then 8 octagon, nonagon, decagon, and so on. So depending upon the number of sides, the polygons are having the name. So now in AutoCAD, you can draw polygons to represent a geometry in a plan. It can be a shape of a building, it can be a shape of any architectural elements, shape. So it can be, polygon can have different shapes, a triangular shape or a square shape. It can be a square column, it can be a square beam, or it can be a colonnade kind of thing. So a lot of geometries can come out of the polygon. So now let's see how the polygon can be created in AutoCAD. So we are using an imperial template over here, imperial option, and here we are in the AutoCAD drawing area. So now how to invoke the polygon tool? So to invoke the polygon tool, you have to go to the home tab and the draw panel is there, and here we are with the below the rectangle tool there is a polygon tool. So if you click on this in the polygon tool, so you find that the moment you click on it, you find that creates an equilateral closed polyline. So it talks about, that means equilateral means all the sides are equal. Polyline is a line which is a single line having many segments. So you can specify the different parameters of the polygon, including the number of sides. The difference between the inscribed and the circumscribed option is shown. Now what is an inscribed and circumscribed? Now what are the ways by which we can create a polygon? So let's come to the slide over here. So next is, a polygon can be created by 2 methods. First is a circle method and the other is the edge method. So in the circle method, we have 2 options: whether the polygon is inside circle or polygon is outside a circle. So when it is an inside a circle, when it's assumed to be inside a circle, a virtual circle, then it is called an inscribed polygon. So if it is outside a circle, it is called circumscribed polygon. So here this is the polygon which is inside a circle. Here is a polygon which is outside a circle. So when it is inside a circle, it is a inscribed polygon. When it is outside the circle, it is a circumscribed polygon. Now let's see how do we create these polygons using different tools. So here we have a rectangle, and rectangle below it is a polygon. So you click on it. So then there is an option which called enter number of sides. So the minimum number is, let's say if I 2, so it will not take 2. The minimum number is 3. So it says it can take a digit between 3 and 1024. 1024 sides of polygon can be there. So the minimum number of sides in a polygon will be 3 and the maximum number of sides would be 1024. Now let's see how it works. Now let's suppose if I want to create a triangle, so I say 3. The moment I give it, there is an option called center of polygon. So here basically it talks about the center of the polygon, means when you call it center of the circle. You don't have a circle, but it assumes that there is a circle over here, and the center of the polygon and the center of the circle is the same. So now let's say if I give a coordinate over here, like for example it is 4,4. I'm creating a triangle here, it is a octagon. So let's say I have center of the polygon is 4,4. Now what it says that when you give us 4,4, now it says that are you going to create the polygon inside a circle with center 4,4 or outside a circle, with 4,4? That means whether inscribed in a circle with center 4,4 or subscribed about a circle with center 4,4. So I say I want to create an inscribed polygon. So I say I, or I can basically just get my mouse and click over here, so it becomes inscribed. The moment I click on it, it goes, the polygon is supposed to be created, and it's showing the creation method, and the center of the polygon is the center of the circle that is not visible, but it is there, which is used to create the polygon. Now we will use the circle later on for the illustration. So the radius of the circle, let's say for this point of time, is 3 units. So a triangle is created inside invisible circle with center 4,4 with radius 3. Now for illustration, I'm erasing it. Let us create a circle with center 4,4 and radius 4. Right? Now let's take the circle as an reference to create the polygon. Then we will have a better understanding of it. So I go the shortcut for polygon command. So either you can go from this tool called draw panel, the draw panel, the polygon, or the command, the alias short command is POL. So you can go POL. So the polygon comes. So you enter number of sides. The center point is 4,4, and then you give a radius, and then you say it's an inscribed in the circle. So you say I, and then you write the radius as 4. Right? So now you can see that the triangle is basically created inside a circle with the radius 4,4 and center 4,4. Now let's take another example. We take another example called with sides. Let's say I will take a pentagon. I want to create a pentagon. So I say POL polygon. So now I'm taking the command as polygon, and I say I want to create 5 sides. So I come over here and say center 4,4, and I say I inscribed in the circle of radius 4. Now you can see that it is inscribed in a circle of radius 4. Right? So let's take another example for the inscribed option. Now I will be using the menu bar to create the polygon. So in the draw menu, you can go with the polygon command over here, and then here you can say, okay, you need number of sides, let's say 6, and you have the center point as 4,4, and here you go, and I for inscribed, and you say the radius is 4. Now you can see that the hexagon is created inside a circle of radius 4 with center 4,4. Center 4,4. Now this is the inscribed option. So let us do a similar. So I erase it, circumscribed option. So I go with the polygon. So here there is a toolbar. Now within in this class, I'm introducing this toolbar, which is a very old option to invoke tool. So I am closing this. Let us see how we can invoke the toolbar. To invoke the toolbar, in the command write dash toolbar. So the moment you write dash toolbar, it will say enter the name of the toolbar. So I want to get the draw toolbar here. So the moment I say the draw, it will say enter an option, show, hide, left, right, top, bottom. So I will say show. So the toolbar is there. So I just drag this toolbar. This is a very old option of doing tools in AutoCAD. I mean, from the days when it was in release 14 and then release 2000. I mean, nowadays people use it less, but it is a very handy tool. So here we have this polygon icon over here. So you can click the polygon icon, and we will be doing this circumscribed option. So let's say I go with heptagon. Let's 7 side. So it's a 7 side polygon. It's a regular polygon. All sides are equal. The center of polygon is 4,4, and here I go for circumscribed option, and the radius is 4. So now you can see that this heptagon, right? It's circumscribed over a circle of radius 4,4. So let's have the same heptagon inscribed inside the circle. So let's say I go to polygon, 7 side, center point is 4,4. Now with the same radius and same center point, you can see that when I am going for an inscribed option, we'll have a smaller polygon. So here we are. So now we have done with the option of creating polygon of different sides using the circle method. Now we will be going into a method where I know the edge. Let's say I have to create hexagon with side 3 units. So how do I do? So I don't know the circle, but I know that the edge is 3 units. All the edges are 3 units. So I go with polygon and I say I want to create a hexagon. Now I select an option called E. So then you have the first endpoint. Now you give that the first endpoint of the hexagon is let's say 1, 1 in my case, and then I click on it, and the next I have to give the next point to define the edge. So I say @3, 0. So with @3, 0 if I give, so this particular edge is created, which is 3 unit length, and then subsequently the other hexagons are created. Now let's take another example. So I have this, let's say erase it. I have this polygon and the point is, let's say 1, 1, and here I'd say 6, and here I take the edge. I will have a 3 units, but the edge is inclined at 30 degree to the x-axis at this moment. The first edge point is, let's say 1, 1, but the next point is, the length is 3 units, but it is inclined at an angle of 30 degree. So you find that, you know, a polygon, the first edge you create at an inclination of 30 degree, and the other edges are created subsequently. So this is how I use the polygon command to create geometries for a project. So in the next session we will be covering some interesting tools, right? And so we have covered this circle, and this is the edge. So drawing a polygon by specifying an edge. So you have this, the first edge point, the second edge point, you can try it like this. The first edge point is 2, 4, and the second is 2, 2.5, and then, or you can go with the @ or whatever it is, and then you can see that it is being created in the anti-clockwise direction. So the next we will be talking about polylines. After learning how to create a polygon, you will learn how to draw polylines. So we have learned about lines in the previous session. So by using the line tool, you can create individual line segment and draw geometries using individual line segment. But polyline is a very interesting geometry. So there are a lot of things that we can do with polyline. Poly means many, and line is, you know, that it is a segment joining 2 points. So this is a geometry which is a single entity, unlike a line. So let's see the difference between line and a polyline first. So when you draw a geometry using a line tool, so I say L, so it is something that you are creating by individual line segment. So you can see that these all are individual line segment. But unlike the line tool that you create a geometry, so if you create it with the help of a polyline, so the tool is over here in the home tab. So you see that once you create it, so it is basically, when you create, there is no difference between the shape of the geometry, but it is a single entity. So it has a lot of relevance in architecture and civil drafting. So there are a lot of things that can be drawn, like a site plan or a lot line or a parcel or a contour. It is very helpful in drawing contours. In fact, I use it personally to draw terrains, the contours or the tin or something. So there are various applications of polyline when we will be seeing that a closed entity where we can find out the area, or we want to basically draft a single entity of many lines. So then how do we create the polylines? Now, first thing that I want to teach you today, before going with the polyline, can I convert line into a polyline? The answer is yes. So let's say if I have a line, in fact, so I want to create it into a polyline. That means I want to create all the lines into a single entity. So what I do, I use a command called join. So join command will join all the vertex of the lines. These are the vertex areas where the connections are there, and create it into a single entity. So how do I do? So I come over here and I say join. Join is a tool. So then I select the source or multiple object to join at once. So I select it, keep on selecting the object, and then I convert these object into a polyline. Now this is a polyline. Now let's say, what is the situation where the join command will not work? Let's say if I have disconnected lines. So if there is a disconnect, so if I go for a join command, right? So let's see whether it will work or not. So it says that select object to join one find, so it will not join. So it should be connected from end to end. Now coming back to the polyline tool. So how do you invoke the tool? You can invoke this tool either from the ribbon, that is the home tab, the draw panel, and the polyline tool creates a 2D polyline. So why a 2D polyline? So here there are two types of polylines in CAD. One is a 2D polyline and the other is a 3D polyline. So what is the difference? The 2D polylines, you can only draft the geometry in X and Y axis. You cannot make it into a Z axis. So in the 3D polyline, you can have all the three coordinates X, Y, Z. So we'll be learning 3D polyline later. It has an immense application where we can use it in the civil drafting or an architectural drafting. So let us call it off now. So let's go with the 2D polyline. So when we create this, use this tool, it is a 2D polyline. So it says a 2D polyline is a connected sequence of segments that created as a single planar object. You can create straight lines, segments, arc segments, or combination of the two. Yes. Now let's see how to work into it. So polyline tool is invoked. So here it says that polyline, p-line, specify start point. Or you can write it over here with the command pl, the polyline command will start. Or you can go to the draw panel. So you can come here and down over here you have this polyline. Now you can see there's a 3D polyline also. So you can say invoke the same tool from the menu bar. And from the toolbar, the newly introduced that I have told you now, there is an icon over here of the polyline. You can click it. It is here. So now, so I will recommend the use of the tools using the command panel. So you go to the PL command and now let's start learning how to use the polyline. So it says start point. So like the line tool, we say 1, 1. So we start drawing a polyline. So just zooming out. So the first point is there. Now there are several options. So now keep on going with the next point. So I say @ 2, 0. So a line segment will be created. Then I say @ 0, 3. So another line segment is created. Then I say let's say -1, 0. And then I say go for a close command. So here I can see that a single object is created. So in the properties, what are the things that I can get more out of it? Let's check. So how do I get the properties? Select the polyline, closed polyline, go to properties, and you can see that what you are getting. You can get the area of the closed entity. Now this is something that is very interesting, which don't get in case of line. You can get the perimeter, the entire perimeter of this plot. So it can be a plot of a building, it can be a plot of a residence, it can be elevation of a building, it can be anything. But if you want to calculate the area of this closed entity, you should be making it a polyline. So now the benefit is that you can get the area of it and you can get the length of it, the perimeter. That means the sum of the length of all the sides. Now let's say if I have a polyline which is not closed. So I go for PL tool and let's say I create it randomly and see. So still it is giving you a particular area, right? So we will talk about how it works into it. But thing is that, so now if you go with let's say the polyline tool, let's go with the other options. Let's say I have the point, I click anywhere. For the start point I click anywhere, and for the next point I I don't go for any next point right now, so I will go for an option. So here the first option is an arc. So let's see, after creating certain points I'll go for an arc. So let's say at the rate, next point is at the rate 3, 0, and then I go with at the rate 0, 4. Now here I have an requirement to create an arc. So I haven't touched the arc tool, but let's do it here. So you click on the arc. So there are various options to create arc. So I will touch these options later on. I will teach you arc, then we can do it better. But for the time being, you can take any of the options. Let's say I take this second point option. So I click on a point over here, and then it talks about the other point. So I have created an arc with the 3 points. Now it will keep on creating an arc until and unless you change the mode to a line option. So to change the mode to a line option, so there are options: angle, center, close, direction, half width, line. So click on the line option. Now you are here at the line option. So you can do the line option over here and then see for close. So again, you can click on it and see the area and the length. So here it goes like the arc option. So we will do more of the arc option. So let's do it randomly, some of them. Like for example, if I go with the polyline option, right, and I click on the first point anywhere, let's say, and I go for an arc option. So here we have the angle of the arc. So let's say, to give you a brief explanation, the angle of the arc is the angle of the sector, the angle that the arc, the start and the end point, is making with the center of the arc. So here if I say angle is, let's say, 90 degree. So you have an arc. So now you can see that it is going anti-clockwise direction, right? So 90 degree. So it says specify endpoint of the arc, or hold control to switch direction, or center or radius. So it gives you more option to create, right? So you can basically now click, or you can click on anywhere to end the arc and start creating more arcs. But now you want to create a line. So you create a line, right? So now here you have this line option, and with this line option you can go and create more line options. And then you have this option called half width. So we will do about half width and length and width. 3 options we will do. So if you go with close, it will get closed. So because in the next sessions we will be doing the arc tool, so I'll be covering the arc option of the polyline when we will be doing the arc tool. So you will have a better understanding about it. So now going ahead, let's say I start with a point. Let's say again I'm taking a specific point, let's say 1, 1. Now half width is something that the thickness of the polyline. So remember, we have done in the rectangle, we have done option with the width. So here we have the half width. That means if we give a half width of 0.5, so let's say to invoke the half width, click on the half width. Now it will say starting point and ending point of the half width. So this is the starting vertex and this is the ending vertex. At the start of the polyline, let's say you give a half width of, let's say, 0.5, and at the 0.5, that means if you give a half width of 0.5, the total width of the polyline would be 1. And in the end, let's say if you give a half width of 1, so what will happen? That means at the start of the polyline, which is this, and end wherever you click, there will be a different width. So what would be the width? Half width is 0.5 in start and half width is 1 at the end. So the width would be 1 in the start and 2 in the end. So let's see how it works. So now see, so from the center the polyline evolves, and then you can see that, and now onwards a uniform width of 2 units will be created in the polyline, and press enter. Now this is the geometry that will be created. Now you can create an arrow out of it. Let's say how we create an arrow. So I have a polyline. Normally I use it to create arrows. So let the start point. So it is this point is the vertex. So what is the vertex I will talk about when we'll be doing a polyline modification tool, that is a p-edit tool. So here, So now in the half width, start half width is 0 and the end half width, let's say 0.5. That means the arrow thickness is 1 unit. 0.5 half width means 1 width. So let's say if I have an arrow and I am pushing it in a particular part, right? So this is, you're clicking it here, and then from here onwards the width will be taken as whatever there is in the end of the endpoint. So now it is, the width is 1 throughout, right? So you can have this kind of geometry, or wide geometry with polyline using the half width. And width is the same. So if you go with the width, you need not have to give the half width. It's just like radius and diameter of a circle, right? So if you do with the polyline and give a start point, and now you see that it is taking the default value of the last width that you had given. So here I am taking a width of, let's say, 0.5 units. Now the width is 0.5, half width would be 0.25, and the ending with it, let's say I'm taking a 0.5. That means with half width is 0.25. Now this is a uniform line that will be created. So in terms of in civil engineering, there are utility drawings like pipelines or a line utility cables are marked with the help of polyline and thickness. So let's say if I have to mark pipeline that is going in the site, so I can use a polyline with a width of let's say start point over here, and let's say now the width is 0.5, so I can mark it using the polyline tool and with the thickness. So that there can be different thickness given to different utilities, like one can be a stormwater pipe, one can be a hydraulic pipe, one can be a distribution pipe, one can be a electrical conduit. So all the pipelines majorly in the infrastructure or a utility drawings are shown with the help of polylines and with the thickness that I am showing. So there are many examples, so we can cover some of them in the practical assignments that we will do. Now the last thing, now we have a polyline start point. So here I go with the width 0 now. So here once I create this, so now you can see, so you have to give both of the width at 0, starting with 0 and ending with 0. So then only you can have the 0 width polyline. So now there is an option called length. So the length option is, let's say if I have a length of 5 units, so what is happening, line is drawn in the direction of the previous segment. So if I say length is 2 units, now you can see the previous means where the direction of the cursor is. Okay, so let's say if I have the direction of the cursor over here, I go with the length, right, and say a length is 3 unit. So I have the direction of the cursor over here, and I go for a length, and I say length is 2 units. So it goes. So now let's do some example, right, to make it more clarity what is the length is all about, because that's how we use it. So start point, the next point is this. Oh sorry, I have to take a polyline. So sometimes I be confused with the line polyline. So I have got the start point of the polyline, and here I have the length, right? So specify the length, let's say into 3 units, mark, so you can see, right, now it is coming back. So now you have this length, right? So now you can specify a length of, let's say, 1 unit. So it is going in the direction of the previous lines. Okay, so now here you are, so you have a length, let's say I have a length, let's say length of, let's say 2 units. So now you can see that the more precise you are, sometimes the direction will be taken, or sometimes the previous direction will be taken. Let's say I click it over here, right? I click it over here and I give a length of 2 units. So I can extend it into the direction of the previous line segment. So let's do something like this. I have a polyline, I create it. So I create a line over here, and I want to extend this to a length, let's say I want to of 3 units, and then I go here I want to extend the length to, let's say, 2 units more, and this is how I work, right? If I want to draw a length, so I will use a @ tool over here. Let's say I want the @3, 0, so I can use the conventional coordinate system to draw the polyline. Okay, so this is how I work. And then if you are mistaken in some time, so you can use an undo command to go to the previous vertex. Now let me give you a brief anatomy of what the polyline is. So the polyline is basically closed geometry consisting of many lines, which is a single entity object. So if you select it, and these points are called, so once you finish it, these points are called vertex. So you can always pull a vertex. So we'll be talking about vertex, how you can pull it, stretch it, and make it another geometry. So these vertex are created only in polylines. Okay, so coming back to it, polyline, and the last thing is that is the close option. So it closes the geometry from where the last point is marked. I think we have done a lot about polyline, and we will do some applications later on. In the assignments also, we will give you some assignments. So if you want to do an assignment, let's do it fast. Let's create an section over here, L section with a polyline, and we will find out the area. So I start with polyline. Let's say start point is 1, 1. It starts from here, and let's say the L section, the base is, let's say, 5 units, so 5 angle 0, and then I have @0, 1, and then I have @-4, 0, and then @0, 5, @-1, 0, and then I can go for a close command. Now see, I've created this L. It means that here it is a single object. I can find out the area and the length of the L section, right? So you can do it. Similarly, you can create some circular entities over here. Let's say I created a polyline, then arc. So @0, 3, and here I go for an arc. So here for the arc, I will select, let's say, an angle option. The included angle, I will say 90 degree, and so here I go, and so I give an include an angle of 90 degree and say let's say 0, -3, so, and press enter. So you can have a D section over here like this, right? Or you can create a inverted D. So you can create another polyline @0, 5, right? And then you can create an A for arc. So you can go, so please undo. You can go for A for arc, and then you can just drag the arc to a point, and from here you can go for a line tool, and you say @0, -3, and C for close. So this is how you can draw some quick geometries with arc and lines. We'll do some interesting. I'm not going more in the arc tool because I would teach you arc later on, and we'll be using the arc tool in the polyline in a better way. Okay, so this is where we end the polyline command, and so we have this width, half width, length, undo, close, direction, half width, right? So these are all the options for radius, second point. So these are the options for the arc, radius, and second point, and the width on half width we did. So regarding the arc options, we will do in the when we will cover the arc tool. Now the next options that we will learn is the modification options. So we'll be doing moving objects, we'll be doing copying objects, we'll be doing offsetting objects, rotating objects, and scaling object, along with fillet and chamfering. Yes, here we come. After learning how to create a polyline, now we will be doing some modification tools, like the moving objects and the copying objects and so on. So there are a lot of modification tools are there in AutoCAD. So let's switch to first modification tool, that is oftenly used. We use it many a times, which is a moved sketch object. So here we can basically invoke this from the home tab, that is the modified panel. We can have the move tool. Now you can see the icon of the move tool is with this arrow mark. So this is the conventional symbol for the move tool. So command is M or move, or you can, from the toolbar also, you can basically select the move tool. Now here you can see that there is something called illustration of a move object. So here we have a simple geometry, which is before movement it is there. So when we select, so to move an object, we have to pick it from a point. So that point from where you pick the object to move is called the base point. So we have to first, what AutoCAD will ask you to select a base point, pick a base point. So we can pick any of the corner point as a base point, or a center can be a base point, or any reference can be a base point from where you have picking the object and moving to a location where you want. For example, this is a base point where the object is selected, the entire object is selected, and then from here we pick that object and move it to this point, which is the second point of displacement. Let's do it in the AutoCAD application. So now let's say I have a object, let's say sketch it for your reference. So let me sketch it by the coordinate system, right? Because that you understand better. So let's say I have a line object. I started from 1, 1, and let's say I take at the rate 3, 0, and at the rate 0, 3, and then I take the at the rate next point as at the rate -3, 0, and then we have enter, and then we close it. Now this is a closed geometry, which is the first point is the 1, 1. Now let's say I want to move this particular geometry from 1, 1 from this point at a distance of 5 units from this point in the x-axis and 0 in the y. So what I do, so I invoke the move tool from the modified panel. So here is the modified panel, and here is the move tool. So you can identify the arrows. Here it is. So you can click on it and you can see. So here is a move tool. So if you click move, the command is activated. It talks about select object. So here, because these are all individual lines, you can take a window selection and select the object. So you can press enter at this moment. Now it talks about after you press enter, it will ask you, one of the option is the base point. So as I told you, a base point is the point from where you pick up the object. And in this case, once you get, there is an object snap that is snapping is over there. So we will learn about object snapping, but you can just click on the point in the object snap and you can click the base point. But here for the reference, we have the point as 1, 1. So you can always mention it by the absolute coordinate system. So the base point is 1, 1, and I want to move. Now, the moment you click on it, you can see that, this object has started moving. Now it will ask you specify second point of displacement where you want to move. You can either click on it. So let's say I put the ortho off. We'll see what is ortho and off. So you can click, randomly click and move the object, or you can give the coordinate systems from here. So I say that I want to move this object with the base point of 1, 1 at the rate from that particular point. I want to move 5 in the direction of x and 0 in the direction of y. The object is moved, at a distance of 5 units from the base point you selected in the x-axis and 0 in y. Further, you want to move it back there from where you have taken it. So you can click on it and you can say, okay, now select object you set, and the base point is 1, 1, and you can take back there. So you say at the rate, second point of displacement. So you can always see that at -5, 0. So it comes back to the original point. So this is how you can move. So if you want to move it up in the y-axis, so you can say move, you can say base point. So you can either click it by the object snapping, because you haven't learned yet. I would suggest right now not to click on this. just put 1, 1 because you know the coordinate of the base point. So you click on it and you say, okay, you want to move in the y direction. So you in this direction, say 5 units in the y direction, 0 in x. So you get 0, 5. So you move it in the y direction. Similarly, you want to move it in the negative x direction. So select the object with the window selection method. So you can say 1, 1, and you can go at the rate one time minus 5, 0. So this is how you basically move an object with a displacement method. That means first point is the base point, second point is the point where you want to move it, right? And then here it comes in another tool. So if you click on this move tool, so you find something called displacement option. Now here it is very interesting. Displacement is displacement from the point that you have created. For example, this is a point. So if I say now, let's say D for displacement I want to use, and I say displacement is 1, 1. So you can see that it has just moved from its original location in the direction of x-axis in 1, in the direction of y-axis 1. So if I say move, and I want to simply do a displacement of 5 units in x and 0 in y, so I say displacement. So here I go for 5, 0. So simply it will move 5 units, displaced 5 units from the initial location to, there is no base point, so it is just displacing 5 units in x and 0 in y. Similarly, you want to displace it in the y direction, so you say displacement, and you need not have to take any base point. So you say you want to move 0 in x and 5 in y, so it is moving. So it is a displacement option. So it is very easy. Suppose you know that you have to move in a particular direction, just give the displacement option what in x and what in y. So here I think I have covered the how to move. So if you want to randomly move, or you want to select any of the base point by snapping, so you can click it and put it somewhere here. Let's say if you want to, there is a rectangle over here. So we do random movement like in normal drafting, speed drafting. We select an object, select a point, and just put it there, here. So these are certain random tools. So if you want to move it and move it here. So here you need not have to specify the points where you want to move it. I mean by the coordinates, just randomly you can move it and place it anywhere you want to. So I select it again. So I'm showing you what is a quick drafting method. So here we take the help of the snapping tools, right? So object snapping tools. So here I go and then I click here. So let's say I select this object itself with the window selection method. I click it and move it here, right? So this is how we can do some random movement of the objects we select. And then I have talked about the selection method, right? There is a window selection method. There is a crossing selection method. So you know, let me again revise again. So when you select an object with the crossing selection method, if it touches the object partially, also the object is selected. But in case of window selection, if it touches partially, it will not be selected. It has to be fully inside the box. So here it comes. So I'm moving it and just putting above this at this point. So I hope I have been able to explain you regarding the move tool. So with the move tool, in fact, there is another tool which is a copy tool. That's a very interesting tool, and we use it for drafting very frequently. So again, just to brief you before going to the copy tool, let's talk about the command. So M is the command. So M is the alias or the shortcut for move tool. Select the object, move it, and can move it anywhere, or you can take it from the modify menu. Here you have, and here is the move. Similarly, you can do a move from the modify menu or from the toolbar. Now you cannot finding this is a draw toolbar. So I said that you want to invoke the toolbar, dash toolbar, write it over here, and you write modify. So you get the modify toolbar. Press enter again because it shows show as show. So the modify toolbar is there. So you can place this modify toolbar. So these toolbars are not mostly used right now because it's an older UI for AutoCAD. Generally, we use it by the commands or by the ribbons. So, okay. So now here we have the move tool. and here we can move. Now you can see that below with the move tool, there's a copy tool over here. Here we have the copy tool over here. Now you can see there are copy tool over here. So then we have the copy tool here also. So with move, there is a copy tool over here. So what is a copy tool? Is basically replicating the object, right? Copying an object here. So once we have, let's say you have a copy for, you can take the copy tool from here, from the modify also, or from the modify menu, or you can go it from the right. So from the modify menu, you can take the copy tool, or from the modify panel, you can take the copy tool. So I take a copy tool. Similarly, select object, right? And then you have the base point, displacement, and everything. Let's see that in the presentation how the copy tool works. So copying selected object, as I mentioned. So here you have the base point, and then you can copy the object where you want to go. So here we have different options. You can create multiple copy, create a single copy, create an array of selected objects. So here you have a rectangle that we have created. So I go with the copy, select the object. Now I can take I don't know the coordinates of this point, so I can take the base point randomly if my object snap is on. So I have to make sure that my object snap is on. I'll tell you how the object snap will be on in the next session. So here we have. So let's take the base point over here. So here, then we have the second point. So if I want to copy it in the x-axis 10 units from here, so I can say at the rate, let's say 10, 0. So here we are. So here another copy. So you can see that you never have to invoke the multiple tool. You want to copy it at the top of it. So you can say at the rate 0, let's say 5 units. So if you want to copy in the negative in the x direction, so you can say, okay, at the rate 0, minus 5, 0. So this is how you are copying an object randomly and doing a multiple copy. So in AutoCAD 2019, a tool called Array has been introduced, or it was there in the previous version also. So now what does it do? Let's suppose I create a rectangle. Let's say first of all with 1, 1, because let's precise the base point, and let's say 10, 20 is the rectangle. It's a bigger one, bigger size rectangle. I'm going to copy this, right? It can be column, or it can be a wall section. It can be anything in the geometry. So we'll be doing the application part later on once we finish up with the command. So I will teach you some of the application in civil engineering, like a plan elevation or drafting some civil engineering components like foundations and other things. So we'll do it later on. But first of all, we need to learn the commands. It's very, very important to understand each and everything inside a command that AutoCAD has, so that we are able to use it in the application later on, right? So let's come with the copy tool. So once we have this copy tool, so you can take these points also. You can click it. There are a lot of object snapping point over here, but let's not worry about it right now. Let's say I can put it here like 1, 1, because I know the base point is 1, 1. Now here we have this first point of displacement, same thing, like let's say if I have this, if I say first point of displacement, so what will happen, it will create a copy at a particular distance as it is from the origin. Let's say this point is at a distance of 1, 1 from here. Similarly, this point will be at a distance from 1, 1 from the previous point. So if I say that, the first point of displacement means if I use the copy option and let's say I take a displacement, over here I go for the copy option, and I click on it, and base point I click over here. And if I use the first point of displacement, that means to use the first point of displacement, you need to press enter. So you can see that the copy will be there at a distance at which this point is from the origin. So this point has a particular distance. The same distance will be maintained over here. Similarly, when I copy this object, it will be copied at a distance it is at from the origin. That means from the x and the y, same distance it will be copied. So this is the first point of displacement. The object to be copied is this, and I do copy it, and base point I click over here. So the distance that it is having from the origin will be will be analyzed by AutoCAD, and then same distance will be used as copying the object, right? using the first point of displacement. So it has been used a lot of time in some application. We can use it sometime, right? So let's not worry about it at this moment. So let's come to the rectangle. I create another rectangle 1, 1 and at the rate, let's say 10, 5. So I have this rectangle. Now let's do another options here. So what is another option? So I go to the copy option, right? So I can take the copy option from the toolbar, select the object. Now, so we have got two modes. The mode is single and multiple. Means you can basically copy it single time, make it multiple. So select an object, change the mode, make it multiple. So you are now into a multiple. So there are two modes of creating a copy command, one is single and one is the multiple. Now coming back to copy, now there is an option called displacement option. So say displacement option is, so it will move at a distance, like from this point, whatever you. So you want to copy at a distance of 3 unit in X and 0 in Y from the object. So it will be copied like this. It is same as in move object, right? So it is 3 in X and 0 in Y. So let's undo it. So I want to have 3 in X and 3 in Y. So I copy it and I go for a displacement option. So I say 3 in X and 3 in Y. So you can see that, it's 3 from this object is displaced 3 units in X and 3 units in Y. So this is a displacement option. And the most interesting part right now comes here. So let's have a rectangle, let's say for, I created 1, 1 at the rate 2, 2. So I want to copy it and use an array tool over here. So array is a multiple copy that is happening in a particular fashion, right? So it's very interesting to see. So let's, for illustration, we will be doing certain things, but let's do not worry about it. So we go with the copy command. So I go here, copy, and I take a base point, and here we have an array option. Now, what array is? Now, number of items to copy means that you need to have the number of items that you want to copy, because in the previous there was no option of entering the number of copies. So here you can have the number of items. Let's say I want 5, right? Now it says that, okay, now give the second point of displacement and it will be uniformly copied in that particular fashion. So you can see that wherever I put the second point of displacement, it is uniformly getting copied. Let's say I say at the rate, the second point of displacement here is at the rate 3, 0. So now you can see that this object is copied at 3, 0 and uniformly it is copied, and the number of item is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say I want to have 6 items. So let's again go for a copy option, and let's say I go for a base point here and array, and let's say number of items is, let's say not 6, I'll take a bigger number, and the second point of displacement is 3, 0. So I have a distance of 1 unit. So now in the y-axis I want to go, so I say I again go for an array option. I have to take an option again, array, and let's say I need 10 items here. So I say at the rate 0, 3 is the distance, and here I go. So this is the beautiful tool that we can use for arraying object, copying object in a particular direction, right? So let's see the illustration that we have. So here we have this one. So array, so this is a base point and the cursor location goes, right? Let me take you to the last option of the array tool itself. So let me undo it. U is for undo. So let's say I have a line which I draw it from 1, 1, and let's say it is 20, 0. So I know the length of this line is 20 units from here, and the rectangle is situated at the start point of the line. Now, so I go for a copy option. Now, what I'm doing, see, watch me very closely. So I am having a base point over here. I am having an array, and I say that I need, let's say 7 items, right? And I am using a fit option, and I'm fitting it at this particular point, right? So from this start point, I'm fitting that the last array item should come till this point. So I'm not giving any distance over here. So I'm fitting it in the line. Similarly, if I have a line which is in the y-axis, let's say 20 units, 0, So I'm putting it in the x-axis. So let me put it from here. So at the rate 0, 20, right? So if I am copying it and I'm going for an array, so now see what happens. Put the array option and the number of items you keep it as 8, right? And you fit it here, right? So go for a fit option. Now you will see that the objects will be fit away. And let's say if you have a line at the rate, let's say if you create another line to get a reference of it, 20 angle 45. Now you can see that you go with the copy option and here you go and say the base point, go for an array and number of item is 6 and let's say you want to fit it in this line, so it fits like this. Beautiful arrangement. Then you can delete these lines when these lines are reference lines are not required. You can delete this, so the objects will be created in regular fashion like this. Hope you have found it interesting. We will be doing an array tool later on, but this is a very beautiful option that I like the most in the AutoCAD copy tool, right? Now comes the another option called offset option, because this is something that I use a lot of time while drafting civil drawing or a layout or a site layout or an architectural plan, right? So I use offset regularly to teach you how to create use offset tools. So offset means creating. Now you can see that there is a circle and there are concentric circles over here. So you're offsetting the circles inside and outside. There's a line you're offsetting, there's an arc you're offsetting, right? So there is another line offsetting. So there are a series of objects that you are offsetting. So let's see how the offset tool works, and we will be using this frequently in advance. Frequently means most of the time we'll be using it, while we are doing civil engineering drawing. So you learn it means to create a lot of good things, right? And in this journey of auto class for civil drafting, you'll learn a lot of things. Okay. So now let me erase this object and take you to the offset tool. So let's say I create a circle. Don't worry about the radius. So how do you create a circle? You remember? So you take a C command. You can create a circle, create a rectangle, create a line, right? Create a polyline, create all the objects that you have learned right now. Okay, you can create later on you can create an ellipse or whatever it is. Let's now see what offset is. So to take the offset tool from the AutoCAD, to invoke it, so we have different options. So one of the option is from we go at the modify menu over here. So you can find this offset tool over here. So click on the offset tool and it will prompt you to specify the offset distance, and the command will be invoked. Apart from that, in the toolbar also you can take the offset tool from this symbol. You can click on the symbol, the offset tool will be displayed. And similarly, from the draw menu, you can have the offset tool, and the offset tool will be, selected. Not the draw menu. In fact, you have to go to the modify menu. So in the modify menu, you can see the offset tool, and it will be invoked. So and in the command, you can type O for the offset, and the offset tool will be invoked. So now I use the command prompt. So it talks about the offset distance. Now offset distance is the distance in which it will be offsetted. Let's take an offset distance of 0.5, let's say, and select this line. So if I click on this line and click on a point in the left or right, an object will be offsetted. Now you can see an object will be offsetted. Select this object and the object will be offsetting. The line is offsetting at this moment. So you can create multiple lines. So at any moment of time, if you want to change the distance, press enter, invoke the offset tool once again, and create the distance, the 3 units, and then you can have the distance changed. So you cannot change in between, in fact. So you have to exit from the tool and press escape to exit the tool, and then you can invoke the command. I'm invoking it from the toolbar. in fact. So invoking it from here, so you have this distance. So I have a distance of let's say 5 units, and I want to select this object and I want to offset it at this point. So here it has a tremendous application in civil engineering drafting or civil drafting or an architectural drafting that we'll be doing again. Now let's see how the circle behaves in the offsetting option. So O is the tool that you can type in the command prompt, and here we have now offset distance is, let's say I take it as 2 units. So select the object, you can create the circle outside, or select the object, create the circle inside. You can keep on creating till the time it gets created, right? So you have got all the concentric circle. So at any moment of time, press O. If you want to change the distance, let's say you want to have a 1 unit offset, you can always, now you can select the object. So it is very random. You will not, if you're selecting different objects, you can do it at a go. So you need not have to go with the command, but change the command. But if you are going to change the distance, then I would it is required that you have to exit, like E for exit here, the tool, and then go offset again, and then change the distance, let's say to 2 units, and do it again, right? So this is how the offset tools work. So I go with an undo. So I have in the first session I've talked about undoing it. So I undo all the offsets and bring it to the normal position, right? Now let's take another options in offset. So there's a through option. Through means wherever you want. So let's say I go for through and select the object. They hover my mouse anywhere, it will be through. The offset can be done anywhere I want. So click on the object, click where you want to do the offset, so it will be done. Here we are, the polyline, so it can be through. Now there is another interesting option over here, so you can go the undo way, and right, because one tool has been used, command has been used once. So another thing is that once you go with the offset is the erase option and the layer option. So probably the layer option we may not go with right now, because we haven't learned the layer. So if when we'll be doing a layer option, we'll be talking about but here it is basically in the layer option for the current layer or the source layer. We'll be talking about the matching it, so let's not worry about it right now in which layer it will go, right, because we haven't yet learned about it. So let's take this option as it is. So layer is basically if you want to put the object into a different layer after offsetting, you can use the layer option. But now here we will be learning about the erase option. So in the erase option, what is happening is once you can see that it says erase source object after offsetting. That means the source object is the object that you select. So if you say yes, what will happen? The moment you have, let's say I'm taking the through option, you are offsetting the object, the source object will be erased. It is very helpful when you are enlarging an object or reducing the object and removing the source object. So here it is, right? It is using as a move tool in the line one. It is using as a scaled option in case of a circle, scale option in terms of in a rectangle or a polygon, and the scale again it is reducing. So it can be used as a very helpful tool sometimes in the drawing application when you have an erase option. So then now when you offset it, now you need to change the settings. So you go for erase, say no. Okay, so let's say go to through, and here we go and finish the offset tool. So there are a lot of system variables that we can discuss about offset, but let's not put it at this moment of time. So let's go with the illustration first. If we have missed something, so we can take it down here itself and moving to the next command, which is the fillet option, scaling option. Then we will go for scale and rotate option, right? So here we have, so you have the erase option, you have the layer option, you have the through option, and you have the distance option. Now rotating an object. Now let me take it down like this. So let us create an object first to rotate. So I'm creating an let's say a E section, at the rate, let's say 3 comma 0, at the rate 0 comma 1. Not an E, I'll create an L right now because E will take time. At the rate, let's say minus 2 comma 0, I will take at the rate 0 comma 3, at the rate minus 1 comma 0, and C for close. Now let's take this object, understand the rotate command. Now for the rotate, you can see again, you have to find it out from the icons over here. So there's a rotate icon and it's a rotate around a base point. So you have the rotate around a base point, and here we in the modify, not raw tool. So you have this in the modify menu, it's a rotate. Now here what is happening is we are rotating an object in a single point. So in AutoCAD, the rotate tool is a 2D rotate tool. We have a 3D rotate tool also, which you are selecting a point like this and rotating at an angle. Anti-clockwise is positive. Definitely that's a default convention. You can make clockwise positive also when you set up in the unit. So need not worry about it, but by default the anti-clockwise is positive. So now let's take an example here, right? So we have two examples by reference and by rotation of object with an angle. So there are different illustration over here at an angle of 50 degree, at an angle of minus 50, and you can see a lot of illustrations are there. So let's take this L as one of the illustration that we can learn to use rotate. So RO is the rotate. Select the object. So it's conventionally like it. So you have to says about the base point. So I told you that if you want to rotate an object, you have to rotate from a base point. So the best base point is this corner point over here. So I click it again with the object snap on. So I click it over here. So let's talk about the rotation angle. Now you can see you're just putting the ortho off from here. So there is a copy option, there is a reference option. So what I did with the ortho off, we'll be talking about it, because when it is the ortho on, it is basically giving you a constraint at 90 degrees. So we'll talk about it. So now what is happening is, so rotation angle. So if I rotate it at an angle of, let's say, 45 degree from this point, so it is going anti-clockwise. So for reference, let us have a line over here. So that is a line, let's say, in the x-axis, line in the negative x-axis, in the y we have already done, and let's do it like this. So to give you a better understanding how the rotation is there. So you have a rotate command, select the object, and here we have base point, and here we give the angle of 45 degrees. So the object is rotated from this point at an angle of 45 degrees. Let us check the angle. See, it is at the 45. Further, if you want to rotate it, let's say, so if you would the rotate command and I select it, further I want to rotate it, let's say base point is this, and further I want to rotate it at an angle of 45 degree. So it will be now the 90 degree. Further, if I want to rotate it at an angle of 45 degree, again it will be 135 degrees. So it will keep on rotating in the anti-clockwise direction. So this is a very simple application of rotating an object at a particular point. The next is basically rotating. So there are options over here. So you can rotate an object. You can copy while rotating. So it's a very interesting tool. So you go with the copy command, and so you say C for copy, and now at the rate now rotation angle, let's say you have 45 degree. So you can see that a copy is there, and you can have the rotation again. Let's say select the object that you want to rotate. So I selected this all these lines over here, and now I go with selection and copy option. Now again I say 45 degree. So series of copies will be made of the rotated object, right? So this is how you can basically use it in an polar array, radial array. We will be talking about what is a radial array is. So let me have a rectangle here now. Let's say I have a rectangle at the rate 3, 5. So I go for a rotate command. I select the object, click this point, copy it, right, and copy at an angle of 90 degrees. Now you can see that it is so it is not copied, because you have to be very careful regarding this. So you have to go with the base point, and then you can put C over here to make sure that it is copied. The moment you click it, it's rotating a copy of the selected object. It is given. So you need to check it if it's invoked or not. So now come to the point. So rotation angle is, let's say I put it as 90 degrees. So it is copied at an angle of 90 degrees. Right. So these are reference lines that I have made in order to make you understand how it works. So let's come to the L now. So now let me put it like this. Let me rotate it and rotate this in let's say 25 degrees. So now you see that the base, this line is having the angle of 25 degrees. Now in a particular application, I go to my client and my client says that, okay, this angle 25 degree, you have to make it 30 degree, let's say. So you have a reference angle as 25 degree of this object and you want to change it to 30 degree. So how you can do it? Either you rotate it by 5 degree or you can use an option which has AutoCAD given you, which is a reference option. So now let's say I select the object, I go for the base point and there's a reference option. Now here the reference angle is 25 degree of this object. So this 25 degree angle, I want to make it as 30 degree and the rest of the object will orient accordingly. So let's do it like this. The reference angle is 25 degree and the new angle is 30 degree. Now you see that very interestingly it becomes 30. Now again, rotate. Now this 30 degree angle will now become 45 degree. So base point is this and reference angle is, let's say, 30 degree and you want to make this at 45 degree. So it will keep on changing based on the requirement. So this is how the rotate works. Okay. So let's go to the next series of discussion where we talk about scaling object. So this is also a very interesting phenomenon. Scaling means increasing the size of the object, increasing or decreasing the size, right? So we have scale factor or we can scale it by a reference. So I use this tool for converting objects from one unit to the other. We will discuss about how we do it. But here scaling is basically reducing the size or size by a factor or increasing the size by a particular factor. For example, let's take an example. So here we have the icon of scale here and here we have the icon of scale. So this icon is, the tool is at the modify panel in the home tab and here in the modify toolbar we are having the scale over here and in the modify menu we have the right to here. So now let's put it like this. I create a rectangle which is a share size, let's say 10, 5. So let me give a dimension to it first because you'll understand once we have the dimension. So I go with the dimension linear. This is only for illustration. So this is a 10 unit and this is 5. Now let's see how it works. Now I go with the scale command. I can type SC in the command panel. So scale object is there. So I select this object. Now again it asks about the base point. So here again I'm taking the base point over here. So now you can see you can scale it up from this point. The scaling is happening from this point. So the size is decreasing or increasing from this particular point. So it can be at the center also, but I have taken this point as the scale base point. Now the scale factor. So if I say scale factor is 2, that means the object will increase twice in length and width from this particular point. You can see it becomes 20 and the length becomes 10. Now let's undo it and get it. So now let's say I want to reduce it, the scale factor. I want to make it half. So I take the base point and SC is the command. So I take the base point here and the scale factor is, let's say, 0.5. So it is reduced to half. So it becomes 5 and 2.5. So again, SC is the command. I take this rectangle. I want to increase it 3 times. So scale factor 3. So it increases 7.5 and 15. Now there's an option of copying it also. So I have the scale option here. and I have the base point here, and let's say I take it copy option. Now keeping the original object, so again I can create a copy of the object and scale it up or scale it down. For example, I select the object, I take the base point, I take the copy of the object, and let's say I have a scale factor of 0.5. Now this smaller rectangle is created, which is half of it, like 3.75 length and 7.5 width here. So similarly, I can have a scale, select this object. I can also create, let's say, with a base point, and here we have the scale factor, let's say 0.5. So now it is reduced. Now if I want to create a copy of it, I have a scale, so I can create a base point here. I can create a copy of it, and I say I created twice of it. So I took a wrong base point, so you have to be very careful about what base point you're taking. So I need to take this as the base point, this corner point, and I go for a copy, and then I have the scale factor twice, right? So this is how basically you can use a copy tool to create a subsequent scaled object, keeping the source object there itself, right? So let us make it some more interesting, right? So the interesting point is, let's say I give you one option, is let's say this is a width which is a 15 units and 7.5. Let's say if I want to scale down this rectangle such that I want to make this width into 3. So what would be the scale factor in this case? 15 becomes 3. The scale factor would be 1/5, 0.2. So I don't want to put a scale factor. I want to put a length, the reference length and the new length, and the other length will be automatically scaled. So it happens a lot of time that you are scaling an elevation, you are scaling a plan or scaling a section. It always happens in a drawing. So and with the reference length, I'll tell you how. Let's say, for example, here you have this SC scale, and here you go with the base point here, and you take a reference. So the reference length here is 15 that you want to scale down to 7.5, or let's say 5 units. So automatically this will be scaled as per the scale factor that is calculated. So the reference length is 15 units, and the new length, so we have a point option over here. I don't want to put it there. So the new length is 3 units. So the 15 becomes 3, and the other dimension is scaled down in the proportion in which the width has been scaled down. So let us take it again. Let's say the reference length is 7.5, and the new, I want to make 7.5 to 3.75. That means if the factor is 2, that means half. So obviously the 15 will become 7.5. Let's have a check. So if we go for a scale option, and we go for a base point here, there's a reference over here, and the reference length is now 7.5. I want to scale it down to, let's say, 3.75. So this has become, now you can see it scaled down. So you can take the base point from anywhere. So if you select an object, and if you take the base point at this point, obviously the scaling option will happen from that particular point. So it's a reference is, let's say, 7.5 in this case, and the new length is 3. So you can see that scaling is done from the point that you have selected. So here again, let's say you have a line length like this. You want to increase the length 1.5 to this particular point. You don't know what is the length, so automatically this will be scaled as per the scale up. It happens, this length happens, so it will be scaled. So there's an option called points. So if you select this object, a base point reference, so if you have the reference length, let's say as 1.5, and you want to have the points option, that means you can stretch it down to a point where you want the length to be, let's say. So you can see that you don't know the length, it was 4.685. So automatically this object, this width will be scaled up with the factor in which it has increased. Okay, so this is all about the scale and the various options of scale. So let's see the illustration, whether we have covered the points that we wanted to do. So you can see the illustrations over here. Now next is the very interesting about the filleting tool. So we have got fillet, we have got chamfer. Two tools that I will be discussing. That will basically end the modification tools. Then we'll be doing the snapping tools, and we will end this session after using the object snapping options and object tracking options. So there are a lot of options there in this session now. So let me come down to the filleting option. Now, what is fillet? Let me take it down to a point. Is basically where we talk about the fillet. Fillet is basically creating a curve between two lines, right? It can be curve at the corner of a rectangle, it can be a curve at the corner of a polyline, or at the point where the two lines meet, right? So it can be used from the ribbon, toolbar, and command. I have been using it in the previous commands also. So let's take an example. The fillet can be done in a circle also. That's true. And you can see the application here. Let me take the fillet command. So here we have, now here we go in the home tab. There is a modified panel, and in the modified panel you have got these tools over here. You can see that, here we have this fillet, chamfer, and blend. So we can do all the three of them, but we will first considering these two things. So we have a fillet option. So you can see there's a curve over here. So let's do how it works. So go for a line option. Let me create a line, and let me create a line of a length, in fact. So let's say I start from 1,1, and at the rate, let's say 5 units, right? Because you have learned it quite good, how to create lines and by coordinate systems. So you have this line that is that just you have created. You can see the dimension of it. So just I'm putting a dimension for reference, a 5 unit length here and a 5 unit length here, right? So I want to create a curve here at this particular corner point. So I go with the fillet tool, which I found it over here, or I can select it from the toolbar. Now you have to find out where it is. Here it is, or you can basically get it from the command F, or you can use the modify menu and use the fillet. You have to see the chamfer and the fillet here. Where the chamfer is, the fillet is, right? So let me go into the command first. F is the tool, alias shortcut. So there are a lot of options: polyline, radius, trim, and multiple. So let us cover it, because I'm going to cover the fillet and chamfer together, because they have a very similar application and they're very lovely application. They're very commonly used in drafting, and a lot of time I use it for trimming purpose also. So I'll show you how I use it for the trimming purpose in my drafting operations. Okay, so but let us first of all focus about what is a fillet, how it works. So first of all, you need to see that initially the mode is trim and the radius is 0. So set up a radius. Let's say I want to have a radius of 1 unit over here. Select the first line, select the second line, the curve is created. Now what you see that, so this dimension lines are for reference. So the corner point is trimmed and the fillet is done. So now if you, let me erase this dimension so that you can understand it better, right? It was just for your understanding how the fillet, the dimension was. So I go with the fillet tool. I can select it from the toolbar or from the ribbon. So here we have, so take a radius. Let's say I take a radius of 1 unit, and the first object is this. It is not relevant about which object is you are taken. You can take any of the object as first object, and the second object is here. Now what is happening? It is trimming the corner and putting a curve at the corner. So undo. If you want to keep this corner point and create a fillet, for that you have to go with the trim mode, which is right now the mode is trim, but you can change the mode to no trim. So if you click no trim, what will happen? You can have the set the radius to 1, which is 0 right now, and what will happen is there will be a fillet that will be created. So we select this first line, but the corner point will remain like this. Now sometimes we require this corner point, and sometimes it is not required. So this is how it works. Okay. Now let's say, what are the other option? The fillet. So you have this undo option, and the multiple. So let me have some circles here, because that is something interesting that I can show you how the fillet happens in the circle. I'm creating a random circle over here. I'm creating a polyline over here, right? Let me create a bigger polyline, PL. Let's say here, like this. Let's make it interesting. And let me create a rectangle also. Rectangle is also a polyline. Okay, rectangle is also a polyline because it's single object entity. So there's a line, there's a circle, there's a polyline, there's a rectangle, which is a polyline. Okay, so I use the fillet option, and the radius is 0 right now. The mode is trim. The radius, let's say, put it as 1 unit. I select this, and the fillet option is over. Now I can do a fillet between the circle. Select this, and you can have the fillet option here. So now what happens when you take the polyline? Now this is basically the fillet option. Now if you select a polyline here, so what will happen? Take the radius as 1 unit, which is there. So it will, all the corner points will be filleted. Similarly, in case of a polyline, so if you take a polyline, all the corner points will be filleted. But if you don't take the polyline option of the fillet, so here AutoCAD gives you a provision of filleting the corners, individual corners that you wish to do. Okay, that is all corners. Since it will remain a polyline, but it gives you an independency of filleting the corners. Right. So let's come to the some of the last option, which is the multiple option. It's very simple. That means you can, now what is happening, it only single time you can use the fillet command. Again, you have to use the fillet command to do the fillet of the other objects. So here we have first object. So the first object, so go to the multiple option, select. Alright, let me see. Okay, fillet. Now the multiple are selected over here, and you go here. Right, I think the radius is 0 right now. That's the reason it is not happening. So let's say I go with a radius of 1 unit. So you have to have always a look at what the radius is all about. The moment you do undo, it will be done into the previous setting. So now we go with a multiple, and now you can go with the first object. Like you can see, you can keep on doing multiple filleting of an object. So here is a polyline, but you can. So this is a very interesting tool that you can use. Now let me give you an example where I use it for joining two corner points. So here we are. If you have two lines which are not joining together, so here if I want to join it, so here I have a radius 1. So what will happen? This particular line will come and join it and make a radius of 1. If they are not having corners also, the corner will be made. So what is this case if they intersect like this? So if you have a fillet, if you have a radius, it's a 1, and if you select this, so it will also create it in the corner point. So this is the now again. So if the mode is like the trim mode, if we have let's say, let us go to this example now. So the two lines are not meeting at a corner, right? But it can meet at a corner if the radius is, let's say, 0. So in this case, what will happen? The two objects will meet at a corner point like this, right? So if the lines are crossing each other, so if you have a fillet and radius 0, the two corner points can meet at a point like this. That is radius 0. Now, what happens? Can I join these two corner points if they are intersecting? Let's see. Radius is 0. Yeah, I can do it. But there is a setting. If you are, let's say, if you are having two lines like this, you select it over here, you select it over here, it does work. But if the trim mode, let's say, if the trim mode is in the no trim mode, so I think I'm sure about it will not work, right? So in the no trim mode, the fillet tool will not work if they are not joining at a corner point. That is for sure. So this is all about filleting object, that is making a curve inside a polyline or an arc or a circle between two circles, and it can be between any object. So if you have a polygon, let's have a 6 side, let's create a random polygon. So now what happens, fillet, so you can have a polyline, the radius is 1. So you have the selective polyline. So let's put the radius first. The radius is 1 unit. So you have this polyline, and you can see that because there's a no trim option. So how you can say that what is the mode? So you can see the mode is no trim. So you can always put it in a trim mode, right? And then you have the polyline, the radius is 0, right? And you can have it 1, and you can see. Now if you go with the polyline option, so it will entirely make the all the corners will be rounded up. So this is filleting, right? So I think you have understood what the fillet works. Now let's come to the next option, where we have the chamfering option. Chamfering is so these are all the options for filleting. So let's come to the chamfering option. Now chamfering is, you need to, there are two modes, one is the distance mode and one is the angle. So we will discuss about it, how the chamfer works. So you can see that you have two lines in which the wedge, this line is there. You have to give distance 1 and distance 2, the line is chamfered. So similarly, there's a polyline over here, so we can discuss about it, how it works. So it has two modes. Either you can give the chamfering distances D1 and D2. That means if there is an object like this, you want to create a chamfer, give the distance that the chamfer line is. So this is a chamfer line. The start of the chamfer line is from the corner point, the distance of the start of the chamfer point from the corner point, distance to the end of the chamfer line to the corner point. So if you mention it, the two distances of the chamfer line can be created. But let's say you know the distance 1, but you don't know the distance 2. You can give the angle. Then also you can basically create a chamfer. So let's take an example again. So I create a L again. So at the rate I create a bigger one, 5 comma I take a line command 1 comma 1 at the rate 5 comma 0, right? So at the rate 0 comma 1, at the rate minus 4 comma 0, at the rate 0 comma 5, at the rate minus 1 comma 0, and C controls. Now let's take a chamfer. Let's say I want to put a chamfer over here. So this is the first line, second line. The distance I want to have 2 units here. The chamfer line starts from here and at a 1 unit over here. Right? So let's do the chamfer and see how the chamfer command works. So chamfer command can be invoked from the home tab, the modifier panel. So here we have the chamfer tool. So just below the fillet tool, there's a chamfer tool over here. And similarly, you can use the chamfer tool from the modify toolbar. So you can easily identify the chamfer tool from here. So come down, here is a chamfer tool. And similarly, you can write CHA for the chamfer and see the command is invoked. Or you can go with the modify menu and you have the chamfer. So here we go. And now we have the chamfer tool CHA. Now, initially the distance is 0 comma 0. Let's fix the distance. The distance 1 is 1 unit and distance 2 is 2 units. Let's take it like this. So the first line over here is this line I want to take and create a chamfer with this line. So you can see that. Let's take a dimension over here. So here the dimension is distance 1 is 1 unit and distance 2 is 2 unit. So let's keep it like this, chamfer. Now again, distance 1 is 1 unit. The first object you select will determine the distance 1 and the second object will determine the distance 2. Very simple. So now let's say you have you want to change the distance. Let's say I want to put it now for the new chamfer. I want to put 1 and 1. So now you can first object select. You select it would be a uniform distance. So it is chamfered like this. So now you want to create a chamfer at this point where you want to have a distance of 1 and 1, distance 1 1, distance 2 1. So this is the first line and this is the second line, so that you can see that how the objects are chamfered. Right. So now here we are going to discuss the next option, which is the angle option. So I'll use the angle option here. I want to create a chamfer at a distance of 1 unit from here at an angle of 30 degree from this line. Right. Let's see how it works. So I go with the angle option. Now here the chamfer length on the first line is 1 unit. And the angle that I want to create with the first line, that is chamfer line, the angle of the chamfer line in the first line is 30 degree. So I select this object and select this object. So now there are two things. Now if you take the dimension of it, so you will find that this is the chamfer distance 1. And if you take the angle, so you find that this is exactly 30 degree that you have mentioned. So this is how it works. Let's take another example. I draw a random line over here. So I go with a chamfer and I go with an angle. So you have two methods now. Either we have a distance method and angle method. You can toggle between these two methods. So if you want to go with the distance method, take the D and now you are into the distance method, right? So click on the D and click on the first distance as 1 and the second distance as 3. So you go over here, right? So it works like this. So this is the 1 unit, this is 3 unit. And then you can change the angle. Let's say you want to have an angle here. So you go with the chamfer method. At this corner point, you want to use the angle method. You can always change the method. So you can click on the method, you can click on the angle. Again, you can click on the angle and say, okay, chamfer length on the first is 3, let's say 2 units. So you want to create the chamfer line from the 2 unit from this corner point at an angle of, let's say 45 degree or let's say 60 degree. I create 60 degree. So if I select this line and this is, so you find it that this length is exactly the same that you have mentioned, right? So exactly 2 units. So this is how you work on single entity, single objects. But if it comes to a polyline, I'm going to take an example of a polyline. So I go with the chamfer and I have a distance of 2 and 60. So I can take it individually. Now I can see that the polyline, the corner points are getting the chamfer over here. Single objects. So I can do the same thing. I can select this line and the same thing can happen. But now I want to do it uniform chamfering in all the 4 corners. So I go for the chamfer. I go with the distance. Let's say I go with a distance of 0.5 and 0.5. Distance 1.5. Distance 2. Second chamfer distance is 0.5. And now I select the option called polyline. So what will happen? It will give the chamfering at all the corner points at the same time. Now, similar as a fillet, the chamfer having a multiple option. So let's say I want to do chamfering at randomly to many points. So go for a chamfer option and go for a multiple option, right? Now select it, keep on doing it. So now you can keep working on chamfering on various objects. Now what I talked to you about a tip shortcut where I am going to join the objects, right? But let us take the trim option. It is similar to what is there in AutoCAD fillet tool that we used it just a few minutes back. So if I use in the no trim option and I take a distance, let's say 0.5, 0.5. So again, the corner line will remain over here as it is, and a chamfer line will be created. Chamfer line is an individual line, right? So I again go with the chamfer I take the distance as 2, 2, that is 2, distance 1 as 2, and distance 2 as 2. Select the object, and now you can see that the line remains over here, but the chamfer is created. Now, what happens if two lines are not connected at a corner point? So if it is like this, I mean, they're not connected over here. So I can go to the chamfer tool, and I want to connect it at this point. First of all, I have to see the trim option is in the trim mode, and in the distance, if I put, let's say, distance 1, 0, distance 2, 0, so it will connect at the corner point. So this is something that we can do similarly that we have done the fillet tool. Okay, fine. So I think anything left in the chamfer, so you can have the trim, angle, distance, polyline, undo, multiple. So I think we are at the end of the modification tool, and let's do some ortho mode and snap mode we can do next, but let's talk about the ortho mode because that's very important that I've been using it. So what ortho mode does it, so to select an ortho mode, you can select from the status bar this icon over here at the bottom. So if you click on this, the ortho mode is off. If you click on this again, so you can see the blue icon over here. So what happens when you do, so once you go for a draw tool like this, so you can see in the 90 degrees and 0, 180 the objects are created. Similarly, if you move it, all movement are restricted to orthogonal, right? So you cannot move it normally, but it is restricted. So ortho gives you a restriction to move in 0, 90, 180 and 270. But if the ortho mode is off, now you can see that you can move it anywhere. You can draw a line which is at any angle. So this is the use of ortho. So the next sessions we will be doing the snap mode and setting snap and object snap, right? So fine. So to take the offset tool from the AutoCAD, to invoke it, so we have different options. So one of the option is from we go at the modify menu over here, so you can find this offset tool over here. So click on the offset tool, and it will prompt you to specify the offset distance, and the command will be invoked. Apart from that, in the toolbar also you can take the offset tool from this symbol. You can click on the symbol, the offset tool will be displayed. And similarly, from the draw menu you can have the offset tool, and the offset tool will be selected. Not the draw menu, in fact you have to go to the modify menu. So in the modify menu you can see the offset tool, and it will be invoked. So and in the command you have to click and type O for the offset, and the offset tool will be invoked. So now I use the command prompt. So it talks about the offset distance. Now offset distance is the distance in which it will be offsetted. Let's take an offset distance of 0.5, let's say, and select this line. So if I click on this line and click on a point in the left or right, an object will be offsetted. Now you can see an object will be offsetted. Select this object, and the object will be offsetted. The line is offsetting at this point. So you can create multiple lines. So at any moment of time, if you want to change the distance, press enter, invoke the offset tool once again, and create the distance, the 3 units, and then you can have the distance changed. So you cannot change in between, in fact. So you have to exit from the tool and press escape to exit the tool, and then you can invoke the command. I'm invoking it now from the toolbar, in fact. So invoking it from here. So you have this distance. So I have a distance of let's say 5 units, and I want to select this object, and I want to offset it at this point. So here it has a tremendous application in civil engineering drafting, or civil drafting, or an architectural drafting that we'll be doing again. Now let's see how the circle behaves in the offsetting option. So O is the tool that you can type in the command prompt, and here we have. Now offset distance is, let's say I take it as 2 units. So select the object, you can create the circle outside, or select the object, create the circle inside. You can keep on creating till the time it gets created, right? So you have got all the concentric circle. So at any moment of time, press O. If you want to change the distance, let's say you want to have a 1 unit offset, now you can select the object. So it is very random. You need not, if you are selecting different objects, you can do it at a go. So you need not have to go with the command, but change the command. But if you are going to change the distance, then I would it is required that you have to exit, like E for exit, here the tool, and then go offset again, and then change the distance, let's say to 2 units, and do it again. Okay, so this is how the offset tools work. So I go with an undo. In the first session I've talked about undoing it, so I undo all the offsets and bring it to the normal position. Right, now let's take another options in offset. So there's a through option. Through means wherever you want. So let's say I go for through and select the object. Take hover my mouse anywhere, it will be through. The offset can be done anywhere I want. So click on the object, click where you want to do the offset, so it will be done. Here we are, the polyline, so it can be through. Now there is another interesting option over here, so you can go the undo way, and right, because one tool has been used, command has been used once. So another thing is that once you go with the offset is the erase option and the layer option. So probably the layer option we may not go with right now, because we haven't learned the layer. So if when we'll be doing a layer option, we'll be talking about but here it is basically enter layer option for the current layer or the source layer. We'll be talking about the matching it, so let's not worry about it right now in which layer it will go, right, because we haven't yet learned about it. So let's leave this option as erase. So layer is basically if you want to put the object into a different layer after offsetting, you can use the layer option. But now here we will be learning about the erase option. So in the erase option, what is happening is, once you can see that it says erase source object after offsetting. That means the source object is the object that you select. So if you say yes, what will happen? The moment you have, let's say I'm taking the through option, you are offsetting the object, the source object will be erased. It is very helpful when you are enlarging an object or reducing the object and removing the source object. So here it is, right? It is using as a move tool in the line one. It is using as a scaled option in case of a circle, scale option in terms of in a rectangle or a polygon, and the scale again it is reducing. So it can be used as a very helpful tool sometimes in the drawing application when you have an erase option. So then now when you offset it, now you need to change the settings. So you need to go for erase, say no. Okay, so let's go to through, and here we go and finish the offset. So there are a lot of system variables that we can discuss about offset, but let's not put it at this moment of time. So let's go with the illustration first. If we have missed something, so we can take it down here itself and moving to the next command, which is the scaling option. Then we will go for scale and rotate option, right? So here we have, so you have the erase option, you have the layer option, you have the through option, and you have the distance option. Now rotating an object. Now let me take it down like this. So let us create an object first to rotate. So I'm creating an let's say E section at the rate, let's say 3, 0 at the rate 0, 1. Not an E, I'll create an L right now because E would take time. Minus 2, 0 I will take at the rate 0, 3 at the rate minus 1, 0 and C for close. Now let's take this object, understand the rotate command. Now for the rotate, you can see again, you have to find it out from the icons over here. So this is a rotate icon, and it's a rotate around a base point. So you have the rotate around a base point, and here we in the modify, not draw tool. So you have this in the modify menu, it's a rotate. Now here what is happening is we are rotating an object in a single point. So in AutoCAD, the rotate tool is a 2D rotate tool. We have a 3D rotate tool also, which you are selecting a point like this and rotating at an angle. Anti-clockwise is positive. Definitely that's a default convention. You can make clockwise positive also when you set up in the unit. So need not worry about it, but by default the anti-clockwise is positive. So now let's take an example here, right? So we have two examples, by reference and by rotation of object with an angle. So there are different illustration over here at an angle of 50 degree, at an angle of minus 50, and you can see there are a lot of illustrations are there. So let's take this L as one of the illustration that we can learn to use rotate. So RO is the rotate. Select the object. So it's conventionally like it says about the base point. So I told you that if you want to rotate an object, you have to rotate from a base point. So the best base point is this corner point over here. So I click it again with the object snap on. So I click it over here. So let's talk about the rotation angle. Now you can see you're just putting the ortho off from here. So there is a copy option, there is a reference option. So what I did with the ortho off, we'll be talking about it, because when it is the ortho on, it is basically giving you a constraint at 90 degrees. So we'll talk about it. So now what is happening is, so rotation angle. So if I rotate it at an angle of, let's say, 45 degree from this point, so it is going anti-clockwise. So for reference, let us have a line over here. So that is a line, let's say, in the x-axis, line in the negative x-axis, in the y we have already done, and let's do it like this. So to give you a better understanding how the rotation is there. So you have a rotate command, select the object, and here we have base point, and here we give the angle of 45 degree. So the object is rotated from this point at an angle of 45 degree. Let's check the angle. See, it is at the 45. Further, if you want to rotate it, let's say, so if you go with the rotate command and I select it, further I want to rotate it, let's say base point is this, and further I want to rotate it at an angle of 45 degree, so it will be now in the 90 degree. Further, if I want to rotate it at an angle of 45 degree, again it will be 135 degree. So it will keep on rotating in the anti-clockwise direction. So this is a very simple application of rotating an object at a particular point. The next is basically rotating. So there are options over here. So you can rotate an object, you can copy while rotating. So very interesting tool. So you go with the copy command, and so you say C for copy. Now rotation angle, let's say you have 45 degree. So you can see that a copy is there, and you can have the rotation again. Let's say select the object that you want to rotate. So I selected this all these lines over here, and now I go with selection and copy option. Now again I say 45 degree. Series of copies will be made of the rotated object, right? So this is how you can basically use it in an polar array, radial array. We will be talking about what is a radial array is. So let me have a rectangle here now. Let's say I have a rectangle at the rate 3, 5. So I go for a rotate command. I select the object, click this point, copy it, right, and copy at an angle of 90 degree. Now you can see that so it is not copied, because you have to be very careful regarding this. So you have to go with the base point, and then you can put C over here to make sure that it is copied. The moment you click it, yeah, it's rotating a copy of the selected object. It is going. So you need to check it if it is invoked or not. So now come to the point. So rotation angle is, let's say I put it as 90 degrees, so it is copied at an angle of 90 degree. Right. So these are reference lines that I have made in order to make you understand how it works. So let's come to the L now. So now let's put it like this. So let me rotate it and rotate this in let's say 25 degree. So now you see that the base, this line is having the angle of 25 degree. Now in a particular application, I go to my client and my client says that, okay, this angle 25 degree, you have to make it 30 degree. Let's say. So you have a reference angle as 25 degree of this object and you want to change it to 30 degree. So how you can do it? Either you rotate it by 5 degree or you can use an option which has AutoCAD given you, which is a reference option. So now let's say I select the object, I go for the base point and there's a reference option. Now here the reference angle is 25 degree of this object. So this 25 degree angle I want to make it as 30 degree and the rest of the object will orient accordingly. So let's do it like this. The reference angle is 25 degree and the new angle is 30 degree. Now you see that very interestingly it becomes 30. Now again rotate. Now this 30 degree angle will now become 45 degree. So base point is this and reference angle is, let's say, 30 degree and you want to make this as 45 degree. So it will keep on changing based on your command. So this is how the rotate works. Okay. So let's go to the next series of discussion where we talk about scaling object. So this is also a very interesting phenomenon. Scaling means of the object increasing or decreasing the size, right? So we have scale factor or we can scale it by a reference. So I use this tool for converting objects from one unit to the other. So we'll discuss about how we do it. But here scaling is basically reducing the size, overall size by a factor or increasing the size by a particular factor. For example, so here we have the icon of scale here and here we have the icon of scale. So this icon is, the tool is at the modify panel in the home tab and here in the modify toolbar we are having the scale over here and in the modify menu we have the so right tool here. So now let's put it like this. I create a rectangle which is a size, let's say 10,5. So let me give a dimension to it first because you'll understand once we have the dimension. So I go with the dimension linear. This is only for illustration. So this is a 10 unit and this is 5. Now let's see how it works. Now I go with the scale command. I can type SC in the command panel. So scale object is there. So I select this object. Now again it asks about the base point. So here again I'm taking the base point over here. So now you can see you can scale it up from this point. The scaling is happening from this point. So the size is decreasing or increasing from this particular point. So it can be at the center also, but I have taken this point as the scale base point. Now the scale factor. So if I say scale factor is 2, that means the object will increase twice in length and width from this particular point. Now you can see it becomes 20 and the length becomes 10. Now let's undo it and get it. So now let's say I want to reduce it, the scale factor. I want to make it half. So I take the base point and SC is the command. SC is the command. So I take the base point here and the scale factor is, let's say, 0.5. So it is reduced to half. So it becomes 5 and 2.5. So again, SC is the command. I take this rectangle. I want to increase it 3 times. So scale factor 3. So it increases 7.5 and 15. Now there is an option of copying it also. So I have the scale option here and I have the base point here and let's say I take a copy option. Now keeping the original object. So again, I can create a copy of the object and scale it up or scale it down. For example, I select the object, I take the base point, I take the copy of the object, and let's say I have a scale factor of 0.5. Now this smaller rectangle is created which is half of it, like 3.75 in length and 7.5 in width here. So similarly I can have a scale, select this object. I can also create, let's say, with a base point and here we have the scale factor, let's say 0.5. So now it is reduced. Now if I were to create a copy of it, I have a scale, so I can create a base point here. I can create a copy of it, and I say I created twice of it. So I took a wrong base point, so you have to be very careful about what base point you are taking. So I need to take this as the base point, this corner point, and I go for a copy, and then I have the scale factor twice, right? So this is how basically you can use a copy tool to create a subsequent scaled object, keeping the source object there itself, right? So let us make it some more interesting, right? So the interesting point is, let's say I give you one option. Let's say this is a width which is a 15 units and 7.5. Let's say if I want to scale down this rectangle such that I want to make this width into 3. So what would be the scale factor in this case? 15 becomes 3. The scale factor would be 1/5, 0.2. So I don't want to put a scale factor. I want to put a length, the reference length and the new length, then the other length will be automatically scaled. So it happens a lot of time that you are scaling an elevation, you are scaling a plan or scaling a section. It always happens in a drawing. So and with a reference length, I'll tell you how. Let's say for example, here you have this SC scale, and here you go with the base point here, and you take a reference. So the reference length here is 15 that you want to scale down to 7.5, or let's say 5 units. So automatically this will be scaled as per the scale factor that is calculated. So the reference length is 15 units, and the new length, so we have a point option over here. I don't want to put it there. So the new length is let's say 3 units. So the 15 becomes 3, and other dimension is scaled down in a proportion in which the width has been scaled down. So let us take it again. Let's say the reference length is 7.5, and the new I want to make 7.5 to 3.75. That means the factor is 2. That means half. So obviously the 15 will become 7.5. Let's have a check. So if we go for a scale option, and we go for a base point here, there's a reference over here, and the reference length is now 7.5. I want to scale it down to 3.75. So this has become, and you can see it's scaled down. So you can take the base point from anywhere. So if you select an object, and if you take the base point at this point, obviously the scaling option will happen from that particular point. So it's a reference is, let's say, 7.5 in this case, and the new length is 3. So you can see that scaling is done from the point that you have selected. So here again, let's say you have a line length like this. You want to increase the length 1.5 to this particular point. You don't know what is the length, so automatically this will be scaled as per the scale up. It happens, this length happens, so it will be scaled. So there's an option called points. So if you select this object, a base point reference, so if you have the reference length, let's say as 1.5, and you want to have the points option, that means you can stretch it down to a point where you want the length to be, let's say. So you can see that you don't know the length, it was 4.685. So automatically this object, this width will scaled up with the factor in which it has increased. Okay, so this is all about the scale and the various options of scale. So let's see the illustration, whether we have covered the points that we wanted to do. So you can see the illustrations over here. Now next is the very interesting about the filleting tool. So we have got fillet, we have got chamfer. Two tools that I will be discussing. That is that will basically end the modification tools. Then we'll be doing the snapping tools, and we will end the session after using the object snapping options and object tracking options. So there are a lot of options there in this session now. So let me come down to the filleting option. Now what is fillet? Let me take it down to a point is basically where we talk about Fillet is basically creating a curve between two lines, right? It can be curved at a corner of a rectangle, it can be a curve at the corner of a polyline, or at the point where the two lines meet, right? So it can be used from the ribbon, toolbar, and command. I have been using it in the previous commands also. So let's take an example. The fillet can be done in a circle also. That's true. So let me take the fillet command. So here we have, now here we go in the home tab. There is a modified panel, and in the modified panel you have got various tools over here. You can see that, here we have this fillet, chamfer, and blend. So we can do all the three of them, but we will be first considering these two things. So we have a fillet option, so you can see there's a curve over here. So let's do how it works. So go for a length or a line option. Let me create a line, and let me create a line of a length, in fact. So let's say I start from 1, 1, and at the rate, let's say 5 units, right? Because you have learned it quite good, how to create lines and by coordinate systems. So you have this line just you have created. You can see the dimension of it. So just I'm putting a dimension for reference, a 5 unit length here and a 5 unit length here, right? So I want to create a curve here at this particular corner point. So I go with the fillet tool, which I found it over here, or I can select it from the toolbar. You have to find out where it is. Here it is. Or you can basically get it from the command F, or you can use the modify menu, and use the fillet. You have to see the chamfer and the fillet. Yes. Where the chamfer is, the fillet is, right? So let me go into the command first. F is the tool, alias shortcut. So there are a lot of options: polyline, radius, trim, and lighting. So let us cover it, because I'm going to cover the fillet and chamfer together, because they have the very similar application, and they're very lovely application. Very commonly used in drafting, and a lot of time I use it for trimming purpose also. So I will show you how I use it for the trimming purpose in my drafting operations. Okay. So, but let us first of all focus about what is a fillet, how it works. So first of all, you need to see that initially the mode is trim and the radius is 0. So set up a radius. Let's say I want to have a radius of 1 unit over here. Select the first line, select the second line, the curve is created. Now what you see that, so this dimension lines are for reference. So the corner point is trimmed and the fillet is done. So now if you let me erase this dimension so that you can understand it better, right? It was just for your understanding how the fillet the dimension was. So I go with the fillet tool, I can select it from the toolbar or from the ribbon. So here we have, so take a radius. Let's say I take a radius of 1 unit, and the first object is this. It is not relevant about which object is you are taken. You can take any of the object as first object, and the second object is here. Now what is happening? It is trimming the corner and putting a curve at the corner. So now if you want to keep this corner point and create a fillet, for that you have to go with the trim mode, which is right now the mode is trim, but you can change the mode to no trim. So if you click no trim, what will happen? You can have the set the radius to 1, which is 0 right now, and what will happen is there will be a fillet that will be created. So we select the first line, but the corner point will remain like this. So sometimes you require this corner point, and sometimes it is not required. So this is how it works. Okay. Now let's say, what are the other options in the fillet? So you have this undo option, at the multiple. So let me have some circles here, because that is something interesting that I can show you how the fillet happens in the circle. I'm creating a random circle over here. I'm creating a polyline over here, right? Let me create a bigger polyline here. Let's say here, like this. Let's make it sound interesting. And let me create a rectangle also. Rectangle is also a polyline, Okay, rectangle is also a polyline because it's single object entity. So this is a line, there's a circle, there's a polyline, there's a rectangle which is a polyline. Okay, so I use a fillet option and the radius is 0 right now, the mode is trim. The radius, let's say put it as 1 unit. I select this and the fillet option is over. Now I can do a fillet between the circle, select this, and you can have the fillet option here. So now what happens when you take the polyline, now this is basically the fillet option. Now if you select a polyline here, so what will happen, take the radius as 1 unit which is there. So it will, all the corner points will be filleted. Similarly, in case of a polyline, so if you take a polyline, all the corner points will be filleted. But if you don't take the polyline option of the fillet, so here AutoCAD gives you a provision of filleting the corners, individual corners that you wish to do. Okay? That is all corners. Since it will remain a polyline, but it gives you an independency of filleting the corner points. Right? So now let's come to the some of the last option, which is the multiple option. It's very simple. That means you can, now what is happening, it only single time you can use the fillet command. Again you have to use the fillet command to do the fillet of the other objects. So here we have first object. So now if you go for the first object, so go to the multiple option, select. Alright, let me see, okay, fillet. Now the multiple are selected over here, and you go here. Right, I think the radius is 0 right now. That's the reason it is not happening. So let's say I go with a radius of 1 unit. So you have to have always a look at what the radius is all about. The moment you do undo, it will be done into the previous setting. So now we go with the multiple, and now you can go with the first object. Now you can see you can keep on doing multiple filleting of an object. So here is a polyline, but you can. So this is a very interesting tool that you can use. Now let me give you an example where I use it for joining two corner points. So here we are. If you have two lines which are not joining together, so here if I want to join it, so here I have a radius 1. So what will happen? This particular line will come and join it and make a radius of 1. If they are not having corners also, the corner will be made. So what is this case if they intersect like this? So if you have a fillet, if you have a radius, let's say 1, and if you select this, so it will also create it in the corner point. So this is the now again. So if the mode is like the trim mode, if we have let's say, let us go to this example now. So the two lines are not meeting at a corner, right? But it can meet at a corner if the radius is, let's say, 0. So in this case, what will happen? The two objects will meet at a corner point like this, right? So if the lines are crossing each other, so if you have a fillet and radius 0, the two corner points can meet at a point like this at the radius 0. Now, what happens? Can I join these two corner points if they are intersecting? Let's see. Radius is 0. Yeah, I can do it. But there is a setting. Let's say if you are having two lines like this, you select it over here, and you select it over here, it does work. But if the trim mode, let's say, if the trim mode is in the no trim mode, so I think I'm sure about it will not work. Right? So the no trim mode, the fillet tool will not work if they are not joining at a corner point. That is for sure. So this is all about filleting object, that is making a curve inside a polyline, an arc or a circle between two circles, and it can be between any object. So if you have a polygon, let's say let's have a 6 side, let's create a random polygon So now what happens? Fillet. So you can have a polyline. The radius is 1. So you have the selective polyline. So let's put the radius first. The radius is 1 unit. So you have this polyline, and you can see that because there's a no trim option. So how you can say that what is the mode? So you can see the mode is no trim. So you can always put it in a trim mode, right? And then you have the polyline, radius is 0, right? And you can have it 1, and you can see. Now if you go with the polyline option, so it will entirely make the all the corners will be rounded up. So this is filleting, right? So I think you have understood what the fillet works. Now let's come to the next option where we have the chamfering option. Chamfering is so these are all the options for filleting. Right. So let's come to the chamfering. Now chamfering is there are two modes. One is the distance mode and one is the angle. So we will discuss about it, how the chamfer works. So you can see that you have two lines in which the wedge, this line is there. So you have to give distance 1 and distance 2. The line is chamfered. So similarly, there is a polyline over here. So we can discuss about it, how it works. So it has two modes. Either you can give the chamfering distances D1 and D2. That means if there is an object like this, you want to create a chamfer, give the distance that the chamfer line is. So this is a chamfer line. The start of the chamfer line is from the corner point. The distance 1 is the distance of the start of the chamfer point from the corner point. Distance to the end of the chamfer line to the corner point. So if you mention it, the two distances of the chamfer line can be created. But let's say you know the distance 1, but you don't know the distance 2. You can give the angle. Then also you can basically create a chamfer. So let's take an example again. So I create a L again. So at the rate I create a bigger one. 5 comma I take a line command 1 comma 1 at the rate 5 comma 0 right. So at the rate 0 comma 1 go with at the rate 0 comma 1 at the rate minus 4 comma 0 at the rate 0 comma 5 at the rate minus 1 comma 0 and 0 goes. Now let's take a chamfer. Let's say I want to put a chamfer over here. So this is the first line, second line. The distance I want to have 2 units here. The chamfer line starts from here and at a 1 unit over here. Right? So let's do the chamfer and see how the chamfer command works. So chamfer command can be invoked from the home tab, the modifier panel. So here we have the chamfer tool. So just below the fillet tool, there is a chamfer tool over here. And similarly, you can use the chamfer tool from the toolbar, that is the modify toolbar. So you can easily identify the chamfer tool from here. So come down, you use the chamfer tool, and similarly you can write CHA for the chamfer and see the command is invoked. Or you can go with the modifier menu and you have the chamfer. So here we go, and now we have the chamfer tool CHA. Now initially the distance is 0 comma 0. Let's fix the distance. The distance 1 is 1 unit and distance 2 is 2 units. Let's take it like this. So the first line over here is this line I want to take and create a chamfer with this line. So you can see that. Let's take a dimension over here. So here the dimension is distance 1 is 1 unit and distance 2 is 2 unit. So let's keep it like this, chamfer. Now again, distance 1 is 1 unit. The first object you select will determine the distance 1 and the second object will determine the distance 2. Very simple. So now let's say you have, you want to change the distance. Let's say I want to put it, now for the new chamfer I want to put 1 and 1. So now you can first object select, you select, it would be a uniform distance. So is chamfered like this. So now you want to create a chamfer at this point where you want to have a distance of 1 comma 1, 1 and 1, distance 1 1, distance 2 1. So this is the first line and this is the second line. So now you can see that how the objects are chamfered, right? So now here we are going to discuss the next option, which is the angle option. So I'll use the angle option here. I want to create a chamfer at a distance of 1 unit from here at an angle of 30 degrees from this line. Right? So let's see how it works. So I go with the angle option. Now here the chamfer length on the first line is 1 unit, and the angle that I want to create with the first line, that the chamfer line, angle of the chamfer line with the first line is 30 degrees. So I select this object and select this object. So now this there are two things. Now if you take the dimension of it, so you will find that this is the chamfer distance 1, and if you take the angle, so you find that this is exactly 30 degrees that you have mentioned. So this is how it works. Let's take another example. I draw a random line over here. So I go with a chamfer and I go with an angle. So you have two methods now. Either we have a distance method and an angle method. You can toggle between these two methods. So if you want to go with the distance method, take the D, and now you are into the distance method, right? So click on the D and click on the first distance as 1 and the second distance as 3. So go over here, right? So it works like this. So this is the 1 unit, this is 3 unit, and then you can change the angle. Let's say you want to have an angle here, so you go with the chamfer method. At this corner point, you have to want to use the angle method. You can always change the method. So you can click on the method, you can click on the angle. Again, you can click on the angle and say, okay, chamfer length on the first is 3, let's say 2 units. So you want to create the chamfer line from 2 units from this corner point at an angle of, let's say 45 degree, or let's say 60 degree. I create 60 degree. So if I select this line, and this is, you find it that this length is exactly the same that you have mentioned, right? So exactly 2 units. So this is how you work on single entity, single objects. But if it comes to a polyline, now let's take an example of a polyline. So I go with the chamfer, and I have a distance of 2 and 60. So I can take it individually. Now I can see that the polyline, the corner points are getting the chamfer over here. Single objects. So I can do the same thing. I can select this line and the same thing can happen. But now I want to do a uniform chamfering in all the 4 corners. So I go for the chamfer. I go with the distance. Let's say I go with the distance of 0.5 and 0.5. Distance 1.5. Distance 2. Second chamfer distance is 0.5. And now I select the option called Polyline. So what will happen? It will give the chamfering at all the corner points at the same time. Now, similar as fillet, the chamfer has having a multiple option. So let's say I want to do chamfering at randomly to many points. So go for a chamfer option and go for a multiple option. Right now, select it. Keep on doing it. So now you can keep working on chamfering on various objects. Now, what I talked to you about a tip shortcut where I am going to join the objects, right? But let us take the trim option. It is similar to what is there in AutoCAD fillet tool that we used it just a few minutes back. So if I use in the no trim option, and I take a distance, let's say 0.5, 0.5. So again, the corner line will remain over here as it is, and a chamfer line will be created. Chamfer line is an individual line, right? So I again go with the chamfer. I take the distance as 2, 2, that is 2, distance 1 as 2, and distance 2 as 2. Select the object, and now you can see that the line remains over here, but the chamfer is created. Now, what happens if 2 lines are not connected at a corner point? So if it is like this, I mean they are not connected over here. So I can go to the chamfer tool, and I want to connect it at this point. First of all, I have to see the trim option is in the trim mode, and in the distance, if I put, let's say distance 1 0, distance 2 0, so it will connect at the corner point. So this is something that we can do similarly that we have done in the fillet tool. Okay, fine. So I think anything left in the chamfer, so you can have the trim, angle, distance, polyline, undo, multiply. So I think we are at the end of the modification tool, and let's do some ortho mode and snap mode. We can do next, but let's talk about the ortho mode because that's very important that I've been using it. So what ortho mode does it? So to select an ortho mode, you can select from the status bar this icon over here at the bottom. So if you click on this, the ortho mode is off. If you click on this again, so you can see the blue icon over here. So what happens when you do, so once you go for a draw tool like this, so you can see in the 90 degrees and 0, 180 the objects are created. Similarly, if you move it, all movement are restricted to orthogonal, right? So you cannot move it normally, but it is restricted. So ortho gives you a restriction to move in 0, 90, 180 and 270. But if the ortho mode is off, now you can see that you can move it anywhere. You can draw a line which is at any angle. So this is the use of ortho. So the next sessions we will be doing the snap mode and setting snap and object snap, right? So fine. Now after using the ortho mode, after drawing straight line using the ortho mode, we will learn about the snap mode. Now the snap mode over here is set through a dialog box called drafting setting dialog box. So you can invoke this dialog box by typing DS in your command prompt. So drafting setting dialog box will be open. So you'll see how it works. So or you can basically invoke the snap mode by pressing F9 key or function F9 key, depends upon what operating system you're using. Similarly, the grid mode also you can put it on, invoke it by pressing F7 key for the grid on, and again you can press 7 key in order to put the grid off. So again, snap mode, to put it on, press F9 or function F9. To put it off, press F9 again and press or function F9. Similarly for grid, F7 or function F7 to invoke it, or to disable it, you need to press F7 key or function F7 key depending upon what is your requirement. Now let's come to what snap mode is. So you can see that in the snap on area there is a snap spacing. So by default the X spacing and Y spacing is 0.5. So what happens, the snap mode restricts the cursor to a particular distance while you are working in a drawing. So it restricts the cursor. Let's say it will jump from one point to the other at a spacing of 0.5 in X and at a spacing of 0.5 in Y. So sometimes when you're working and you need to click on the lines, and that first point, when you click on the line first point and the next you want to go by 1 unit, then you 1 unit. So you can basically always have a snap setting on. And similarly, to visualize a snap setting, there is a grid settings which is there at the back. So this is a very old option in a very AutoCAD, and it is primarily used when the advanced tools were not there. So let's see how it works. So you are into now I have put this on. Let's say I can put this off from here. So here I have this snap settings. So now see the grid, put it both of them, grid on and grid snap on is off. So to put it on, so you can go to the DS command in the command prompt DS, and you can put it on, the snap on and the grid on, or you can, the moment you see that this turns blue, right, and then either you want to put it off, so you can check the box, or I am pressing function F9, that is 9 key basically invokes the snap settings on and off. So you can try it out, and then you have F9 or function F9, whatever suits you. Similarly, function F7 key basically gets a grid on and off, and function F9 is for snap on and off. So now, okay. So now let's see what the snap mode is all about. So now once you are into a line tool, let's say, now you can see the cursor is restricted to a particular distance. So if I click a point, so now the cursor is restricted. The cursor is not so smooth right now. So it is jumping from one point to the other. Let's say now once we have this line, so you can just zoom it out and just zooming it out. Now the cursor is restricted to a point. So here, so see, the moment I'm moving my mouse, it is restricted and it goes like this. For this I have to reduce the cursor size so that you can see it. So the cursor size command is cursor size, and you can put it there, and let's say I put it 10, so you can see, or I can make it more smaller so that you can see the snapping work, right? So you might be wondering how it works. So now let's say I put a particular point, so the cursor is not so smooth, so it is basically hovering to a point. So here you are. So it moves at an increment of 0.5, 0.5, 0.5 in X and Y. Now let's say if you change the setting, you type DS over here for drafting setting, and here you say I move it by 3 units. So in X and 3 units in Y. So it's equal spacing right now because the checkbox is there selected. So you click on it, and now see what happens. Now here, once you click on it, the next snapping is basically if you move the cursor, it's in the 3 units. So then it is in the 3 units. So now you know that the cursor is snapping only at 3 units in X, Y, right? So this is a 3 by 3 square is created. So it's a very easy way to work. But now in order to visualize in the screen, I will again type DS over here, or I can go to the settings from clicking on the status bar, this icon, which is the snap settings. Click on here, and here let's say I put the grid spacing same as a snap setting, and let's not worry about the major lines right now. I'll tell you what the major lines are. So now I have made the setting, but I have to put it on. So to put the grid on, I press F7. So you can see that tiny grids are there here. So I'm zooming it out so you can see the grids are here, right? The grids are visible. So I press L, so you can see that I'm snapping now to the grid points, because the spacing between in the X and Y for snap is same as the spacing for the grid. Now let's take an example here, right? So I'm changing the color of the screen to black so that again you can see it better. So for that I go to the options tool, and previously I have told you, go to the display tab, and here you have the option called colors. Change it to black. Okay, so now you have a black screen. Now it is more visible, the dots are visible. Now let's say I go to line, and I can see now how the cursor is behaving, because here I have put the snap spacing same as the grid spacing. I'm creating a cross over here. So I may not have to put any coordinates or commands, so I can create numerous objects. So now let's say if I go to the DS setting again, to the command you press DS, and here you have the grid spacing as let's say you take it as 1 unit. So let's see how it works. So now the moment you put it 1 unit, the grid spacing is 1 unit, but the snapping, you see that it is 3. So it is recommended that if you're using a, okay, now you can see that how it is snapping. If you're using a grid, right, you should have the setting equal to the snap spacing. So now let's say I go to the DS, and I have snap spacing of 5 units over here and 5 units over here in Y, and similarly I'm giving the spacing as 5 units here and 5 units here in Y. Grid X spacing is 5 and grid Y spacing is 5. So now if I press the line tool, now I can find that these lines are created at a spacing of 5 units in X and Y. So this is the one of the way that we can work in CAD, and then later on you can put the grid off and go to the DS and switch it off. Snapping is off. So now you can see that the moment I draw a line tool over here, so now it's as smooth as anything. So this is about the, and then if I want to put the grid off, so and put it on here. Okay, now other thing that you will be knowing about is, so if I put the grid on and over here, now the line will be visible. So how the line came, so here you have, like in the OS or in the DS setting, there is, if you put the grid dotted in 2D model space, if the dots would be there, the grid lines won't be visible. It is overridden. But if you plan to get the grid lines, then just put the dotted grids off, so the grid lines will be visible. So here the major lines comes over here. So now if the grid spacing is 5 units, then there will be major line spacing after 5 units. So if let's say you have this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so major line, here the major line spacings are for this grid line, right? So now you go here, let's say you say major line spacings are after, let's say 10 units. This line will be visible, this is the major line, will be visible after 10 units, 10 grids, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 units here and 10 units in Y. So now if you press the, go to the DS command and put the snap on, now snap is, let's say 1 unit. Let me check it out. Now let's say if I want to create something with the line tool. So again, I'm going at a distance of snapping it. So if I want to have the snap and grid, and here the grid spacing I want to put it 1. So now you can see, right? And so here the snap doesn't work when now you can see that it will work. So it is snapping, right? All the minor grids over here, it is snapping 1 unit, and so the grid spacing is 1 unit right now, and the snapping is also 1 unit. So these are the major lines. So let me sum it up like this. Now, so I want to erase the objects and summarize you what you have learned. Now here you have the screen. So this is the grid off. So you can pull it off. So you can write grid mode in the command panel or command prompt. So you can have 1 value to display it, or grid mode 0 to put it off. So this is another way of getting the grid mode on and off. So grid mode, so I put the grid mode on. Now the grid mode is on. So grids can be displayed as a dot or as lines. Now if you want to display the grid in dots, so you can have the dots on, or if you want to put the grid display as lines, so just check this out, right? So this is fine. So then again the spacing of the grid. So right now the spacing of the grid is 1 unit, 1 unit, and the major lines, this is the major line, will come after 10 units. So I make it 5 units. So the grid will be set like this, right? So now after every 5 units there is a major lines over here, and the minor line are the line between the major lines. So the grid spacing is 1 unit and major line comes after 5 units. So this is how the grid is set. But in case of dots, there is no major or minor. So you again go to the drafting settings, you can press OS or DS, whatever it is. So if you want to put the in the 2D model space the dots, so there is no major lines over here. So the major lines does not work when you are having a dots. So come back. So you press DS over here, and And then the snap setting, it's recommended that you have a setting that is equal to the grid spacing. So here, so it will snap over here. Now let's see how it works in the dots. So you have a line tool. So the snap will not work if you're not having any command. So snap will work when you're having a line tool. So now it is snapping from the point grid points over here. So if the grid points are not also visible, like for example, let's say, then also there will be a snap that happened. Let's say if the grid, if you put it off, then also the snapping will be working in your screen, right? So grids are only as a visual tool in order to see that how you are snapping and how you are going to create the. So now the final thing is the lines. So you put the grids on and just put it over here. Now you have the grids. Now you have this lines over here. So now you can have the snap on also. The snap is on. Now you can see that you want to create some object. So let's use it with the help of the grid. So I click on a point over here, 1 2 3. So I know one unit is there. So you have 4 units over here, and then 1 2 3 4 units there, 1 unit here, 3 units at this particular point, and then coming back again you go here and here and here, and then you go back. So so in this you can create a lot of symmetrical lot of line object using the grid. So press escape. So this is all about snap and grid. You have understood, and let's come to the next topic. The next topic is, so setting the snap, now you understood about. Next topic is about the isometric snap grid. You have basically learned in your engineering drawing classes about the orthographic. So isometric is something that iso means same, metric means measurement. Here we are talking about the isometric drawings, where it's a typical 3D drawing, but it is not a 3D model that we are going to do, 3D view in which the lines are inclined at 30 degree to x-axis. So let's see how it works. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the isometric snap and to create some isometric view. So let me put this off and see how it works. So there are two things that you need to do. Put the snap off at this moment, grid off, and go for an isometric snap over here and press OK. Now you can see the cursor has changed to an icon over here, right? So here if you go over here, so then there is something called ortho on. So you have to put the ortho on, because if you put the ortho on, then only you can create lines which are 30 degree and 90 degree. So this is how it is basically worked. So I'll show you how to create some isometric views. Sketch. So this is something I created. This is in the 30 degree to the left hand side. So there are settings over here for isometric. So what are the settings here? So here, this is the icon, iso draft. So you click on it. So there are 3 planes. So one is iso plane left, iso plane top, and iso plane right. So left is something that the icon is X and Y is inclined to the left plane. So let's say I create a line, and remember the ortho should be on. So I created a line, L for line tool. I click on it and click on the first point, and I will go 3 up. So I'm moving my mouse up, moving my mouse left. So my mouse is restricted to isometric snapping. So here we have 5 units here, and then I come back over here, right? So I press 5 units here, come down, 3 units down, and so I have a close option. So you can see that the left face is created over here, and I'll just put my snapping on for a particular moment. So right, so here again, now if I want to go to the right face, so what I need to do, I have to select the iso plane right. So here I go to the right face, let's say 6 unit, and then I type 6 unit, then go to the top, I type 3 units, and then this is what I get. Similarly, if I want to click from here 3 units here, let's say 5 units here, and or let's say 6 units, it was 6 units, and then I press here. So this is an isometric view that I am creating. I will create more of it. So this is the isometric right. So in the isometric right, the cursor will move top and into the right, so it will not go to the left. But if you are going with the isometric top option, then what is happening, it is going both left and right, it will not move. That is, it is moving left, it is in the left and in the right, it will not go top. So here you can, if you want planning to create a top plane or a bottom plane, you can basically create it by here. So now let's create something. Let's create some objects in isometric view. So you can basically toggle it by F5 key. So I'm pressing the F5 key. So F5 key is basically in order to have isoplane left, right, and other thing. So the moment I come to the I want to draw something, so let me put the isoplane left on. So let me put the line tool, click on the line tool, go towards left and press 5 units in the left. So you are 5 units in the left, go, let's say 6 unit in the up, right, and let's say 5 units here in the left plane itself, and then you can close it. So I have a face of a box that I'm going to create. So let's see what I'm going to create right now. So now change the isoplane to right. So press F5, or you can go with the status bar. Here you can have the isoplane right. So press the line tool, and here you have this. So there is a length that I want to create as, let's say I can create a length of 7 units here. So here I can do a copy, I cannot do an offset, so I can copy this line over here and enter, and you can see that it is restricted to this particular point. So I can copy here, so I cannot use the mirror tool or an offset tool over here, only copy and move is allowed over here in the isometric mode. So from here I want to, let's say, move 5 units above. So move the cursor up and say 5 units, and then further I want to move 3 units, and then 5 units down and 6 down, it is 11 units, and then let's say we have this 3 units over here. So this is closed. Now what I can do is, now I can copy this as we did in the previous one, all these 3 options we can copy it, but this line wouldn't be visible in the isometric view. So then I can join these two, right, or I can press the F5 button to change the direction. So I have this isometric view created. So now I will create I will teach you how to create a wall face 3D view of a wall, along with some windows openings, so that there is an application of you can learn. For this I will just erase this objects that I have created. So I am at a blank screen right now. So here I go. So let's take a line tool and press the F5 key to go to the right hand side, isoplane right. So I have a 3 unit length of the wall, 3 unit height of the wall, and then 3 unit here and 3 unit down over here. Similarly, I can change the isoplane to the left, so 3 unit here and 3 unit top above and 3 unit back. So I have got 2 faces of the wall, and here we have what we can do. The wall thickness is 0.3. So from here I go 0.3 down, and then I can have change the isoplane by F5. Let's say 2.7, because I subtracted 0.3 the wall thickness, and 2.7 here, same, and then I can join these two. So this is the wall that I have created, 2 faces of the wall, and I want to create 2 windows over here. I go with F5 and change it to isoplane right. I press the L command and click anywhere to start the window. So right now I am not using any of the tool right now. So here we go 1 unit up, and then F5. So you can see the cursor is going in the right hand side. 1 unit here, 1 unit down, and then 1 unit here. So with this there is a face opening over here, and what you can do, you can create a thickness over here. So press the F5 key, here and 0.3 here, and just pull it down, and here we go, and F5 key, and you can see with the isoplane top. Now what you need to do is, in order to reduce it, just bring it down, select it, there's a grip that is visible, put it and get it here. So there's a thickness that can be seen. So this is how a wall can be created in isometric view. Now the other thing is that if you want to create circles, so circles in isometric view is basically seen as an ellipse. So the moment you have the isometric snap on, I've not taught you ellipse till yet, but then you can take the ellipse tool, and here the isocircle option is there. So you don't use that regular circle, you use an isocircle in the ellipse tool. Press the 5, and here you have the left, and select the center and give the radius, like let's say 1. So a circle is created. Similarly, if you want to create in this right face, you have this F5 key here, and you know, get the isoplane right and ellipse and isocircle, and you can have the isocircle created here. So this is how we work in isometric view. And in the next, this is the end of the session 2, that's the week 2. In the next session, I'll be giving you some challenges for the isometric drawings, like a steps or something that you can create and practice while you are working, and hope you can work better. So let's consolidate the session, and let's see what we have learned during this session 2. So we learned about rectangles, we learned about polygons, we learned about polylines, we learned about moving an object, copying an object, and offsetting, rotating, scaling, filleting, and chamfering, and we also learned about ortho and snap mode. Right, so in the next week we will be doing with object snap and various other tools that you will learn. Hope you have enjoyed, and thank you. Hello and welcome to the session 3, that's the week 3 for the AutoCAD drafting session, for that is a course for AutoCAD Essentials for Civil Engineers. So week 3 is sketching and editing 3, continued from the previous sketching and editing. So in this week we are going to cover some of the very important tools and options, like the object snaps, arcs, construction lines, multiple points, and layers, in fact. And there are so many modified tools such as mirror, trim, extend, explode, lengthen, align, break, and join. This is a very important session where we would be learning some of the very major tools that are used most often, like the object snaps and tracking, and there are a lot of things that I will be taking forward over here. So let's start with the object snapping. So here we have the object snap. So what do object snap do normally? The object snap normally is a kind of a process or a tool that basically settings, in fact, in AutoCAD, that snaps to the point that we require. Like many times we want to acquire the endpoint of a line or an endpoint of an arc, or to get the center of the arc, or to get the intersection between two lines. So it is a very handy tool, and it makes the AutoCAD drafting more powerful. So there are certain snapping options that you can see in the left and the right, where we have the shortcut menus as well as in the toolbars of the object snap toolbar. But here I would be taking you towards very basics and how to start with object snap settings. So prior to that, there are certain settings over here, like you can see that in the options dialog box there is a setting called auto snap setting. Then we have the object snap options, like ignore hatch objects, ignore dimension line, extension line. So there are various settings in the drafting while we are doing it. So we will be taking this some of the options that we will be talking about in near future or during this session, where we will talk about a specific option, like what is this option for let's say what is the auto snap marker size, what is the aperture size, and a lot of things that we will discuss from time. So this is where we set the settings, that means in the options dialog box. So to get the options dialog box, so I come to the AutoCAD screen. So here it is the options dialog box. So I type OP over here, and here in the now it directly opens to a particular tab, so it's the display tab. So go to the drafting tab over here. So here we have the various settings for object snapping, and then we have the aperture size, and we have the auto snap marker, and then we have the auto snap aperture box. So there are a lot of settings, so we will know one by one once we will be doing the options of the object snap. So now first thing that you will learn about is the setting first. So let's see how do we do the setting. So to do the setting for the object snap, you need to press OSS for the object snap, and here you have this OS option, and then the drafting settings dialog box opens. So here you have this setting for the object snap. So one thing that you need to remember, the object snap can be toggled on and off in the screen. So this can be toggled on and off by pressing the F3 button. So we talked about the various function keys. So if you press F3 or function F3, the object snap toggles. You can put it on and off. And then there are various settings like the endpoint, the midpoint, the center, the geometric center. So we'll be talking one by one. So here I would suggest that we clear all, and we will be taking the options, all the object snap options one by one. So this is the icon of the endpoint marker. So let's again, you can go to the options dialog box from here itself. So here you have. So you can change the marker size, you can change the aperture size. We will talk about what is the aperture size and what is the marker size. Okay, so here we go. Now, so first thing is that how we put the object snap on. So now you can see the moment you click over here, there is an object snap settings, and here we go. So the moment you put it on, you can see in the status bar, this particular option button is invoked. Or if you press F3, for example, I'm pressing F3. So in case if in this Windows 10 I'm using, so I press function and F3. So I'm pressing function F3. So you can see the command, the object snap is getting on and off. So now, and in this is the case where we have the object snap on, right? Then we'll be talking about the toolbars. So let's not come to the first how the settings can be done. So what is the endpoint object snap? So let's say I have a line, you have a line, so you have a poly rectangle, right? So let's create a rectangle. Let's say you create a polygon. So you have learned about this a polygon. So I have the center of the polygon here, and so take an option. So I go with a polygon of, let's say, 6 sides, and take a default option. So I'm having different kind of objects over here, and I'll take an arc, which we will study in the later session this time. So I have an arc that I create an arc. So there are various geometries that you can see. You can see a line, you can see a rectangle, you can see polygon and other things. So is the object snap working right now? No. When does the object snap works? Even though you have made the setting on, object snap will work the moment you invoke a command which will ask for a point. For example, for the line command, it asks for a point. The moment it asks for the point, so now what is happening? Move the cursor. Now it's asking the first point. So the moment you move the cursor, you see that a marker with the tooltip is displayed. Now you can see the marker over here. So now there is an arrow over here. So this is a setting for the polar snapping. So let's not worry about it how it comes. So then the moment you bring your cursor to the points over here, so the endpoint is marked. So now in this case the arc is having an endpoint. So why this tracking is coming? Because in the settings, so if you look into the setting, you have put the object snap tracking on. So let's put it off for a while. So now you can see that so let me put the object snap on. So here we have the endpoint, you have the arc endpoint, you have the rectangle endpoint. So for the first point you can take any of the endpoints. So you just bring the mouse and the endpoint will be snapped and you can create objects. So this is how So endpoint is endpoint of a line or a rectangle or any line object. So if you have a polyline also, now in case of a polyline, so if you want to, now I'm going for a line command, so you can see that you have this endpoint marked at the vertex also. So you can join this and create an object. So it's a very handy tool that you can use always. You can use when you are asking for an endpoint. Now what happens if, let's say, the snapping is off, the setting is off, let's say you put it off, and then let's say you have a line that you need to go for objects, you want to snap the endpoint. So now let's say the endpoint is not object snapping. So in this case, there are certain overrides that you can do for a particular moment. For example, for a particular first point, you want an endpoint. So you click on the endpoint and you can see. So what will happen is when you press these overrides, so the overrides are done for a particular time. So how do I do it? For example, I do an override and I press right. So now you can see that when it is asking for a point, so right click over here, so you have an override here. So though you have, let's say here, though you have marked it over here, but the override works when you press right. So here we have the override, so you need an endpoint. So now it is not snapping, but now if you want, because your object snap is off, but still you want to snap the endpoint, so you click right, go for the snap overrides, and then you can see the endpoint. And there is another way I always recommend is with the keyboard. Let's say for example there is a line and you want to snap for the endpoint while you're using a circle with 2 points. Say you circle with 2 points, so you need one endpoint and the other. So in this case, let's say you need to snap. So for the first endpoint of the circle, just type END. So the moment you type END, it will be basically, and bring your mouse to the end, the first point will be snapped. And then you can type it again. So for you say END and then you say circle office option, so endpoint is there. So this is another way of using a transparent command. So these are, when a command is used inside a command, it is called a transparent command. Let's use the transparent command again. So you have this line, now the object snap is off, so line, and you say END, and you have this endpoint done, and then again you need this endpoint, so you say END. So we'll be learning more transparent commands while we were doing. So this is the settings for the endpoint. Now let's go with the more settings. Like for example, I need a midpoint. So what are the midpoint? Midpoint is the mid of two endpoints. So how do I use it and where do I use it? For example, I have an arc, right? I have an arc, I have a line, I have a rectangle, and I have a polygon of a triangle, let's say. So a polygon, pol, and a triangle is a 3-side, so center and let's say this. So these are the objects. Now midpoint would be the mid of this segment, mid of this segment, mid of this line, mid of this arc, in fact, because it is having an endpoint, so there's a midpoint over here. So oftenly people confuse midpoint with center point. So midpoint is a point mid of 2 points. So here we have 2 points, 2 endpoints, 1 point here, 1 point here, so we have the midpoint over here. So the settings of the midpoint is like you can see the screen over here. So this is the midpoint of the line, right? So let's say if I have a line command again, so I need a midpoint. So if you bring the cursor, now the snapping is not working. So what you need to do, either you have to press F3 or go to the snap mode, and you can see the midpoint has started working, right? So this is how you can basically snap for the midpoint. So a midpoint is again is the mid of the 2 points. So now let's say if you have a triangle, let's say you're created by a polygon, and you have this triangle here. So you want to join all the midpoints of the triangle and create another geometry. So you have a line. So now you have a mid 1, 2, 3, and here we go. So you have this midpoint, and this is how you can create more geometries. Let's say I have a polygon and I create a square and I click it over here, and let's say I press the ortho on because I want to create something like this. So I want to create some geometries by joining the midpoint. So line, and I have the mid over here, mid over here, mid over here, and mid over here, and here we go. Now let's say the midpoint is off, so then you want to use an override. So again you draw a line. So remember that snapping will not work if the command is not active, and the command should be as it is asking for a point. So if you have a line, it is asking for a point, so the command midpoint will be there, but the snapping setting is off. What I do is, so when I have this line tool, let's say either I for the first point I write MID, so now I can get the midpoint of this. Now for this I have to type again MID. So I keep on doing, because why I am switching off my snapping, in order to have some accidental selection of points, or sometimes more snappings are not required, so you can use the command and the drafting can become very fast. Yeah, so you can click right and go for the snap override and select the midpoint, and here you go. So again say midpoint, so again say after now I think you have learned about midpoints, right? So now let's say you have got the two lines here, one line here, and let's say I copy this line over here. So let's say now I want a midpoint which is between these 2 points. Now I don't have a segment. Then what I do, I have an option in snap override which is called mid of 2 points. And the transparent command, again, the transparent command is a command which is used within a command. For example, if let's say I want to create a circle with a center between the mid of these 2 points. I don't have a midpoint. I cannot snap the midpoint over here. Then what I do, so I create a circle. I do the circle command and the center point over here, so there is no mid over here. So if I take the mid option also, so it will be giving the mid over here. So how do I get it? So the one way is to use a transparent command called M2P. That means mid between 2 points. So when you are asked for the center point of a circle, so you say M2P, press enter. So it says first point of the mid. Obviously this is the first point. Now it should be the end point, so not the mid, right? So here you say END, that means end point of this, and the second point of the mid would be the end point of this. Again, in the snap setting the end point is not used, so I'll be using END. The moment I say END, so it clicks over here, and I want to have the circle built between these 2 lines. So I press END again, the circle is created. Some of the settings which are not there in the object snap settings can be done by using the transparent commands. That means a command inside a command. So there are shortcuts also. Let's say, okay, let me have the settings pull again. Let's say I have the setting put it on, right? Endpoint also. So now let's say I go for a circle and it says a center point, so I click right. You have the snap override, so then you have this option. So if you forget the snapping command, then you can go with the mid between 2 points. So here we go. So you can have this, right, and you can have this, and then you can create the circle. So this is something that with the setting is not there, but you can do it by using the command. So go to the object snap setting. So to go to the object snap setting, the one option that I used is the tool or the OS. You can type OS, the same thing will happen. Now is the center. So now center is something that's center of a circle, center of an ellipse, center of an arc, right? It is not a center of polygon, so it would be center of a curved object. It may be a center of an arc, or center of an ellipse, or a center of a circle. So center point can be snapped by using this. You can see for the midpoint the icon is the triangle, and the center the icon is circle. So for this you need to have circular objects, like I'm having this, or an arc, right? Like I'm having this arc over here, or an ellipse, I'm not touched the ellipse. So these 3 things I have. So I need to snap to the point of the circle or the arc or the ellipse. So what I do, so here from the settings you have this object snap settings, and here you can go for the center option. So the moment, and make sure that the center option is selected in the object snap settings. So here we go. So the moment you have this setting on, then invoke any command, let's say line command. So you can just bring the mouse over here towards the center of the circle or the center of the arc. The center would be snapped. So you can see that, right? Circle green color, so there's a snapping over here. So now let's say I'm drawing a line connecting the center of this. So it's so easy. So if it is not snapping, just hover your mouse over the object, the center will be snapped. So this is what center snapping all about. Then there is a beautiful option, which I eventually used now, is the geometric center. That means the center of a polygon, center of a rectangle. So if I want to get the center of the rectangle or a polygon, it's a wonderful option that I can basically explore into it. Now let's see how it works. So I did the center, now the nearest. So here is the nearest. So nearest is something that we need to understand. So nearest is any point in the arc. So I use it randomly, because if I have to pick a random point in an arc or in a circle or any object, so I have a difficulty. Let's say I want to pick a random point over here in the locus of the arc, or in the trajectory of the line, or in the locus of the circle. Then this nearest option basically helps me, so to get the nearest option, click on the nearest option. So now what's happened, the moment you can see that the icon is just like two inverted triangles over here. Hover your mouse and click on any point in the curve. So nearest is any point in the trajectory of the curve, right? So nearest has can be any point. So nearest is used when you want to draw randomly and connect some of the points in the curve, right? So this is something that can be used. Now, what is the transparent command? If let's say the settings are not on? For center, obviously, if I want to draw a circle at the center of this arc, so the snapping is not on. So I go for CEN. So here I go. So now you can see the moment I say CEN, the center is there. So if I want to snap the center of this circle, so again I want to create another circle with the same center, so but the snapping is off, so I say CEN. So here I go. So this is and if I want to use the nearest snapping with the transparent command, so I type NEA. So here I go. So nearest, and then every time I have to type because the snapping is not on in the setting, right? So here I go. So here I have this nearest setting, and then I have the node insertion. So I would be covering most of the things. If I miss something, then I can cover it over here, right? Then we have the trunk. This is the running snap. Okay, settings, overriding the running snap, cycling through snaps, right? So I can cycle through the snaps, setting the coordinate entry priority, setting the priority to coordinate entry in the options dialog box, and auto tracking. So that's something that, and the polar tracking we can discuss, and the function of the control key. So let me take it down to all the settings in the object snap dialog box. So come to the AutoCAD. Now here we have another setting. Here is a geometric center we were talking about. So geometric center, like a rectangle, if you want to track the point at the center of a rectangle, then you can use the geometric center snapping. Or you have a polygon, let's say of a 3-side polygon. So let's say I create a polygon, the center of the polygon is this. So let's say I want to track the center of the triangle, or I want to track the center of hexagon. So center. So you have got 3 options, you have 3 objects. Now let's see how it tracks. I want to join all the center together with a line. So I have a line option. Now I go and set the geometric center. So it is on. So put the line tool on. So now you can see that it's already started snapping. So there is a star mark over here. Now there's the star mark over there. Right. So geometric center is this geometric center of the closed entity, like rectangle, like the. Now, if there is a polygon, right? If I create a closed entity with the help of a polyline, whether it will snap. So now you can see, now you have created this, so that can be the center of gravity sometimes, or we say COG, CG or something. So there is a geometry, closed entity created by a polyline. Let me create more closed entity by a polyline. Let's say I put the ortho off. Let me create a, so it's a beautiful tool indeed. So let's say I come back. So yes, this is a CG centroid. This is a centroid. So you can see the center of the geometry, the centroid of the geometrical figure, right? So it's a very good tool to find out a centroid of a closed geometry. So next setting that we have is the node. So before we'll do the node later on, but we will do the quadrant, intersection, extension, insertion. So we'll do the insertion and the node together, and the perpendicular tangent, we did the nearest and apparent intersection and parallel. So click right. So I have this, let's see, right, and we go with the snap override. Here we have the geometric center. So you can see that the is gcen. If you write, like for example, in the point here in the command as a transparent command, if you type gcen, that means the geometric center will be snapped. So you can type the gcen, the geometric center will be snapped. So again, you can do it either by typing it in the active command, and like I did, or go to the snap override, which if you click on it and right click into the open area, and you find this geometric center, so it will be snapped. So next what I would be doing it, as I suggested, would be taking the quadrant to the intersection, extension, insertion, perpendicular. So let's do it and see how it works. So first of all, the quadrant. So quadrant is the 4 points in the circle. It can be in the arc. Arc is basically a segment of a circle. So if I have this arc, so if I pull it down, so you can see that a circle will be creating, or a quadrant can be of an ellipse. So I have this ellipse done. So let's see how the quadrant works. So let's say I want to draw a line joining all the quadrants of the circle. So here I go and clear all and select the quadrant option. So now you can see the quadrant option is selected, and here we go. Now let's see if it works in the ellipse or not. So yes, it is working in the ellipse. So you can join the quadrants. Similarly, it will basically work in the arc also if the quadrant is there. So this is how the quadrant option works. The next, basically again use the transparent command. Like if you want to draw a line, as you say, the command is QUAD, quad. So you can go here and use this, the quad transparent key, and create the lines using the quadrant. Put the snap off again. Let me check it again. So if you have a line, so you say QUAD. So you have this quadrant 1, then you have QUAD, then you have the quadrant 2, and you can keep on doing it. QUAD, quadrant 3, and then you have this QUAD, and this, you can join it. So you can either go for END, that is the end, or QUAD. This is how you use the quadrant snapping. Next is basically the intersection. So intersection is something that intersection of two curves. It can be an arc or line or two lines intersecting at a point. It's very, very important in civil drafting. So we'll be giving you some examples where you can use it extensively. These are the settings that are used in the civil drafting most oftenly. I use it day in, day out while I am doing a civil drafting or designing or serving. Any kind of data I'm using it. These points are very, very important. I'll tell you, these points are very, very important. Anyway, so now intersection. So intersection is, let's say I'll be taking 3-4 options together. Let's say I have lines which is intersection. So let me take intersections, and then we will have the perpendicular tangent together. So I will take intersection, perpendicular and tangent, all the three options together. So intersection is, for example, I want to, so let me set it over here. So in the object snap, I have the perpendicular, I have the tangent, I have the intersection, all the three settings done. So here I go with the intersection option. So now I put it on. Make sure you press F3 or click here for the object snap option on. So you have this, let's say you want to create a circle at the intersection of the line and the circle. So center point should be there. Just to move your cursor over here, now you can find this arrow, cross arrow intersection, and the tooltip is there. So you can draft it. Again, you can have the intersection here, draft it. So is this an intersection? Yes, this is an intersection where two line meets is an intersection. So with this you have more intersections, right? So now you can see that a lot of intersections are created. So then you have the perpendicular. So let me take a case here. So you have this arc over here, you have this line over here, you have the circle over here, a lot of geometries, right? And let's see, perpendicular is something that if you want to draw a line, let's say in case a line which is perpendicular to any of the three objects. So you know what will happen is just bring the mouse or the cursor over the objects, you will find the perpendicular, right? And in case here, let's say you find the perpendicular, right? Bring it here. So just hover it and see that, you know, it is snapping over here as the perpendicular. So you can see the mark over here, the perpendicular sign. So be very observant about the perpendicular sign. So perpendicular is again a very fantastic object snapping setting, which basically snap to a point which is perpendicular to a line. So in a curve, in fact. So this is the perpendicular. And so when we talk about perpendicular, so it is you know, we should talk about parallel, because these two things work together. Let me take parallel with perpendicular, then I will go with tangent. Okay, so parallel is something when two lines are you know, in parallel to each other, when they are not collinear in fact, but they run in parallelism. So for example, if I have a line over here, and if I want to draw a line which is parallel to this line, so I start it over here and hover it over here. So the moment I bring it to the line, a parallel snapping will be there, and just move the mouse and you can see that there is a tracking over here of the parallelism. So again, you have this, and you can see the tracking over here. So now the parallelism you can create of one line. Let's say I create a parallelism of this line. So let's say I have non-collinear lines, like for example these two lines are non-collinear, they are not parallel to each other, non-parallel. So if I want to draw a line which is parallel to this line, so bring that cursor over here, so you can see the parallelism snapping is there, and just don't click anywhere, just move it. You can see the angle along with the length. So if you want to make the line parallel to this line, so just, you know, get the parallelism icon created, and you can see that right. So now you can see, so you have got two parallelism which is created. So what is happening is, at this moment of time, this is overriding it. So let's say I remove this, and you can see that now it is a 41 degree parallelism. So if there is a line which is here, and let's say I want to draw a line which is parallel to this, so this is the 56 degree, or I want to draw a line parallel to this 41 degree. But if I want to draw a line parallel to this, so in this case this is going to dominate. So this is also, you need to understand how, which parallelism is going to dominate. So if I want to use the transparent commands over here, so it is let's see how it works. So I have a line, and I put the snapping, object snapping off. So I want to draw a line which is parallel to this, so I write PAR. So then you have this parallel over here. And if I want to draw a perpendicular to this line, so I write PER, perpendicular. and bring it here, so a perpendicular. So now you can see that though the line is not intersecting, an apparent perpendicular is shown over here. For example, if let's say if I want to draw a line which is perpendicular to a particular line which is not intersecting anywhere, so in this case what I do is, let's say I go for the line, and let's say I want to draw a line perpendicular to this line, so I say PER. So you can see that the perpendicular option starts showing you, and you can click. Now let's see what the tangent is. So if you have a circle, if you have an arc, you create an arc. So now tangent is a line which touches a curve at a single point, right? So it is so that point is called the tangency. So let's say if I want to create a tangent, so let me set the tangency over here, tangent clear all, and take the tangent checkbox on. So I have this line, and here you can see the moment I put it on, a tangent icon. So you can see the icon over here, which is a circle and a tangent. So it is very visible. So I want to draw another line which is tangent to this. So this is marked over here. So I want to draw which is tangent to this arc. I can do that. So tangent should be to a curved entity. It can be an arc, a circle, can be an ellipse also. Let's say if I draw a line, and you can see the tangent to this ellipse also. So it is a wonderful option. And let's say if I want to draw a circle, which is circle can be also have tangency, definitely. So it is the tangency is maintained. So this is the tangent option in the object setting. Now comes some of the other tools, like the extension, very interesting, and apparent intersection, which is another very interesting, and then the insertion and node. So insertion and nodes are basically two things that I will discuss about, which is also very important and has very, very good application in AutoCAD. So let's talk about the extension and as well as the apparent intersection. Now apparent intersection is where basically physically two objects are intersecting, but here there is an apparent intersection over here. Somewhere over here the line is going to meet. So if I want to snap that point and create a circle at the intersection of these two lines, so I press C. But here what is happening is, and then here with the apparent intersection I need to put the endpoint also on, right? So I have this apparent intersection on and the endpoint. So what I'm doing is, the moment I say C circle, and see, I can always go for the setting inside a command also. So I put the command here as app int. I need to put app int, that means apparent intersection, and here I go this one and click on it, and then the moment you bring it to this line, the apparent intersection snapping appears, right? So this is the apparent intersection. So let's say, so I go with the APP, apparent intersection, and let's say I put it here, so I can get an apparent intersection at this curve also. So apparent intersection is very, very important when you need to have create something which is at an apparently find out an intersection of two curves which is not intersecting actually, but they can intersect at a particular point. So next is basically going the insertion and the node. So see the icons over here. So it is predominantly shown over here. So I'm just increasing the aperture size so that and the auto snap marker size. So we'll come to understand what is this, but set the display size for the object snap target box, and this is the sets the display size of the auto snap marker. And let's see what happens. So let's say I have a line. So you can see the marker size has increased, right? So this is the aperture box and this is the marker size. So if you want to have bigger marker size and the aperture box in the cursor, the aperture box is the box inside the cursor. You can see the dotted line over here. So coming back to it, now we have some of the options like the node. So for that I would like to come to the point which is right now I have not discussed, but node is basically the point which is there, or there might be a survey points over here. So I'm not covering that particular topic of point, but just wanted to make you understand that nodes are basically the snapping, are the points, are snapping to the point. So for example, if I want to create a line joining all the points by points that are created by using the point tool in AutoCAD, so we'll be discussing it. But here it's very important for me to make you understand what is a node. So let's say I go to the object snap option and say I need the node option. So here I create a line. Now you can see that the node is snapped. Very interesting. And if you want to create an arc, let's say creating the nodes, right? And beautiful option. So this is the node. Node means the points, snapping the points, AutoCAD points. And the last is the insertion. So for that, insertion is the point of the insertion of the block. So for that, I need to have a block. So I'm quickly creating a block. Let's say I'm creating discuss about block. What is block? So here, let's say here I pick a point is the insertion point of the block. Block is an object that is repeatedly used in a CAD drawing. Select an object. So remember that this is the insertion point that we had kept for the block. So insertion point is the point when we create a block and bring it over here and put it in the drawing area, picking that point, that is the insertion point. So over here, this is the insertion point. But if you want to snap this insertion point, which you have created, which you have marked while you're creating the block, so you need to go to the object snap option and insertion point, and here we have. So if I want to create, now you can see the insertion point is showing over here. So insertion point is the insertion point of a block, and the concept of the block will be done later in the sessions. So just for your knowledge, because we have to cover the object snap setting fully, that's the reason I introduced the block option. And then now going towards, we did the object snap. Now I want to take you to the polar tracking. So this is very interesting. So with the polar tracking on, we have this F10 button, or you can click over here. So what is the polar tracking and object snap track settings on? So you can have this object track settings. It's a very wonderful tool. So let's see it, how it works. Okay, now moving forward, there are certain things that with the object snap I need to discuss with you. One is basically, if you don't find, let's say now you can see it in the status bar. So I am going to remove it. So here is the 2D snap object snap option. So if it is not there in the status bar, you can do the similar operation. Go to the customization of the status bar and bring the 2D object snap option back. Other thing that I want to discuss is, I want to tell you is, let's say if you have all the options selected, right, and you find that you want to basically deselect some of the options, so you do not have to go again to the drafting setting dialog box. What you can do is, you can basically click on the selected options and deselect it so that it is not available in the object snap setting. So here I go and change the setting and only the endpoint is visible. Now you can see only the endpoint is selected. So this is one option. The other thing is that, let's say if you have a circle, so circle will be having a quadrant and a center. So if you want to toggle, for example, again I'm taking a rectangle, if you want to toggle between the mid, end and the other thing, so toggle means what? Toggle means, let's say if you have selected all the option, select all, and or you select some of the options that are visible, that is apparent in this object. So I take select all and I invoke a command. Now let's say here I am having the snapping as quadrant, so I press the tab key. So the tab key will be basically cycling me towards the snapping setting. So I can cycle through the available object snap in the object. For example, I am at the midpoint, so I can press the tab key here. So whichever snapping I desire, I can tap to, pertaining to that particular object where I am. So if I bring it here, so press the tab key, so you can see that you have the endpoint, you have the object center, so geometric object center. So here you are. So So this is something that, so press the tab key to cycle through the selection. Now let's come to the polar tracking. So again, so the polar tracking comes up with certain settings. What is the polar tracking? So remember, in the session 1 we have talked about polar coordinate systems, where a length and an angle is there visible. So here let's use it and see how it works. So for the polar track setting, so you have to go to the object snapping, and here we have the polar tracking setting. So to put it on, just select the checkbox or an F10 key. So you can see that the F10 key, so if you put it off, the polar tracking is off. So here you have this one. So this is the tracking. So it talks about 91. So you have got different settings over here. So this is the icon of the polar track. So now it says that you can track to 90 degree only. So you can, same thing will happen. So here, the put it on by checking the checkbox or selecting the checkbox, or you can also toggle it from here. You can see the polar on and off is here, or you can press the F10 key. So I am putting the F10 key, so I have a Windows 10. So the function and F10 key together can snap, or you can always press the button over here to put the polar tracking on and off. So here in the settings you can find that you have the incremental angle as 90 degrees. So what happens, so if you take a line tool and click it, now you can see that it is tracking, it is giving you a length and angle at 0 degree, and then the next tracking will be allowed at a 90 degree. So you can find that the tracking goes here. So at 90 degrees increment, 90, 180, so these are increments of 90 degree. So let's say if I have a line, I want to draft a line at 90 degree and then 0 degree. So at an increment of 90 degree, I can have the track at a particular length also. Polar coordinate system methods basically gives you ability to create a line with an angle and with a length. So here you have a length of 2.7 or 3.02, and then you can track, and then you can create a line. So now let's say we change the incremental angle, go to the track setting, or you can also go with OS option, and here with the polar tracking, and say I need it at incremental angle of 30 degree. So I change it. So the moment I change it, you can see that it becomes 30, 60, 90, 120. That's an incremental angle. So make sure that the polar tracking is on. So you have the line over here, and then over here, then press it and see at 0 degree you are having, and then just you move the cursor, 30 degrees there, and then you have this, you have the 60 degree again, 60, 30, 90 degree, and then at let's say next would be 120 degree, and then next would be 150, and so on. So you can see that the polar tracking is working at an increment that you have mentioned. Apart from that, if you want some additional angle, so if you need, let's say to track a 15 degree, or you need to track 12 degree, you can mention it. And other thing that you would see that the angle measurement here, we have two radio button settings. One is the absolute and one is the relative to last segment. So what is the relevance of this? By default it is absolute. So what is happening is absolute means, so once you're tracking, now just observe. So you have this 0 degree, and then you have the track for the additional angle 12 and 15 and 30 degree. So you have this, so again you have the 0. So absolute means the absolute base angle is the x-axis. So all the angles are measured from the base axis. So it is again 12 degree, and then the additional angles are there, the incremental. It will now go according to the incremental angle. So the meaning of additional angle is not an increment, but at 12 degree from the 0 base. So now let's say if I require to behave, to make my polar tracking behave from the previous direction. For example, I want to make it as 0, but it is showing 30, and I want to create a 30-degree line from this particular here, or a 15-degree. I want to create the incremental from this particular line. So for that I have to go and go to the track setting and say relative to the last segment. So now if I do the relative to the last segment and check my track settings, as here we have a 30-degree increment and additional angles, so I put it off right now. So now I have this line and put the endpoint. Now this is the 0 degree. At the last segment 0 degree is there, and then I do a 30 degree, again it becomes 0, then I do a 30 degree with the last segment. So it is very easy for me now to basically draft something which is from the angle is measured from the last segment, right? So this is the settings, the meaning of the setting of absolute and relative. So now next what I would be discussing about the object snap track settings, track orthogonally. Now this is really, I used to do it in many cases while doing a civil drafting, especially the structural and the site drawings. So what it is, so there are two settings. So object snap tracking, so this is something, so you put it on from here, so it is on here, and so if you press the function 11 key, so you have this on and off, function 11, right? So I'm putting the function 11, so it is, right now it is on. So let's say I have a rectangle here, and what I do here is I put the polar tracking off, so I'm tracking it orthogonally, right? Orthogonally means 0, 90 degree and other thing. So what does it mean actually? So if I want to create something, I want to track the midpoint of it, I want to track this midpoint, and at the intersection of these two midpoint I want to create something. Let's say I want to create a circle. So it can be tracked from object snapping geometric center, but here I'm tracking it. So this is how it is happening. So it's tracking orthogonally. So let's go with the circle command now. So I have this midpoint over here, so I'm tracking it, and similarly I have a midpoint, so I can track it, and here it comes over here. So because the geometric center is there on, so I just wanted to put it off, the object snapping in the geometric center off, and only the endpoint and midpoint, so you can see the relevance of it. So let's say I want to, again, now here you can see the track is prevalent, and here the track is prevalent. So in the intersection of these two tracks I have this setup. I can draft something. So if I were to draw a circle right now here, so I am tracking it orthogonally at 0 degree. I am tracking it at orthogonally at 270 because I'm going down, and at this intersection I can draw this line. Again, if I want to draw a circle, so I can track this one from the midpoint, I can track this point from the midpoint, and here I go. So let's say if I have got two lines here, and one line here and the one line here, let me create a perpendicular lines, not of object. So I have this line here and I have this line here. Now I have to track the midpoint of this and the midpoint of this. I want to create something over here. I want to create a circle, in fact. So here I go. So I go with the, I'm using the object tracking. So here I take the midpoint over here, I track it. I take the midpoint over here and track it, and at the intersection of this midpoint 0, now you can see it is written midpoint 0 degree and midpoint 270 degree. This is tracked. So the line is there. So if I want to create a circle center point over here, so I take a circle center point, I track the midpoint, and here I go. Similarly, if I want to track the endpoint over here, this endpoint and this endpoint, and whenever they intersect I want to create a circle. So circle, so track this endpoint and track this endpoint. Now see, a circle is created. This tracking, object tracking, is very, very important, and it can be set from the tracking settings. Here we have track orthogonally, and then we can also use the polar angle settings also here, right? So when we use the polar angle settings, so now the tracking is done only 0 degree, 90 degree, 180, but when you use the polar angle settings, it will take the polar tracking incremental angle that you basically set in F10. So to put it on and off, so now it's on. Now let's use this option where I am using the polar tracking setting incremental angle as 30 degree, and I'm saying track using all angle setting. So how it works, so I want to create a circle center point. So here I go. So now we have this 300-degree track, and so at the intersection of this I create a circle. Now see, I can create a lot of trackings, like for example I have this endpoint, so circle, so here is a 0 and here is a 30-degree. So at 60-degree, so I want to create an intersection point of a line which is a 60-degree angle from this particular point, and so and a 300-degree, I mean obviously the multiple of 30-degree, and here I go. This is the use of the object snap tracking with the polar setting on. Now at the end of this object snap and the function keyboards, let's do a quick check of the function control key. F1 is for the help, so if you press F1 the help will be there. F2 is for the graphical screen or the text window. So let's see how it works. So if I press function F2 over here, the text that has been written in the AutoCAD command from the start of the project, so all text history will be there. Similarly you can go with the function F2 to press it off. Next is the F3, we talked about object snap on off, you can have the control F. And then when we'll be doing 3D, then we will be going with 3D snap on off. F5 is for the isoplane top right, and the dynamic UCS F6. F7 again we have discussed about grid on off. Control G, Control D is for the dynamic UCS, and F9 is the snap we have already done, so Control B is for the F9. Polar tracking we did, and 11 is for the object snap tracking that we have just discussed, and the last but not the least is the function F12 key for the dynamic input on and off. So we'll be discussing about dynamic input later on, but this is where we end the discussion regarding the object snap and different keys. So F1 to F12, I hope you remember all these things, and we have discussed almost isoplane, we have discussed about snapping with polar tracking, object snap tracking, ortho, on, off, and a lot of things that we have done. So in the next session now we will be discussing about some drawing objects like the drawing arcs, drawing ellipse, and placing points. So that's very important. Construction lines, very important. Trimming the object, extending the object, and stretching the object, lengthening the object, mirroring the text, and points at specified intervals, joining the sketched object, and then we'll go for layers. Hi, after learning the various object snap options and setting, now you will learn some of the sketching too. So let's proceed ahead with the session 2. Okay. So first sketching tool that we will learn now is the drawing arcs. So what is an arc? Over here, when we use arc command in AutoCAD, actually we are referring to a segment of a circle. It is a circular arc. So the arc is a curve that is a part of a circle. So it will follow the equation of the circle, and it will be having the properties of the circle as it is. It's a segment of a circle. So to draw an arc, you have got several. You can see in the right hand side, there are several tools over there. There is a 3 point. That means you can pick 3 points and draft an arc. And then you can see there are segments over here. There are 3 segments that have been done. One is the start, center, end, start, center, angle, and start, center, length. So when we talk about start, center, end, that means we can define an arc using, if you have the start point of the arc. In a particular drafting situation, if you have the start point of the arc, if you have the center point of the arc, then in that case, defining the end or the angle or the length of the arc, you can define an arc. So here the tool basically refers to when specifically you are having the start point of the arc and the center point of the arc. So we'll discuss about what is the start point of the arc and what is the center point of the arc. And the second set of tools are basically when you are having the start point of the arc, you know the end point. So you know 2 proximities of the arc, you just know the start and the end, and then you can vary the arc, the curvature of the arc by defining the angle or the direction of the tangents of the arc, or defining the radius of the arc. So here the two groups the start center and the start end, it gives you power to create arc if you have known variables to define the arc. Then you have the next is basically defining an arc if you know the center and the start. So if you're first defining the center, then you have a start, and then you can define the end point or define the angle, that means the included angle of the arc, or you can define it by the length. So let's jump start and see how we can draw the arc. And so you can draft an arc by the use of the command panel, or you can go to the menu bar, or you can use a toolbar, or you can go it by the so you can see that the tools are mentioned over here. So if you look into the tools, so and then there's a continue, that means when you draft an arc and you want to continue with the arc. So 3, 3, 6, 3, 9, 10 and 11 options are there in AutoCAD to draw an arc. So let's see how we can draw the arc. So here we go. So in the illustration, I will be basically showing you how to draw an arc using the command as well as using the tools from the menu or the ribbon. So here we have in the ribbon, we have the home tab, and there is a draw panel, and here you have the arc. So here in the arc drop down, there's a 3-point start, center, end, and so let's start with this particular options. So for that, let me do some settings over here. So let me draw a point. So I'm putting the ortho on, right? So I just copy this, and okay, let's say in the 10 units, I'm copying it. So here you have got two proximities. You have so in this, I have two lines in which I'm going to illustrate how to draw an arc, where the start point is defined, and there is a center point, and there is so we will be having the start, center, end. Then we will be having the start, center, angle, and you have the start, center, length. So in this illustration also, we can use a start, end. You have the start point and the end point defined over here, and start point and the end point defined over here with the angle, with the radius and everything. So first of all, let's pull it right this. So let's say I have another line over here, just down over here. So let's say I go with the start, center, end. So you have this start point, you have this center point, and now you can see that when you are sketching this arc, so here you can see that while sketching this arc, it is going in the counterclockwise. So you have the start point and center point and end. So the arc is created in the anti-clockwise. So it is asking for the end point. So you can click on any of the point and create the arc. So let me precise it like this. So I have another line over here. Let's say, right, and here I go, and okay. So what I'm doing right now, I'm just maximizing the screen so that I can get all the tools. So you have the start, center, end. So you have the start point. Let's say the start point is this, and the center point of the arc is this. So now this is fixed. The start point is fixed, the center point is fixed, and you can have the end point to any of in the trajectory of the arc. Right. So you have the start, center, and end. Right. So let's say you have a circle and you want to create some arc, having the center point of the circle as the main area. So you have the start. So you start an arc, keeping this center point as the pivot. So now this is, you have this, and then you can put the endpoint somewhere. So you have an arc with the start point here and the endpoint over here. So let's say then you have another option, like for example, start, enter, angle. Now let's see again. So you need to understand about what is the meaning of the angle and the length. So let me create an arc and tell you what is an angle and what is the length. So let's say I create an arc with let's say start, center, end. I do it again. So I have, let's say I create a circle over here. So I create first option I take. So here I go. So let me create it again. So I have the start point. I have this center point. Okay. And let's say I have this end point. So now let's say, so this, now you can, if you select the arc, you can see the grid. This is a center point, this is a start point, and this is the end point. So you can always, so we can stretch it. We will see how we can stretch it later on. So if you see the properties of the arc, so I right click and see the properties of the arc. So I find something over here. So it says that the start point X and Y is this one, the coordinates is given, the center point, the coordinates are given over here, and the end point, the coordinates is given, and there's a radius, there is a start angle, and there is an option called end angle, and there is the included angle is 153 degree, and the length of the arc is, let's say here it goes, gives you as the 27.36. So this angle 153 degree is the angle of the arc. So let's see what is the angle. For that you have to understand what is the start angle. The start angle is the angle from where the arc starts. So here, let's say if I put the start angle, let's say as 180 degree, so you can see that the arc starts at 180 degree. So this is the 0, 90 over here, and this is the 180, and then the end angle I put it as 270 degree. So here you can see that the angle of the arc is the difference between the end angle and the start angle. So here we have 270 minus 180 is a 90 degree. So this is the angle of the arc, and there's a length of this arc. That means this is the circumferential length of the arc, where it talks about what is actual length of the arc. So the length of the arc is 16.0485. So for illustration, I would like to basically first dimension it. So there are different tools. So let's say Demarc is a tool where I can dimension it. So where I can get so this is the arc length, and the angle is the tool that I can go for. So this is the 90 degree, that is the included angle of the arc that the arc makes from the start point to the end point when it travels. So now see that, let's say if I increase, so here we cannot have the total. So end angle, let's say the start angle, I start from 90 degree. So obviously the end angle is 270. So the total angle changes over here, and the length changes. So if I have the end angle at, let's say 300 degrees, so definitely things will change. So here you have the arc length, so we can have this included angle again. So this is 150 degrees included angle, and the length is changing to a particular point. So if you look into it, so you have this 25. So let's see, the arc length is 37.4465. Total angle is 210. So we have the subtended angle over here. So this angle is 210 degree, and if I want to measure it in the dimension, so I can go with dim angle. So I can see that the angle is 210, and if I want to measure the length of the arc, so it says 37. So now you have understood what is the length of the arc, what is the angle of the arc, that is included, and what is the center of the arc, and the radius of the arc. So if I want to see what is the radius of the arc, so here I can see that the radius is the here we have, this is the center point of the arc, because we have created the arc with the center of the circle. So these are the parameters. So these are the parameters that so friends, let me make it more clear. For to do all the commands, now you need to understand about these terminologies: the angle of the arc, the length of the arc, the directions. So let me create another illustration. So let's say I created by start, center, and arc. So let me put it here. So I keep it at this point, center, and let's say this is the arc that I created. So let me have the, so this is the length of the arc, as I explained, is the length of the arc. This is the angle of the arc. So angle of the arc is the arc that is the angle that the start point and the end point makes with the center. So there is a center over here. So I mark the center with the dim center. So this is the center of the arc. So the angle, this is the angle we call the subtended angle. So this is the angle of the arc. Now you can see. So this is the angle of the arc. This is the length of the arc. So let me increase the scale of the visibility of the dimensions. So I put it, let's say 3 times. I want to see the value. So it's a bit increased. Yeah. So now this is an arc. So let me make a different color of this. Let's say I make it as red for illustration so that you don't get confused. So friends, so this is the length of the arc. This is the angle of the arc, and this is the radius of the arc. Now, knowing the fact, so this is the radius of the arc, which says 27.26. So you can check the properties, click on the arc, and you can check the properties right away. So now let's quickly do the concepts and the do. So now you have the start center angle. So here, let's say you have the circle over here, and then you have another circle over here. So you want to create an arc which is at the center of this circle and starts from this point, and then you need an angle of the arc. So here we have start center angle. So this is the start point. Now let me check the center of the arc here. Okay, so start center angle. Let me do it. So this is the start point, this is the center, and here we go. Now you want to have an the anti-clockwise is positive, that I said. So the arc will be created in the anti-clockwise direction. So let's say you give the included angle as 180 degrees. So you can see that it starts from here and the included angle is 180 degree over here. So I have randomly put it this circle, so that's the reason why it is not symmetry. So this is the how you create with the start center angle. So you want to check the included angle. So again, do a fact check. So dim is the tool by which you can do the so this is the angle that you can check, or you can check from the properties. So select it and click right and go with the properties, and then you can see that there's an angle. Now, can I change the angle of included angle of the arc? Let's see. So yes, I can change. The start angle is 158. So the end angle I give it as 270. So the moment I change it, so you can see that the included angle changes. So it means that after, if you create an arc with a particular included angle, you can always change it from the properties. Okay. Next, I have this start center length. So what is the length? So definitely this is the length I was talking about. This is the arc length. So let's say if I go with this option start center length, so you have the start point, you have the center point. Now you want to give what is the length of the arc. Let's say I have a value of 30. So the length, the trajectory length of the arc is 30 units. So here we are. So you can do again a fact check. So you can use the arc as the tool, and you can see that there is a particular value it is showing, and then you have this you can select the properties over here, and you can see the arc length as this value. So what is happening actually? Now let's go with another start center. So this is the start point, this is the center point, and you need to give an arc length. So the arc length is all about, so let's say you give it as 20. So here, if you connect this point over here as a length, so you can see that it talks about the length of 20. So here when you define the length, so here the arc length, this is the arc distance, But when you go with this tool, so the arc length is basically the length of the line that connects the start point and the end point. So for here, let's say if I have the arc tool and I have the start, center, and length. So here I have this start point and here I have the center point. And let's say if I want to have a particular length, that means here the length is basically the length, chord length we are talking about. So arc length is the length of the arc. So the chord length, let's say the chord length that we are talking about is 43, and then we can have, you can always check. So the chord length is the value that the start and the end point, the distance between the start and the end of the arc is the chord length. So how do you do it? So let's say you have, let me take another illustration where I have this two lines. I copy these lines, and let's say this is at a distance of 30 units. So okay, and here I go. So I want to have start, center, length. So here I create a line. So a typical example that I want to take. So these are two columns, and there is an arc that I want to put it over here. So here we have the distance of this particular length is, let's say I take a dim linear, and let's say this is 30 units. So here, so you have this arc, start, center, length. So you have this start point over here. You have, let's say I want to put the start point somewhere here, and the center point at the mid of it, and you have the length as, let's say 30 units. So the moment you put 30, so a semicircle will be created. So this is how I create the arc using the arc length. So again, so if you, let's say if I want to create, I have a line, let's say inclined line, and I know the length of the line. Let's say here I want to create a line, let's say at the rate 30 angle, let's say 30 degree. So I know the arc length is let's say 30 units, and let's say I put a center somewhere here. So this is I want to create an arc between the center and this is the start point, and as a length I want to create as 30 units. So let's see how it works. So here I have this start, center, and length. So you have the start point here, the center point here, and the length you want to give it as 30 units. So you have this 30 units length. So you can see that the arc is fit in the line. So here there are two things. So this is the arc length. So when we were talking about the arc length with the dim arc, so this is the length that the arc travels. But when we are inputting in the arc command, so this length is precisely the length we are talking about, the chord length. So chord length is the distance between the start point and the end point of the arc. So it's very, very important. Let's say again, let's take an illustration where I have a line, let's say, which is around 45 units at an angle of 15 degree. So I have this, and then I want to put the center, I want to create an arc between, let's say, this point, and there is a length I know as, let's say, 45 units. So here I go, and let's say I put it at a particular distance. I have a center over here. So there's a fixed center over here. Let's say I can take the track over here, and let me check it out. So, okay. So let's say I want to put the center over here, and I want to create an arc at this particular state. So it is the circular arc. So again, I take the start, center, length, and this is start point, this is a center point, and then I can have a length, let's say 45 units is the length. So here you can see that due to the shift of the center, it's not perpendicular to it. So the length has shifted. If it had been perpendicular to the line, the end point would have been over here. So this is how so if you want to do a fact check, just move this line over here and see what is the distance between the line. So you can have this So it's exactly 45 minutes. So let's revise it. So you have the start, center, angle, end. That means you have start point, you have the end point. So you can see the illustration over here. So then you have this start center angle over here. So you have the center point, and then you have the start center length. Then the length we are talking about the chord length. So here we are into the first set of arc tools, and the next is basically the next set we will be taking for the, let's say, where we have the start and end point fixed. So let's say I have the start point and the end point fixed over here, and let's see. So there's a beam over here, and there's a column over here, and I know the start point and the end point. So these are 2 points in which I want to create the arc. So why I use it? Because I am now trying to create an arc which is restricted between these 2 points. So in the previous illustration, we were restricted to a center and a start point. Now we are restricted to 2 endpoints. Now let's see how it works. So you have this arc start, end, and angle. So I started from here, and I know the end point. Now this angle is the included angle. So let's say I create an arc with 90 degree, right? So okay, so now if you do a dim angle, now you can see that the included angle is 90 degree. So let me increase the again dimensions so that you guys can see the dimensions. So let me make it 10, and press the primary unit. I make the precision as, let's say, 0 unit, and the angle precision is okay. So let me see if it works or not. Okay, so let me put it here, and we have the fit option. Okay. So now let me have the dimension angle here. Dim and is here, and I did an angle over here. So this is a 90 degree. And so here we have this included angle as 90 degrees. So start point is fixed, end point is fixed. Now let's take another option over here. When the start point and the end point with an angle, let's say I make the included angle as let's say 45 degrees. So if I make the included angle as 45, the arc will become steep. Now you can see that there are different center points over here. The center point is varying. In the previous case, the center point was same. So let me again show you what is the center point of what. For the first included angle, the center point was here, and the second, the center point was here. It's now shifted down. So you can see that the angle that it is having at this moment of time is different, and as such the center point is shifting. So the next option is the start, end, and direction. There's a very interesting option. Now for this you need to understand about the various you have to understand the concept of the direction. The concept of the direction is the tangency that the arc makes with the start point. So let's say you have a line, and I copy this line at different angles. Let's say at the rate I make it. So I go for a copy option, and I go for a rotate option first of all. So I have, let's say, I take a copy option and I rotate it as minus 45 degree. Okay, so I'll be having 2 options over here. One, I will be rotating at 45. So I did a minus 45, I did a direction over here, and let's say I do it. Okay. So I do a rotate, and so I can use the copy option here, and here. So now you have got 2 directions. One is the direction that the it's making. This is a tangency, right? So let's see how it works. So I take a dim angle over here. To understand the tangency, I have made 3 lines. One at 90 degree with the 90 degree with this x-axis. So this is the line which is the 90 degree with the x-axis. This is the line which is 45 degree with the x-axis, with the positive direction, and this is the line which is 135 degree or 45 minus 45 degree, or 135 degree with the x-axis, or 45 degree with the negative line of the x-axis. So now to understand this, you need to have the start end direction. So this is the start point and this is the end point. Now here you need to, if you now hover the mouse, you can see that you have to give the tangent, right? Now let's say if you give a tangent, so if you give a value of 45 degree, you can see the bulginess of the arc that happens. If you give 90 degree, so you can see the bulginess of the arc. Now, so if you give 135 degree, you can see that the arc becomes steeper, and if you keep on increasing the tangency, the arc will go in the negative direction. The moment it is above 180 degree, the arc will create in the opposite direction, that means flipped direction. So let's check. So let's keep an angle over here at 45 degree. So it says specify tangent direction for the start point of the arc. So let's say if I have it at a 45 degree, the arc is a bulgy arc. So again, I go with an arc. So let's say I go with the direction and start and end. Now if I give the direction as 90 degree, so you can see that. So direction is a tangent, tangency direction we are talking about. So you can see this tangent is at 90 degree. This tangent was at so this tangent was at 45 degree. Now you can see the tangency that it is making at the start point. So it's all about the tangency that is making. So I can have a different color over here for your understanding. So this is the set of tangency. So this is the arc which is at a tangency angle of 90 degrees. So this is an arc which is at a tangency angle of 45 degree with the x-axis. So now you need to create another arc with the tangency. So this is the tangency of 135 degree. So start and end is fixed, and the direction is 135. So you have got three different options. You can see how the tangency has been used to create an arc between start and end point. So then you have the radius. So now this is another option where you can basically create arc. So I'm just copying this. So now let the illustration remain the same. So you have the start and end, and you have got different radiuses. So let me take the length over here. So the distance between is, let's say, linear. So here you have 349, that is approximately 350. Okay, so now let's say radius. So now if I go with the and what is the half of the length? Half of the length is 174. Great. 174 units. So now you have this start point over here and the end point. So if I give a radius of, let's say, 174 units, so you can see a semicircle will be so now it says that radius is invalid, so it's not getting created over here. Now let's say if I create an arc with start and end, and let's say I create a radius of, it's a 190. So you can see that the arc is getting created. So this is the radius. So again, so it should be greater than 174. So that's the reason, the intention I wanted to. So start point and end point, and let's say I have this radius at 175. Now you might be wondering, why did not the arc got created at 174? I'll come back to it. Why? So let's say 175. Okay, so the reason why, because the length was not approximate. So if, let's say, I would have a line length, so actually the length, this length is not 174, it is 174 point something, because I've taken the approximation here, and that was the reason. So the point what I wanted to make sure that you understand, so the so you can see that that's the reason. So any arc between for this particular case, the start and end point, the radius should be greater than or equal to the half of the distance between the 2 points. So here we have the start point and the end point. The half of the distance is 174.73 in this case. So if you create an arc between these 2 points with a radius of lesser than 174, the arc will not be created by the virtue of its geometry constraint. So let's say I have a line, and I think you have learned about the offset tool. Let's say I have a line at 100. So you will now understand what I was saying. So you have an arc with start and radius. So you have a start point, end point. So half of the distance is 50 units. So if you say 50, a semicircle will be created. That's good. So now what will happen is the center will be created in line. I mean, with the start and are collinear right now. So you have the start, end, and radius. So you have the start point, you have this end point, and let's say you have the radius greater than 50. It should, let's say, 75 units. So the arc is getting steeper. So now you have got the start, end, and radius. So if you have the radius as, let's say, let me have the value start, end, radius, start point, end point, and the radius is 60 units. So you can see that different kinds of arc with different radiuses are created. Okay, the next option that I would be taking the set of option is the center, start, end, center, start, angle. And now it is very easy for you to understand how it works. So let's say I have a circle over here. So let me create some lines over here, and let me rotate this line. Okay, so 45-degree is this, and then I have this. So let me make a copy of this. I'm using a mirror tool right now, but you will learn about the mirror tool in the coming session, in this session itself, right? So I am having, let's say, different kind of options I'm trying to create for you for illustration, so that you can easily understand how. So these are some of the points. So here we have the center, start, and end. So you have the center point fixed over here, start point fixed over here. Now you want to end this somewhere at this particular line. So you have this center, start, and end. Next is basically the center, start, and angle. So you have the center option, start, angle. Now you need to have this angle. Angle means the include angle. So if you want to create the include angle as 90 degree, now you can see that exactly it is created between these 2 points, right? So next is the last option is the length. So length is the chord length. So let's say you know the distance between this. So let's say I take a linear. So I'll be teaching you. So it is 160.86 or something very approximate. But let's take a length of 160 units so that it is touched nearby. So you have the center point over here, you have the start point over here, and you have the length over here. So length is around let's say 60 units. So now here the 60 units, it was exactly, let me check the length so that I can have it near about this 160 something, right? So here I go, you have the center, start, and length. So you have the center point over here, and the end point over here, and the length is around 160 units. So here we go, and the last thing that I wanted to tell you about is to the 3-point option. So it's very interesting. So you have this, let me take another, let's say you have this, again, I'm taking it from the civil engineering example. You have a bridge kind of thing. You want to create an arc for a balanced cantilever bridge. So here I go, and the rise is approximately this. So you want to create an arc, and always understand that the arc that you create is would be in anti-clockwise. So you have this start point, second point, and third point. So you can always create an arc between 3 points. So you can, let me take another example. So let me roll it like this. So you have to create an arc randomly between these 3 points. So you have this arc with the 3-point option, second, third. Now what you can do is you can go with a continue option, that so the arc will get continue creating. So we'll do some illustrations. Okay, so now next drawing option, we will take ellipse. But before that, let me show you how you can do it by keyboard. So it's very interesting. So let's say in the keyboard, if you want to use start, center, end, so you press A over here, and you have the start point over here, right? and then if you want to put the second point, or if you want to go with start, center, end, the first thing that you have given is the start point, and then you give the center, and then if you want to go with the end point, so you can have the end point over here. So the first option is done. So now if you want to do the second option, like the start, center, angle, so again press the arc, so you know the start point. Now if you put the center option, right, so there's a center option. Now if you want to go with the angle, so you can give the angle. So just follow the instructions at the command panel. You can create arc with the help of the ribbon tool, or you can go with the menu bar, the same option. So here all the options are there, or you can do it from the command. Now the next option that we will study is the ellipse option. Now, after learning the ellipse tool and the application of the ellipse command, or drawing the elliptical geometry, the next that we will learn is about the points. So it is very interesting. Now I have taken these points at the session 3. The reason is want to make sure about that you understand what points are. Now in civil drafting, points become very important when we are working in driving some geometry, or when we are working on survey data. They're very important. So now you can see that how points are single point, like unlike the line and arc, we are having multiple points over there. So we are creating a line by 2 points, arc by creating 3 points, and there are a lot of things that we have created till yet. But point is a single point, or which is a node also in drafting language. So how before, so the point that you see while you are inserting a point in AutoCAD is driven by a point style. So a point style is basically the prior settings of point. Before adding any point or inserting any point, you have this prior settings of point in the point style. So there's a point style dialog box. So you can see that there are different kind of point style, like cross, and then we have center cross, and other thing is there. And in the right hand side we have some point style for PD mode values, so we can discuss it later on. But here what we are discussing about how to start adding points. So before adding a point, you have to select any of the options over here, the display option of the point, and then you have to say point size. So if you can have it relative to the screen, that the size relative to the screen area, by zooming it or zooming around. So 5% or 1% visibility is there, or you can have a different size by setting up the absolute unit. So let's see how we create points and how points are important. Then we will be talking about multiple points and various other options like divide and measure and other things. Come to AutoCAD. So start with the point style dialog box. So in the command I type PDP type. So I type DDP type. So this is a command. If you type, a point style dialog box will open. So here you select a point style. By default, a point will be, or you can have no point style, or you can have this cross or whatever it is. For example, I take this, and then you have two options. You have to either set the relative size of the screen. Let's say you can increase or decrease it depending upon how you're seeing in the screen, 5%, 10%, or 20, or you can set a size over here. You can have a 5 unit, or it will be a fixed size, so it will not the size will not change while you zoom in. So let's say if I go with a default value, and this is the point style over here. So how do I put? So here I go first command, say let's say point. So you press enter. So click on the you can give a coordinate also, or you can say click on the screen. So you're going to point. Then again you can have the point and go along. Now what happens if you change the point style at this moment? So let's say I put a cross over here and increase it by 20%, or let's say I can take another style like this across this one. Okay, and the size increases to the screen, and points are changed, right, to the style that you have defined. So this is how. And how do you snap? In the object snap, the point is snapped as node. And so if you want to object snap the point drawing some lines, so you can have this node option. Okay, so let's say I create some points over here. So I can create the point from the toolbar also, from the menu bar, that is the draw, and you have this option called point, and you have the multiple point option. So you can click the multiple point. Now multiple point is adding more than one point, so you have this multiple points over here, and so you can see relative value is changing while we are zooming and zooming out. So you can always go for a regeneration. RE is the command where the sizes are regenerated. So zoom out and zoom in and zoom in. Now you can see the more you zoom in and the regeneration is there. So if you want to put a different size to it, so go to the DDP type. So I would suggest that, let's say, take a absolute unit of, let's say, 3 units. So now if you zoom in and zoom out, nothing will happen. So you have got different points here in the screen. 3 units is the half, you know, it's if you measure it, it's the half of this circle. So here we go with the multiple points, and in from the ribbon, if you want to get the multiple points, so in the utility, so you are in the home and there's a utilities drop down over here. So here we have the point style, and you have the ID. ID means to, if you want to get the, and then you have this option called control and other thing. But here thing is that you, if you want to have the point style from the utility, you can go the point style and change it from here also. So this is how basically the multiple points are created. So from the menu bar we have this point, multiple point, and if you want to get the tool from the ribbon, so we have just taken this point style from the ribbon from the utilities drop down. So you can go to the draw panel of the home tab, and then you can have multiple points option. So here you have the icon over here, so you can always have the multiple points option from the ribbon. Okay, so this is how. And if you want to check the coordinate, let's say I'm erasing it and I want to put the point at a particular coordinate. So again, so I can go with the draw with the point, multiple point option. So let's say, so what is the difference between a single point and a multiple point? So at the single point, only one time you can put a point, and in multiple you can put as many times in a command, in one command. So let's say if I have a point at 1, 1, right? So you see, and specify a point at 10, 10, right? So now you have a point at 30, 10. So you can see that the points are getting so if you want to have the point at 100, 100, so at different coordinates basically the points are getting. So if you want to check the coordinates of the point, so you can go with the command called ID. So if you click on it, you can see the X and Y axis here. So now if you want to create a contour of it, let's say, so you can go to Polyline and say joining these points. The contour line is a line which is having an equal elevation. So this is the contour line. You can create contour line. Let's say I have got a let's say I want to create a contour with the different points. So I go with the multiple points over here. So now how I create it? So I go to the point tool. So let's say this is the points of a particular contour line at an interval. You have this. These are all survey points that you have got. Right, so you can have the points at different colors also. So you have got the survey points here. There, so when you get the survey points, you get the survey point with the total station data. And okay, so here you have. So if you want to check the properties of the point, click right. So you can have the position X, Y, and you can have the Z axis also. Now, if I want to join the points, so you can have the polyline. And you keep joining it. So these are basically, you know, point. So you have this first contour line, major contour line, so you can join it like this. And then later on you can fit the curve with the polyline edit command. So I'll show you how the fitment of curve is done. So that's another discussion that we can do. So just set the data over here. You have to be very, very careful regarding when you are selecting the polyline. So this is how you create contour data with the help of the point. Okay. So you can use this point. It's very handy and you can use it several times. There are a lot of things that you can do. So what I do is initially go to the point. There is an option called P-Edit, which I will discuss sometime. So here we have the option in the P-Edit. There is an option called Spline. I can go with the spline or I can go with the fit option. The fit option changes to a curve. So similarly, I want to fit it over here with the curve and polyline edit, right click, and I want to fit it with a curve. So you can see that you can obviously change the fitment and the tangency. There are a lot of things that we need to do regarding optimizing the curve. Okay, so this is the application of the point. So now what are the other things that I can do with the point? So if I want to check the coordinates, here also we can do the utilities drop down at the ID point. Let's say I put a point over here and I want to see the XY coordinate of it. So XY is the absolute coordinate which we are talking about. So I go with the ID point and here I go. Okay, now let's take some more examples and application of points as we move ahead. So there are some commands, very interesting command that I use mostly during the structural detailing. That is the measure and the divide command. That is basically applicable. And then we will be doing more application-based tools like the infinite lines, X lines, and the ray tools, how they are used and trim. So this is a very interesting session where most of the commands that we will be learning are used in doing the civil drafting. So then we have this, there's an explanation of how the measure command is used and divide command is used and joining. So let's do it at a stretch so that we understand the application. The first thing that you need to understand is the divide command. Let's say if you have a line, if I have a line is basically, let's say, a rebar or a line, and the line is at a length of 30 units and 45 degrees. So you have got different kinds of options. So now you want to basically divide the lines into a particular segment. So this line can be straight or a vertical or something kind of it, or you have a circle or an ellipse that you have just learned, right? So I'm having different curves. I'm having an arc over here. I'm having a polyline over here. The polyline is a very good example that I can use over here. So the thing is that I want to divide the arc, I want to divide the line, I want to divide the vertical line, I want to divide the ellipse to a particular segment. And how do I do? So let's say if I want to check the length of the line, so select the line and then go to the properties, so you can see the length of the line. The properties are 30 units. Similarly, if you want to check the length of this polyline, you can go and check that. This is the length of the line, is let's say 136.5967. And if you want to check the ellipse perimeter, or so you need to cut it and check the perimeter about it, but you can see about the minor and the major axis. So if you want to check the length of the arc of the arc over here, you have the arc length as 78.867. Now these are some inputs that has been given to you. Now there are certain situations you want to divide them into a particular segment. So one of the commands that I can use it here is the let's say there are two options, like one is the divide and one is the measure tool. So how do I use it? So let's go to the PowerPoint and see how it works. So division of multiple points. So you can go to the home tab, go to the draw. So this is for the multiple points. In the home, there is a draw and divide, or command is divide. So I will use the command prompt over here. So in the draw panel, you will find the divide also. And similarly, the measure tool also you can find from the draw panel of the home tab. and similarly the measure command is measure. So I'll be using the command divide because I want to, and what is the measure, we will come back to it. But first of all, I want to divide this line into 5 segments. So make sure that the DDP type is basically having a particular selection of the point style, and here we go. So now here, let's say I want to go with the divide div, and it says select the object to divide. I select this object to divide and say what is the number of segments. I say the number of segments is 3. So you can see 1, 2, 3. So let's decrease the size of the, let's say, to 1 unit, so that it gets smaller. So if I want to divide this line into 5 segments, so you have 2 points which is inserted over here. So automatically the points are inserted at the division points. So 1, 2, 3. So approximately it is divided into 3 equal segments. Similarly, if you want to divide this line into 5 equal segments, go for the div, select it, and say div. So number of sides is 5 units. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number of 5 segments that you want. Now, similarly, if you want to divide the arc, so you have this div and divide. Select the object, and let's say if I want to have 8 divisions, so you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 divisions. If you want to divide this polyline, so div, so you can have this select, and you want to divide it into 12 divisions, so 12 divisions. So you can check the length of it, so you can have the lim option and the node object snap selected. You can see, so this is the 5 units, so equally it is divided. So if you want to divide the ellipse, so div, select the ellipse, and you can have 12 divisions. So let's say, similarly, if you want to divide a circle, you can do the same. Div, and let's say if you want to divide the circle, select the circle, and let's say 6 divisions. So with this, you can see that the division command is very, very handy. So we will see where it is used in structural drafting or civil drafting. It is used very, very common. So the next is the measure command. So measure command is like the divide command, but in the divide command we had given the number of segments. So here we give the segment length. So let's say I have this line. So let me see what is the length of the line is, let's say 50 units. So one segment I want, I'm not giving number of segment, the length of one segment I want to have, let's say 3 units. So I go to the measure command, and I go to the measure, select object to measure, and the length of the segment is 3 units. So you can see that it starts from here. So I can have a dim lim, and see how, so dim continue. So you can see that the AutoCAD finds out the segment point, that is the 3 units, and it equally divides the line with the 3 units, and the last the remaining is there. Similarly, you have this line with the length of, let's say 50 units again. So you have this measure command, and you want to give the measure command to, let's say you want to have the segment length of the segment is 4.5 units. So it's basically it starts, and you have got this 4.5. Let's see how it works. So dim, so this is okay, 5 units. So it's taking it as, so you have to go with the precision. The reason why it is showing 5 is because of the precision. Okay, so it's 4.5. So you can have this right. So you can always it's 4.5, and it continues to be that. So if you want to change the point style, so you can change the point style to a particular, and you can change. Here it's another polyline. So you can have a measure command, select it, and let's say length is 3 units. So it creates the measurement of 3 units between 2 points. The segment is 3 units. So this is what the measure, we will be doing some application later on of the measure tool specifically after doing the points. Now we are going with a very interesting option called construction lines. So the construction lines are as X lines. in AutoCAD, and there is an option called Re. So we're doing the construction lines, how it works. So let me tell you, construction lines are very, very beneficial for some projection kind of thing. Let's say if you want to create a construction line. So here you have a set of options over here. So these are all points, and this is a ray, and there's a construction line. So you can have the construction line from the draw panel over here. So you can click on it and say, so X line is an infinite line. So let's say if I'm creating it randomly, so let's say ortho off, so I can create as many as an X line I can do. But let's say if I want to create a horizontal X line, I can give the command XL, and here we have the horizontal X line. So I can create horizontal X line. I tell you, X line is, I use it very much in projections and creating construction lines while I'm drafting something. It is very, very helpful for me. So if I want to create some vertical X lines, so I can create some vertical X lines, so I can have this vertical X lines placed there, right? So after this, I'll be doing the trim option, how I can trim it after getting the X lines done. Now, so this is the X line again. So X line is a construction line. So okay, so now let's say I have an horizontal X line, so XL. So if I want a horizontal X line, I go with the horizontal X line here. And here we have the option called the offset option. So if I want to have an offset of this, let's say 1 unit offset, so select it. So it's an infinite line, so it will be creating at an offset of 1 unit. Now if you want to create a vertical X line, so you have this vertical X line, XL. So you have this offset option. You can have it as in 2 units. So you can have it in 2 units. So you can also create the X line at a particular angle. Like for example, XL, if you say angle, let's say angle, you want to create 45 degrees. So, and then you can go with the offset option, let's say 1 unit offset option, and here you go. Right? Now, if you want to create another X line which is 90 degree to the X line, so you can go over here and say angle, and there is a reference option. So reference option is basically referring an X line which will act as a base angle. So this is, in this case, the reference X line is this, and I want to create another X line at an angle of 90 degree. So this is how I create another X line which is 90 degree to this X line, right? So it's a perpendicular. So many a times I use it to create some perpendicular entity to a surface. Let's suppose if I have a slope over here, if I want to create a perpendicular line to it, so I can go with the next line. I can say angle, I can say reference, and say okay, and then I say I want to create an angle of 90 degree, and then I can take an offset of 3 units, and so right, with this help, after that we will be using the trim command to see that how I create the sketch. So trim is a very good option which you'll be learning. So this is how I create the X line. I use the X line to create some geometries over here. Very, very, very much useful in civil drafting. So now let's say we did an angle, we did a horizontal. Now bisect. This is another very interesting option. Let's say if you have a line, a horizontal line over here. So I create an X line, I have a horizontal line, and let's say this is a horizontal line, and let's say I have another line which is at an angle of, let's say, 135 degree with a 0. So now I want to create a X line passing from this particular point, and which is bisecting this 135. So let's see how it works. Very interesting. So we have the bisect option. So this is a vertex point. So I have to go with the intersection option. So take the intersection option, put it on. So now you can see a lot of so this is the angle vertex point of the bisector, and then start point. So let's say this is the start point. I can put it over here, and so now what is happening is, now you can see. Now let's say I started from here, XL bisect. So I have this intersection, but so let me put the object snap on, and intersection is there. So I have this intersection here, and angle start point where the bisection starts. Let's say this is I take a nearest option, and let's say, and you can see, and it ends over here. So the angle that is subtending that we're giving to bisect it is from this line and this line, and the mid bisector will be created over here. Now you can see this line is a bisector of this angle. So let me put a dim angle to it and check the fact. So now I cannot do a dimension angle over here because it is an infinite line. So for that I need to trim it first. So let's say I want to have some more lines over here, so I sketch it like this in order to check the dimension and then trim it. So I am using the trim tool. So just this is only for illustration. You can try it the moment you learn the trim tool. So just to break it to a finite line from an infinite line. So this is what the lines have been created as a bisector. This line is a bisector of this, so dim angle is there. So here I go with the dim angle, and you can see the angle at 135, and this is the angle at the 1/2 of 135. So I can always have the precision. So for the angle, the precision is again 0. So let's say I have a precision over here, so 67.5. Now let's have the bisector of these two lines again. So I have this X line, so bisect, the vertex point is this, start point is this, and the end angle is this, because I want to bisect between these two lines. So again I can get the bisector. Now this is the bisector of the 67.5. So you can go with the dim angle, and you can see that how the bisector works. Right. This is again, you can always use a trim because this is an X line. The angle will not work. So I am just trimming it off to make it a finite line, so that I can show you the angle of bisection. So this is the angle, and this is the angle of bisection. We'll be doing some hands-on where we'll be understanding how the X line works. Okay. So I think the construction line is very, very important. So I will be taking some classes of how to create elevation sections with the X line option, and how basically projections can help us to draft a lot of things, right? So that will be done later in this session. So now the next command is ray. This command I use to create radial geometry. So here we have, let's say, I can, from a single point, there are a lot of points that evolves. So if I want to create some kind of geometries which are centric geometries like the involutes or something kind of this, so I can take the help of this. So let's say if I do something like this, how the ray command helped me. You can put this ray command, like for example, if I have some multiple points over here, so I go with giving you an example of it. So you have this multiple points over here, and right, and let's say you want to connect this from the center, so you have this ray option. So you can have the start point here, and you can basically connect this node at this particular point, right? So that now you can have some kind of radial actions over here, some geometry data drive you can do. PDB type. So I'm increasing the units to, let's say, 10 units so that it is visible. So okay, so I have missed this point, so ray and start point is this, and I put it here. So I erase this one. So now you can see that you create lines from a particular point which is emanating from here, and then you can draft some geometry. So this is a ray option that you can use. Okay, so now this was infinite line. Now comes the actual action points, the trim and the extend, and the you have this stretching and lengthening, mirroring, and we will do breaking the select object, right? We have done already this divide, joining the objects, and so on. So let's take this and option as how we learned, and next I can do the scale option. I have done the scale option in the previous session, so the mirror option can be done. So trim is something that if I have a circle, let's say, and I think a classic example was the previous one when we were doing the X-line option. So let's say here I have some options over here, then I'll be taking the X-line option also. So So you have this some cases that I have. Okay, trimming is cutting unwanted edges that is projecting outside a particular boundary, right? So here we have some options. So TR. So there are a lot of people who double enters and use the trim command, at a very layman level. But for them, for you, we have to understand what is the trim option. So here we have the trim option. So first thing that we have to see that how do you invoke the tool. So you go to the modify tool over here. You have the trim option, or you can go to the menu bar, or you can get the trim option from the modify menu bar menu, so trim option, or you can type TR. So what happens if you press TR? So it asks for the cutting edge. So you need to understand what is the cutting edge. Cutting edge is that edge which basically serves as a boundary beyond which a line extends, and you want to trim that. For example, this is the cutting edge. So this is the cutting edge. After you select the cutting edge, it says select object to select. So you have one found. So press enter here, and then you have the select object to trim, it says, and then you have got some options over here. So we will check this option. So now let's say place the mouse or the cursor on the object that you want to trim. So the objects will be trimmed. Similarly, escape from the command. So here we have the trim. So cutting edge is the circle, TR. So cutting edge, select the cutting edge, press enter after selecting the cutting edge, and then say trim, then say trim. So you have this, any object which is extending beyond, protruding beyond the cutting edge will be trimmed out. Let's take another example, TR. TR is the command, and then this is the cutting edge, and here we have enter. So this is the lines that I want to trim. So it's very simple, very simple. And then now let's see what are the options over here. So now let's say you go with the trim. So this is the cutting edge, and here we have an option called fence. Fence is the selection of the object that you want to trim. So to explain it better, so I use an X line again, which I have taught you. So I have this X line option here, and I take the offset of the next line. So give you a very classical example how do I trim can be used in the next line. Okay, so let me have many X lines, and let me have an X line at an angle of 45 degree. So let's say offset. I'm taking some examples. Okay, so now fence. Fence is this object selection method. So here in the trim they have included cutting edges, this line, let's say extreme line, and enter. So if I say fence, draw the line. Say it says specify first point of the fence line and the fencing. The fence will be going over the object, and the object will be highlighted, or you can see that inactivated. It shows the selection. So wherever the fence line moves, that object will be trimmed. So again, you can have the F for fence, and then you can have the fence over here. Similarly, the crossing one. So when you have the trim, the cutting edge is this. So you have the crossing window. That means it says that any object which comes inside the crossing window will be trimmed. So here we see that this is the object, so it is trimmed. So this is the crossing window, it is trimmed. So how it goes? So now you have this object, and here we have the erase option. So erase option means you are erasing the line. For example, in the trim command, if you want to erase a line, you're not trimming. You can use erase option while using trim also, right? And let me put it like this. So I have Excel, and I have some horizontal lines, I have some vertical lines, and let's see what are the other options of trim. So here, so this is the cutting edge first of all, and then you have so undo means if you have done something wrong, let's say you have erased it and you want to bring it back, right? So select object to erase. So so you can click on it, it will be undone. So everything is there inside the command itself. The last option, the project, is for the 3D object and the edge option. Now let's see, it's a very interesting option. So edge option says that if there is a line which basically this is the cutting edge, but it is not intersecting the line. So if it would have been intersected, it would have been like this, and this is a cutting edge, and you can trim it from here. Can I trim this line from an apparent intersection of this line, of this cutting edge? I can do if I have, so this is the cutting edge. Now we have to see that this edge option, the mode is extended. If it is extended, I can trim it from here. But if the mode, so how can you see the mode? So in the trim option itself, you can see that the edge is having a mode. So if you select it and go to the edge option and you say, so how do I do? Trim, select, and the edge option, I go to the no extend. That means now I cannot trim the object which is not intersecting. So it is a safer option that many draftsmen use while trimming. So we can have more options like this. For example, there is some lines which are supposed to be apparently intersecting the cutting edge. So you have this trim option, cutting edge is this, press enter, and then you can have, if you see the edge option is extended, then a lot of objects can be trimmed. Now, some tips and tricks. Some people use this. Suppose you have got a lot of objects in a drawing, and let's say if you're not, there are a lot of cutting edges. So in that case, you can press enter when you go for the command, and you can say select all, and then just click on the objects that you want to trim. So this is the tips for enhancing the trim tool. Similarly, you have this extend option. So the trim is cutting the extra edges from the cutting edge. Extend is so you have got a line you want to extend. Let's say you have an arc and you want to extend, right? And you have the multiple lines. So extend, like in the trim we had cutting edge, here we have the boundary edge. So you have the boundary edge, press enter and select to the object that you want to extend, right? So here we are. So EX is the command. You can press EX for extend, or you can go in the modify menu, and you can see that there are extend option along with the trim. So this is the extend option. So this is the boundary edge. Press enter and it will be done. Extend, boundary edge, press enter, it will extend. Okay, so this is how it works, and in the home tab itself you can find the extend tool in the drop down. So this is an extend. Sure, EX is the tool. Let's see, there are similar option in the extend that were in the trim tool. You have the extend command. This is the boundary edge, and then we have the fence. Fence means again select the lines you want to extend, right? So if you have more than one lines that you want to select to extend, so you can always have a boundary edge EX and use the fence tool, and you can always use the fence tool to extend. So you have to be very careful regarding the fence selection. Okay, so here also we have an option where I want to extend a line which is not intersecting. So here I have to go, let's say this is the boundary edge, and in the edge it should be extend option. If it is a no extend option, this will not be extended, but if you have the extend option, it will be extended, right? Now again, the shortcut is, let's say there are a lot of lines that you want to extend at a particular time. So extend, select all for the boundary edge, don't select any specific object, and then keep on extending the line that you want to do. So here I complete the extend option, then I come to the next option is the lengthening option. Then I'll go to the stretch option, and then I'll go to the mirror option and break option. So lengthening option is, let's say if you want to increase or decrease the length. Let's say if I have a line or arc, right, or a polyline, or whatever I have. So I want to know the length, and then I want to increase the length. So LEN is the tool that you can do. So how I can go with the other tools? So check here. So you have this lengthen option here, right? So we'll be doing a mirror also. So you have in the modify that there is in the home tab, modify panel, there's a lengthen command, or you can go with the lengthen tool. So there are options like delta option, total option, dynamic option, and percent option. Explain you one by one. So for example, I'd go with the lengthen tool, select an object to measure. So this is the current length. The current length is 932. So now let's say if I want to increase the length from 932 and make it 1000. So I go with the total. Total option is selected where you want total length to be achieved. So let's say the total length to be achieved is 1000. So select the object and the object will change to 1000. Similarly, I want to go with the arc. The arc length, so current arc length is let's say 86, and I want to achieve a length of let's say 200. So press enter. So let me go. So you have the current length of the arc is 1249. Sorry, included angle is 86. So we can also have the included angle over here. So let's say, and I want to have the total length as 100,000. So you can select it, and the total length comes to here. Now we can also achieve the angle over here for the arc. So if you have the lengthen option, select it. The angle is 69, and the total angle you want to achieve is let's say 90 degree. So if you select it, the arc will change. Let me come back to it. LEN. So total angle is, let's say, check the angle is 69. Include angle is 69. So you go with total and say angle and say total angle I want to achieve is 90 degree. Select the object. It will change because initial angle was less than 90 degree. Now you want to have, there's another arc, you want to make it 90 degree included option. So you have this, let's say whatever be the angle is, so you go to the lengthen and say total that you want to change is, let's say angle, E for angle, you want to change it to let's say 90 degree. Enter, select it, it will change to 90 degree. So this is the option for the total in the lengthen option. Then you have the delta option. Delta means how much change you want. For example, the length of it is 1000. I want to increase 50 units or 100 units in this direction. So delta option is how much you want to increase. Let's say 100 I want to increase. Keep on clicking it, it will increase by 100 units. Similarly, for the arc, you keep on changing it till the 100 units will be added. So delta is a change in length. So if you want to reduce it, so you can go with delta and say I want to reduce it by minus 100. That means there will be a reduction of 100 units every time you click on the screen. So if you click on the other side, it will be reduced from that particular point. So you can see that this is the delta option. So you can make it for the arc angle also. So you have the delta option and angle. Let's say delta angle is 45 degree. So you will change it by 45 degree every time you click. So the total angle will be increasing by 45. Okay, increasing by 45 degree every time you click. So you have this lengthen option. The last option, two options are there. Percentage. So let's say I want to increase the percent. The current is 900. I want to decrease it half. So I say the percentage option over here, I want to make it a 50%. So it will be reduced to half. So every time you click, the length will be reduced by half. So you can check the length. It's 112. Now if you want to double it, so you say 200%. So it will keep on doubling every time you click on it. So it will keep on doubling every time you click on it. It will keep on doubling every time you click on it. It will keep on doubling every time you click on it. So this is the percentage option. If you have anything below 100, it will reduce. Anything above 100 will be increased. Okay. Now is the dynamic option. It is something that I use sometimes. So you can just click on it to increase the length as you wish, right? So this is the dynamic option. So with this, I'm sure you have understood the lengthen tool. We will do some application later on with the structure like changing a rebar length or changing the length of a column or a beam or something that we want to achieve, or a wall length. So we use it regularly in a civil drafting scenario. So here after that, once we did the lengthen option, now mirror option. This is you can get this mirror option from the modify panel. Mi is the command. So the command mi, so I go to the AutoCAD. So mirror is basically, let's say if you have some symmetrical object, right? I create a, let's say for example, I create this option and I want to have the same symmetrical option in the other side. So I go for a mirror mi. So mirror is a replica of one object in a particular axis. So let's say I select the object and then say first point of mirror line, and then depending upon where I put the second point, the mirror will be happening. So here, so in the mirror, then you have this erase the source object. I say no. In this, what will happen? Both of them will remain. So what is happening? Let's say if I have a mirror line over here, let's say, and I have some object over here. Let's say, right. So this is a mirror line. So we'll be having different mirror lines. So if I have a mi command and I select it and I select these 2 points, first point of the mirror line and second, you see that equal distance from the mirror line will be there. So I say no. Similarly, if I want to have the mirror line at this axis, so mi is the mirror command. Select these two objects that you have created. So now you can have the mirror in the, and say, if you say yes, the other one will be erased, right? So this is how you create it. Now let's say if you are creating some line object, and you can always have a mirror in a particular inclination. So mi, so this is a, so I want to create it here. So this is, so now mi mirror tool, this is the mirror line, and you say no. So this object will be created like this. So it is a very interesting option. So you can get it from the modify, and you have this icon of the mirror here, and in also the modify panel of the home tab. So you here you have this some tools over here. So here is the mirror tool. So what will happen if I have a text, let's say written over here? So let's say if I write a text height, and I write let's say, so I write skill. So let's say if I want to mirror this, so if I have a mirror of this, let's say, and I take an axis over here, so it is not mirroring over here. So it is exactly getting copied. So there's a tool called, there's a command, merge text command, where if you put it 1 over here, system variable, and now if you mirror it, this text, so it will be mirrored in opposite direction. So merge text mirrtext, and the value is 0 and 1. So I have mentioned it here, so you can see that the merge text command system variable is there. For breaking an object, let's say if there is a line over here, and there are certain points, so I can put a point over here at this point. So I want to create a long line, let's say. Then I'll go with the command also. So DDP type, let's see what is the size of the, let's say, point size, let's say 2 units. So let's say I create some point at the, so I will go with the nearest option. So here there is 1 point, and here I want to break the line from this node. I want to break it here, I want to break it here. So I will go with the break tool. So where do I get the break tool? So here we have extend, we have this fillet, and you need to find out the break tool where it is. So break tool comes up with 2 points. One is break between 2 points and break at a point. Now this is the break between 2 points. So you take a break. So you cannot select it by window selection. So you have to select the line that you want to break. The first break point is this point, and the second break point is so what happens actually, the moment you click on it, it arbitrarily finishes the command. So you have to be very careful of what you're doing. So now let's say BR is the tool. So here when you select the object, so you have to go with the first point. So you have this first point, you have the second point. You can see that the line is broken into, so in the point style I'm putting into a point into 2 points. Now if I know the angle of it, let's say there is a line and there is another line, I want to break this line from this point. First point is this, and the second point is at the rate, let's say at a particular distance, let's say 3 units or 4 units. So let me measure the length first, so that I can give you a proper. This is a 22.3, and this is the first point is at a distance of, let's say, right, 55.6. So now you have the break command. Break command comes with BR. So between 2 points, so you go with the first point. The first break point is this, and the second break point is at the rate 3.5, 0. So now you can see exactly at a distance of 3.5 units from the point in x-axis, the line breaks. So now you have got 2 entities over here. But if you want to break the line from a particular point without the gap, so you can say BR. Okay, now here is another crux. So there is a tool over here, break at a single point. Select the object and select the first break point. Automatically the second break point will come at the rate, and here it is broken from the point. Again, if you're using a break command, so let's say I'm just undoing it, so that so I want to break this from this particular point, and so you go with the break point and select the object. First point is this, and you want to break it from this particular point. The second break point you press at the rate. That means if first and second are equal. So here comes the relevance of the at the rate. Only pressing the at the rate, what will happen? It will go to the previous point that was selected, right? So now you break it from these 2 points. Now I'll give you an example of what at the rate is. So we'll discuss it later. Okay, so this is something that you have broken it from 2 points. Right, now if you want to join this broken points, so you can have a join tool. So you can join, select this object, this object will be joined. So join tool is when you break an object at a particular point, or there are different segments of object that you want to join. So you have a 1 segment, 2 segment, 3 segment, and 4. So you can have a join tool, and then you can always join at a particular point. Now next, coming to it, so we did a break, and you can see that. So divide is done, joining. Okay, so you can join lines, polyline, ellipse, and everything. So we have done with the session 3, that's the week 3. So some tips, like for example, if you select some tips, like when you're selecting an object, so if you say erase all, means all objects will be erased. If you say E and if you say L over here, the last object that is created will be selected. And now you can see that if you move this, right, so here the last object is created in this circle, and the previous object selected is this circle. So if you say erase P, that means the previous selected object will be selected. So now this is something. And if you say erase last, means the last object created will be selected. And now if you can say erase all objects will be selected. So select object, you can use P and L and all. And apart from that, there's a fence option that you have learned in Trim. You can use it in the selection also. Let's say erase, and if you say F over here, so you can create a fence of the fence line for the selection. So press enter. So all objects will be selected. Thank you for the session 3, and I will be sharing some hands-on of session 3 with you, so that we can do some practical work along with it. Thank you. Hi, hope you're keeping well. So let's start with full of energy with the session 4, that is managing drawings and sketches of the course AutoCAD Essentials for Civil Engineers. Now, when I say managing drawings and sketches, so let's come back to the sessions that you have learned till yet. So you have learned how to sketch, how to edit, how to work on the AutoCAD platform, how to work on the UI of AutoCAD. So we have done, in the last 3 weeks, you have learned about the various tips and tricks and tools of the drafting in AutoCAD. So let's see what we say when we talk about managing drawings. So once you have a sketch, once you have a drawing or a drafting that you have made, now you need to manage those drawings. You have to identify the drawings. You have to basically give colors. You have to give line thickness. You have to give properties, and you have to manage the drawings based on certain rules. Like, for example, in an architectural plan, there's doors, windows, and there are a lot of entities like the plumbing, firefighting entities. So it becomes a very complex kind of situation. Now you have to basically control each entity based on the functions, like you give a separate color to a door, a separate color to window, or you have to basically control the visibility of any of them to see the drawing better. So you have to manage the drawing. And then there are certain tools like the grips and the array tools that I will be teaching you in this particular session. So let's jump start and see what are the things that we are going to learn. So the first thing that we will learn over here that I discussed about is layers. So when I was talking about managing the drawings, I meant layers. So we will talk about layers. Then we have grips, how basically using grips. Grips are basically blips or the points when you select an object. So they are control points in an object. So you can do a lot of things in AutoCAD using the grips. So these are the certain hidden tips where basically a draftsman makes its drawing more productive. Similarly, hyperlinks, we'll be also learning about how to create hyperlinks in the drawing, and then we will be also learning how to use the properties of the drawing entities. So some of the things of the properties we have already discussed, but I would be taking you again with the use of properties. Then selection cycle, when you have 2 or 3 objects overlapped over each other, so you have a difficult what to select, whether to select a circle, whether to select a line, whether to select a dimension, or what. So you can have the cycle selection option. Blending is something that is a continuation of the modifications that we have done. Like if you have 2 lines or 2 arcs, you want to have a blend of the 2 lines. You want to create some blending objects like the arc or something, to create continuity in the object you blended. Then you have the match properties. So when we talk about properties, so we will talk about what is the properties of a drawing object. So in order to identify an object, or to differentiate one object from the other, you have got majorly 3 properties. You can identify an object by the help of its color. You can identify an object by the help of the line type, like it can be a dotted circle, it can be a continuous circle, or any kind of line type, or you can basically identify an object with the help of the line thickness or the line weight. So there are 3 major properties. With the permutation of combination of these properties, you define an object. And then you have quick selection. So quick selection is something that when you are in a very complex situation and you need to select something. For example, I want to select a circle with a diameter of, let's say, 10 inch. So now there are so many circles, but probably in a drawing. So if you want to specify a particular parameter for the selection, so you can say, okay, I want to select this. So select circle with diameter is equal to 4 inch. So the circle will be selected. Similarly, if you want to select objects which are colored, let's say blue color, so you can select a circle with a blue color or a yellow color or a red color. So you can give some commands to AutoCAD and say, quickly select these objects that I require. So selections are required to modify. Let's say you want to edit or you want to remove some objects, you want to move some objects, or you want to identify those objects in the drawing. Then you have an array tool, which is one of the major tool for in AutoCAD that we use for copying multiple objects in a particular fashion. So we'll be talking about array. So it's a very interesting session, and let's keep up with the ethos, keep up with the energy, and let's jumpstart to the first topic of the day is the managing layers. Now you can see that there is an image over here which depicts the basic concept of layers. So once we start understanding what the layer is, let's understand this image. Now in this image you can see that there are various sheets one above the other. So at the bottom there is basically image, and there are certain regions, there is a parcels, there is a road, there is a traffic light, and there is a annotation and graphics. So now you can see that these objects like the traffic lights, the road, the parcels, the regions, and the annotation and the images are basically superimposed over each other. That means when you look from the top, it seems that it is one, but actually they are assigned to different sheets or different levels. So here it's very easy. Now if I want to see which objects are traffic lights, I can go and select those objects. If I want to see which object is a road, I can go and select the road object. So in drafting, when we talk especially in AutoCAD, there are various CAD standards which are basically used in order to define layers. So layers are very important managing tools in CAD or CAD drafting when we start doing our projects. So layers are basically one of the most important settings, or the important standard settings that we do before we start the drawing. For example, once we started drawing, let's say I want to have different colors to different objects. For example, in an architectural plan, let's imagine that what are the objects are there in the architectural plan. There are walls, there is doors, there is windows, there is curtain walls, there is text. So now if I want to manage these objects, I want to basically work on this object, identify these objects in my drawing in a very complex situation, then I have to basically club them, group them into a particular entity, and then control them. Like I want to put them off, I can put them on. I can basically lock them, unlock them. So there are so many things that we can do while it's in a layer. So layers are very important tools or important settings that we do. And then once we define the layers are used for the modification of the objects, identification of the objects. There are so many things. So in this sessions, going forward, what we are going to do is we are going to understand how layers are created, what is the importance of layer, what is the advantages of the layer, and how layers can be used at the most in order to increase the productivity of my drawing, to increase the coordination between different stakeholders. So there are so many things that we can do using the layers. So one important thing I want to mention over here, layers are one of the most important guidelines for any CAD standard. So when I talk about CAD standards are guidelines that are laid by different authorities across the world. You have the United States AIA layer CAD guidelines, then you have the British CAD guidelines, then you have the Canadian CAD guidelines. So wherever there are standards, the primary importance is given to the layers and how the layers are named, how the layers are colored, which object, let's say for example you have a wall layer, what would be the color of the wall layer, what would be the line width of and then further the wall layer can be subdivided. You can have an external wall layer, you can have an internal wall layer. Similarly, you can have a door. What will be the color of the door, what will be the line type of the door? So there are so many things that can be done using the layer concepts. So let's do one thing. First of all, let's see this particular figure. So this particular figure is basically a floor plan of a particular building, right? So here you can see that there are so many architectural elements or building elements. So let's define those building elements. We have a wall over here. Then we have door. We can see a door, right? There is basically some annotations. We can see some staircases. We can see some dimensions. We can see some plumbing elements. We can see sink. We can see, windows also over here, section line. So there are so many things over here. So if you want to basically group them into one, like for example all the walls object are grouped into one, and then they can be controlled from there. Like for example, I'm going to change the color of the wall from white over here to, let's say, red. So my standard says that the wall color should be red. So then what I should do, I cannot go individually and pick up them. I go to the layer, I say wall layer, let's change the color of the wall layer to red. So what will happen? All the objects that is in their wall layer will get changed. Great. So there are next is advantages of layer. There are various advantages of layer. First advantage of the layer I can tell you from my experience is you can manage and control the objects. For example, very easily. For example, I want to control the walls. For example, I want to change the color of the wall, or I want to lock the wall object so that nobody can edit it. So this is one of the main advantages. That means I can manage the layer from the point of view of visibility, from the point of view of editing, and from the point of view of, let's say, plotting. If I want to print, let's say for example, I want to increase the line weight of the print into, let's say, while I'm printing it, I can change the line weight. So there are a lot of things that there can be done in the first advantage. Second advantage is better coordination. So better coordination means when you are working in this plan, there are other people also working in the plan. For example, the architects are using the plan, the structural engineers are using the plan. So these people will be having a better informed decisions about what object belongs to what. For example, a structural engineer can basically identify which are the walls, which are the structural walls, with the architectural wall, which are the interior wall. So if you haven't defined those in the layers, it is very difficult for other stakeholders to coordinate. And the other advantages is basically I can see is to the holistic advantages, where as a draftsman I can increase the speed of my work. For example, I want to select the object which are having, let's say, which are a door object. So for, let's say, I want to remove this door object, I want to remove the text, I want to remove the dimensions, right? Or I want to edit something, so I want to select them. So I can see that I can increase the productivity. I don't go and individually select those objects. I can use the layer for selection. So going forward, you will learn so many advantages are there of layers, and I will teach you step by step how those advantages can be reaped. Now, moving forward, I would like to first of all, before there is a definition of the layers, I will explain you very detailed what layers are. But first of all, let me show the drawing. Now you can see that there is a drawing that I have opened. This drawing is an architectural plan, as it says, right? So in this architectural plan, there are various objects, like you can see there are lines over here. Okay, this is a what object basically is these two lines. So place your mouse over here, and you can see a tooltip over here. So okay, so here once you place your mouse over here, it says that the layer is architectural plan wall. That means my understanding is this is a wall object. For example, if the draftsman have made a mistake and put it in a column layer, so okay, fine, oh, this is a column, no, but then basically you have to be very, very careful regarding what object you are defining to which layers, right? And then let's go over it, zoom out, and put the what object is this. So just hover your mouse over here, and you can see, okay, this is a door layer, right? And then let's go to this object. What object is this? So you can see this is a sink, right? So this is what basically, once you go and see the information, you can see that all objects have been managed as per this function and has been assigned a different layer. But friends, the question that would come is, are we going to define the layer while we are drafting? My answer would be you can, but it is preferable to define the layers prior to start of the work and put it in the template. So we will be talking about, now the question is, where are the layers? How many layers are there in this particular drawings? So let's go to the home tab over here. You can see a layer panel over here. There are a bunch of tools over here, right? So here in this drop down, you can see that there are so many layers, like center, plan dim, existing building, mirror, and all. So these are the layers, and some of the states are there. So there's a bulb over here. That means you can put the layer off. So what will happen if I put the layer off? So all the objects that belong to architectural plan center layer, the visibility will go off. Then there is basically something called freeze. Freeze means if I freeze it, I cannot work in it. Neither also, if I freeze it, I cannot see it, I cannot edit it. But frozen layers are made when there are certain calculations or certain drafting are there which are not to be published or not to be seen by other people. So you freeze those layers. We will talk about when to freeze and how to freeze and what is the application of freeze. And then you have the lock. Now a lock is okay, something that if you lock a layer, that object in that layer will be locked from editing. You can work on that layer, but that object will be locked for editing. So we'll be discussing length and breadth when we'll be creating layer ourselves. Individually we will be creating layers ourselves and see what are the advantages of it then. Okay, and then there is a layer properties over here. There's a dashboard which called the dialog box is layer properties manager. So here you can see, here in this particular dialog box you can see the layers which are present in this particular project. So there are certain filters, there are certain architectural filters, wall filters. We'll be talking about those filters, the dimension filters, and then you can see that when you say all, that means all the objects in the layers are visible, right? So there are so many walls. So you can say 51 layers displays of 51. So here the number of layers that are created is mentioned at the bottom. So will be also, then there are certain operations over here like make a layer current, a new layer, right, frozen layer and delete layer and so and so. So we'll be discussing about it. But as of now, if you want to open the layer properties manager, click on them, the layer properties manager will be okay. So you can alternatively go to the command panel and type LA, and then the layer properties manager will be displayed. So this is how basically the layer can be invoked, right? So now let's, after having the summarization of what layers are, let's see what is the definition of layers. So layers is a concept that allows you to group drawn geometry in distinct and separate categories. As I mentioned, for example, if you have a lot of entities, like you have doors, windows, so you can group them under a layer, right? So by using the layer, you can group all the doors into one entity and then control them. That means allows you to group drawn geometry in distinct and separate categories according to similar features means or common theme. For example, all doors are similar features, all windows or all text are similar themes. So they can be grouped and they can be named under a wall layer or an annotation layer or a dimension layer. So what will happen? This allows you to exercise control over your drawing. That means you can basically control the visibility of the drawing. You can change the color of that particular object in the layers, right? You can change the line type of that particular object in the layers, right? You can basically change the line weight of the particular objects in the layers, and then you can also manage various display in various sheets. So there are a lot of things that we can do, and layers is very, very important. So this allows you to control over your drawing by, among other things, applying properties to the layers such as assigning colors and line types. Then you can manipulate them by, for example, all the walls of a floor plan will exist on the walls layers. So once, if you want to put all the walls layer off, so you can basically just click once, all the object in the walls layer will be off. Similar to the doors, windows and other things. You can think of layers as transparency sheet. Now this is an analogy that I'm trying to make. For example, if you have an anatomy textbook, which each sheet showing a unique distinct categories like skeleton, muscles, and let's say you have got 5 transparent sheets, right? In one transparent sheet you draft the wall, other transparent sheet you draft a text, you put a text. In the other transparent sheet you do a dimension. In the other transparent sheet you put an electric. The other one you put, let's say, a plumbing. So let's say if you want to see only the walls, put all the layers off, the wall will be displayed. If you want to only see the electrical wirings, you can put all the layers off and put the electrical. So what will happen, in one particular drawing you can create multiple of plans. For example, there is a floor plan, right? In the floor plan, you have created doors, windows and other thing. Now you want to put the electrical wiring. So put the layer of the electrical wiring as separate. Then you want to put a plumbing. So let's say if all the layers are on, it will be so complex. So if you want to only see the plumbing lines, and you can put the other layers off, so only the plumbing line will be displayed. So this is one of the advantage of going into the layers. Okay, I want to show you something when going to the over here. Now you have understood how the layers can be operated, how the layers can be utilized or visualized. So here I will be now creating some layers one by one. You can see I have a new drawing file. Now we will learn from the scratch of how to create layer, how to manage layer, and different options in the layer, right? So we have a fresh drawing, let's say a drawing file in which there are no layers except if you click on the layer properties, you will find that there is only one layer, which is a zero layer. Now let's try to understand what this layer property manager says. In the left hand side, you can see there is a filter area, and the right hand side you can see that there is some columns like the name of the layer, the state, on, freeze. So let me expand this. Then you have lock, then you have plot, then you have color, then you have line weight, then you have transparency, and description. There's a something interesting that is here, a description. Then you have this so there are certain, if you click on them, there is some actions are coming. So there are different kind of operations or settings are there with the name of the layer. So in the left hand side, in this column, you can see the name of the layer, and there is a tick. That means this layer is current. So in this particular dialog box, you can basically do all the operations of doing the layer, and also you can see the current layer is 0. That means if there is no object and there is no layers, in fact, there is only one layer is 0. And if you create new object at this moment of time, all the objects will go to the 0 layer with the default setting. Now, so you can find that in the home tab, in the layer panel, there's a layers drop down, and it's talk about the 0 layer. So you can pick the layer in which you can work. So this is the bulb, which is showing that this is an on off bulb. There is a freeze, unfreeze. You can see the icon over here, and there's a lock option. Now let's assume. Now what are the things that you want to be having in a particular drawing? So let's say, let's again open up the example drawing. So you have this dimensions, you have this wall, you have this door, you have this labels, you have this text. So you have got a lot of things that you can, once you're starting up with a new drawing, you want to create those layers for that particular object. So how do you do? So you can invoke the layer properties manager from LA tool, and here we go. So at the top you can see that there are some icons over here. So if you click on this, you can find that it says about what is it. You can create a new layer. So if you click it on it, a new layer will be created by the default name layer 1. Now the first set of objects for which I'm going to create the layer is, let's say I name it as WALL wall. Press enter. So you can see that I have created a layer with the name as WALL wall. Then I create another layer named as COLUMN. So you can name it. I mean, you can have different names of it as of whatever you want to use. For example, all the columns will be there in the column layer. Then you have, let's say, the doors. Then you have, so keep on doing it. Then you have the windows. Now then you have the dimensions. Then you can also create plumbing or plumbing fixtures. So then you can have stairs. Then you can have texts, all the texts that you write. And then let's say you can have beams. Great. Then you have the columns. Columns is already there, so you can right click and rename. Now let's say if you want to rename some layers, so you can say rename, right click on it and say rename layer. So, or you can have the F2 key, you can see over here. So let's say I rename it as, let's say, foundations. Then I can also click right and make a new layer, right? So let's say I want to create let's say more let's say staircases are done, texts are done, beams are done, let's say labels, right? And you can always rename it and change it, let's say labels, and let's say you can have the grids as the layer. Then you can have more objects, like for example, you can have the sink. It will come in the plumbing picture, but I can put it like this. So different kind of layers depending upon what are the objects that are there. So now you can see that there are certain layers that I have created for the project that I am going to do, and then you can see that the zero layer is still there. Now if I want to delete at this moment of time, let's say that I have not assigned any object to all these layers, so I can delete them. For example, I want to delete the sink layer, so I select the sink layer, right click it, and then I can delete the layer, right? So at this moment it is very easy to delete a layer, but let's say if any object is assigned to a layer, then it is very difficult for us to delete that particular layer from the layer properties manager. Now in the bottom you can see that information that says that there are 13 layers displayed. Okay, so including the zero layer. And in the left you have there's a filters over here that we will discuss what filter is. So this is basically something all used layers, right? So right now if you click on this, only the zero layer is the something that is there, but apart from that all layers is the filter. So we will see how the filters will work, but let's do one by one and let's start defining the layers. Now let's come up with the first object, that is the wall layer. So click on the wall layer, and so now coming to it, how do we define the layer? The wall layer, every object has got three distinctive properties by the virtue of which you can identify the object. What are the three properties? Color, line type, and line weight. Now for a particular wall layer, all the objects in the wall layer will have a particular color as per the standards. Now if I want to assign a property to the objects of the wall layer, first of all I want to assign the color. So select the wall layer and click on this icon over here under the color column. A dialog box will display. Now so there are three tabs over here. One is the index color, the 256 color, ACI we call. So then all the colors are numbered if you look into it. So this is having a color number 18, color number 938, and so on. So AutoCAD color index is basically a very important color description where all the colors are indexed. Now you can see they are indexed in the particular palette over here. So let's say if I want to give them a color red. So here if you look into see that the color red is named red because it is having a particular RGB combination. So you can see that when you select over here, it says index color 1. Now you can see, and then the RGB, that means all the colors are made of three primary colors. One is the red color, one is the green color, and the blue. On all the colors is having a value from 0 to maximum 255. Let's say red will be having 0 to 255, green will be having 0 to 255, blue will be having from 0 to 255. So for a red color, the maximum value is 255, green is 0 and blue is 0, so it is a red. So if I assign red to the wall color, so that means index 1 color is assigned to the wall layer, so it is a red over here, right? So here basically first properties that I have assigned. Let's say if I want to assign anything apart from the index color, so I want to go to the true color. So here the true color has got different models, the RGB model and the HSL model. So here we do not have an index. You can create the color by making the swatch, right? So here once you create these colors, the color will be assigned on the basis of the RGB. For example, R is 93 red, G is green, B is blue. So 93 is red, 146 is green, and 145. So this is a color that I have made. So the moment you click on it, now you can see that the RGB color coding is there. So here the wall is having 93, 146, 151. So this color is assigned. Similarly, if you go with the HSL model, then again it will be having an equal RGB model. So HSL stands for hue, saturation and luminance. So these are the different ways by which, and then you have the color book. So there are different ways by which, but most of the standards across the world uses the ACI color index. That is the AutoCAD color index type. So here, let's come back. We assign a red color to the wall. Similarly, we assign for the text, we assign a color, let's say the blue. For the windows, we assign a color, let's say green. For the door, we assign a color, let's say again all the basic index color, the magenta. For the grids, we assign a color, let's say the color number 8, right? Okay, so now for the labels, we assign a color, let's say cyan, right? So now how I am assigning, is it a random? Yes, right now I am assigning it randomly. But once you have a CAD standard in place, all the layers nomenclature will be given along with the color that has to be assigned. So this is not that you can do it of your own. You have to have a standard of your drawings. So once you make a template for AutoCAD, you have to assign those standards. For example, all the walls which are having, let's say, external walls, exterior walls will be red, or an interior wall will be blue, so that you can communicate better with the other stakeholders. So now, right now, once you are starting up over here, for the sake of demonstration right now, we are giving a random color to it, right? So you have a foundation here, and here we goes. So then for the dimensions, let's say, so these are the various color codings that we are doing to the layers that we are going to assign, which is a very random kind of thing. Color 30, color 40, and then for beam it is, let's say, whatever, 62, you can give any color. And then plumbing fixtures, let's say you give a color, let's say 85 right now. It doesn't matter right now because we are using a random color set. 43 for the stairs, and for the 0 we are giving it as. So now let's do something. Now close it. Now we will see how it will affect the how the objects will be drawn in different colors while using different layers. So close it. Now coming to the layer drop down over here, you find that there are various layers with the colors, right? Now the one which is displayed over here is a current layer. It means that whatever layer is current, and any object, let's say I'm creating a circle, that I will create will be in that layer. So now this circle is in the 0 layer. Now let's say I select the beam, and now I create a rectangle. This rectangles or set of object will be in the beam layer, right? Similarly, let's have the column layer. So okay, so this is all the set of objects are there in the column layer, right? So now we will do an architectural project. We'll show you how basically to draft a project and give the layers. But for the sake of definition, I am giving you an example, which is a random example. Now, for example, you have dimensions, right? So then you have, let's say, you can create more objects in this layer later on. It's just for demonstration purpose. And let's say so I'll be creating some more. Okay, beautiful, fantastic. So right, this is fine. Now let's just see. So what I have done is, when I'm selecting the layer from this drop down, I'm making it current. The other way of making current is go to the LA command or layer properties manager, select any of the layer, and then you have this option of making current. So you can see over here, you can hover here and you can set current, or Alt+C. So the tick mark would be there. Now once you make it current, again you can see that it is over here. So there are many ways by which you can make it current. You can select it from the drop down, or go to the layer properties manager, select it, right click, set current. So this is also another way of doing it. Now hover the mouse. Now let's say I put my mouse over here. Now see what it shows. It is the 0 layer. It is the 0 layer, right? And this is the beam layer. So all objects are basically now placed according to its function to the layers it should be. So now come to the layer part. Now let's say let us identify this object. So this object is, let's say, the column layer. Now go to the LA and change the color of the column layer. Let's say I make it significantly green. Now what will happen? This object will change. All the objects in the column layer will change to green, whether it is there inside or outside, anywhere, right? Now what is this object? This object is a door. Go to the layer and go to the door object, door layer, change the color, let's say, to something called 146. Now see what happens. The color changes over here, right? Now you can see the color of this object changes as the layer is changed, right? So this is something that you want to understand at the first go. Next is that means you're controlling the color of the object from the layer properties manager. Now other property is over here is the line type. Line type means we'll talk about it. So this is basically how the line should look, like a dotted line or a dashed line or something kind of this. So here we have, once we click on this any of the layer and go to the line type, and there is a continuous line type which is given. So there are various types of line types that are there in the AutoCAD library. So here by default only one line type is visible, and the appearance, there are 3 columns. The line type name is continuous, the appearance is, you can see the lines, frequent line, and description is solid line. Now let's say I want to load more line types. So the moment I load it, so I use a file called AutoCAD acad.lin. This is a file that I call for different line types. One thing very important in customizing AutoCAD, once you customize it, you can create your own line types, right? So we can discuss it sometime. So let's say I want to keep a line type, let's say for ISO dash, and loaded it over here. And now I can load more than that. Let's say I can press the control key and load as many as into the dialog box. So what I'm doing is I'm loading the line type which is available in the library to the select line type dialog box. Now here I have got more options. So the moment I click on any of the line type, now these are loaded actually. Now I can assign any one of them. Let's say I assign ACAD ISO 02W100. So let's say, okay, now what happened is the dimension layer is having a color 40 and a line type of ACAD. Now let's say what happens now. So if you close it, so which object is basically in the dimension layer? So let's find out. So I'll also explain you how to find out the objects in the different layers, right? Okay, so this is a column layer. So let's create something. Let's say I put it current, and let's say I create an object with the dimension. But now you will be wondering why the line type is not. So because of the scale, now you can see if I create a bigger line, the line type is visible. But if I'm creating the smaller rectangle, the line type is not visible. So there are certain commands by which I can control the scale. One is LT scale that I will discuss in this session itself, but only for the visibility of the line type. I wanted to show you that how line type and the color combination is basically, now this particular circle is now showing the line type. So let me scale it to an extent, let's say 0.1, 0.05. So this now it can be shown correct. Now how do you select a line type scale? That is a very important part, but let's come back to the point. So now over here, when we have this layer and I defined the line type as ACAD ISO 200. So this particular properties is now transferred to the objects which are in the dimension layer. Similarly, let's say for the grid layer, I give a particular line type. Let's say I give a particular line type W100. Now the color is 8 and the line type is ISO 08W100, right? So now you can see that. Okay, now you can see that the line type is, now again, because of the scale, this line is not showing the line type. We will see how we can manage the scales later in this session. Now I hope you're understanding it. Now the next property is basically the thickness or the weight of the line. Line weight means the pen thickness, or line weight depicts why we use a line weight in order to show the section lines, in order to show the outer lines. So in drafting, line weight holds a very important technique of demarcating section lines, demarcating thin lines, thick lines, of demarcating objects which are far and beyond. So there are different techniques and different standards, like the AIA standards have some particular clauses which basically guides the draftsman or the architect to define the line weight. So let's not worry about it. Now let's go to the layer again. Let's say I want to go to the beams, and here for the beam layer I want to give a line weight. Now the moment I click on the default option, I can see that there is a default option over here. So if I want to give the line weight over here, let's say 0.30 mm is the line weight. So all the objects in the beam layer will be having a 0.30 mm line weight. Now the line weight is not visible right now because the line weight command is disabled right now, because there is an option by which you can see the line weights of an object in a drawing. So there is a command called LW. So if you say that display line weight, okay, so you can see the line weight is now displayed, right? So we will talk about what is the relevance of line weight in later, but here we are talking about the layers. Now let's say for the foundation, we want to give a particular line type. Okay, fine, it is continuous, but I want to give a line weight of 0.35 or 0.25, so or 0.35, right? And now let's see how it changes the objects in the foundation layer. It's already dominant. Now friends, there is something that you want to understand, how to put the line weight off and on. So LW is a command, and then you can basically push it to a forward, like display line weight. You can click on it and the line weight would be not displayed, but it is already assigned in the screen. Okay, so here we have the line weights, color, and the line type. Now let's again summarize it. Any object that is defined in AutoCAD has basically three properties. One is the color, one is the line type, one is the line weight, right? So color defines the visual properties, like what color it would be. You have got three options over here. Like you can give a color by the ACI, the AutoCAD color index. You can give the color by the true colors or the AutoCAD color book. So you can assign colors by RGB, HSL, any other thing. So AutoCAD has a library which is an ACI, which can be used for defining the color. So normally the CAD standard use the ACI. That means the index color. You identify a color by a name number, like 19, 20, 38, right? So here we are. So coming back to it, so you have this layer manager over here, and then so now you have assigned a different color, you have assigned a line type, and you have assigned a line weight. Now three things are now discussed. We will be talking about line weight and line type in detail, let's say after the demonstration I show you regarding the layers. Then the description is there. For example, I want to describe the layer. So here I have got this one. So how do I describe? So click right. So you have got an option called change description. So I say walls of all types are defined in this layer. So this is again helping me to identify what type of objects are there, to define that particular layer, right? So this is how basically you can make your layer management more and more precise to how to manage the objects. Fine. Now let's talk about some operations, like for example the on, off, freeze, thaw, lock, unlock, plot, unplot, no, do not plot, and then about the transparency and other things, right? So then The other thing is that deleting the layer, right? So you have got, so you can now if you want to delete the dimension layer, it will say the selected layer was not deleted, because I said earlier that if any object is created in that particular layer, the layer will not be deleted. If it is a zero layer, it will not be deleted, right? At this moment of time, the dimension layer is having some objects, right? So it will not be deleted. Now, another question is, can I transfer one object in one layer to the other layer? Answer is yes. How? Select that object, and then once you select that object or objects, let's say I have this 4 objects. So then from the layer drop down, I can change and put them into any other layer they want to go. Select labels layer, right? So now these objects are now changed to, now if you select it, it is right now in the, it is, you know, it is now the 0 layer, right? So let's change it to a labels layer. I want to put it into the labels layer, right? Press escape. Now this is, these layers are now the labels layers. Objects are in the labels layers, right? Okay, fine. So this is what understanding that you have about. Now let's do something about the control of the objects. Now go to the layer. So I will open up the file again to show you the control, how we can control it, right? I will show you, open the architectural plan, and then I'll show you how to control it. So you have this, let's say, first thing, for example, to show the control, it is better that to understand again. So this is the particular object called in the dimension layer. Now if I want to put it off, so there is a bulb over here, put it off. Now once you put it off, there is a message that is coming, the current layer will be turned off. Now why? Because it is the current layer. If the beam would have been the current layer, let's say, or any other except what the dimension one, then if you will put it off, there will be no dialog or warning message that will be coming. So switching it off will enable you to put all the objects in that layer invisible, right? They will not be visible. But it does not mean that the object cannot be selected, right? It can be edited. So edited, selected, what does it mean? Now let's say if I want to create the dimension layer current, so there will be message that turn the current layer off. The current layer will be, what do you want to do? Keep the current layer on. No, that's fine. So I want to work on the dimension layer which is off. So now if I create something, nothing will be visible, right? But the moment you put it on, so how I put it on, either you can basically pull the drop down, you know, put it on, off, right? Go to the layer. You can do it from here also, right? So this is how basically you can put the layers on, right? So what I was saying, that if you have the current layer off, right, you can basically work on it. So you have seen, you can work on it. Or again, if you say erase all, that means I'm erasing all the objects, even the object which is in off state, the layers which is in off state, the objects will be selected and erased. Now if you put it on, you say all gone, because it was entirely you know, in the off layer. So off layer can be edited, as I said. So you can press undo, right, bring it back. So first thing that you need to understand about the off layer is when you put a layer off, it means that the visibility of the object will be affected. But you can make it current, you can work on it, but you can edit those objects, but you cannot see them, right? So sometimes, you know, if you want to put some layer off, right? So let's say coming back over here, let's say here we have, now let's say I want to put this dimension layer off. So let's understand, you know, this is the which layer it is into it, and then select it and put it off. So now you can see that the clutters are removed. Now it's very clean. I want to put this particular layer off. So get the name and, you know, just put it off. So this is what basically the visibility, but it doesn't mean you can basically make them current and work into it, right? Now in the layer properties, now you go to the all properties, because I'll tell you about, because the filter was there. Now you can see that this dimension is off, so you can basically make it current and then work on it, but it will not be visible. The other way of making a layer off is there is a command called lay off, right? So this is lay off is not good to hear, but so the layers that is off can be put on by clicking on the individual layers and putting them on. Let's say I want to put them on once again, right? But if there are many layers which are off, but it will be, again, the best way of doing it is write a command called lay on. The best way of doing it is to write a command lay on. What will happen? All the layers which are put off will be now displayed, right? So lay on is basically making the visibility of all the layers which are put off, again to on state. Now all the objects are visible. Now let's say if you want to put a particular object, you know that this is dimension. Now you want to make all the dimension off, but you don't want to go to the layer properties, right? So there is a command called lay off. So the moment you say lay off, so what will happen? Select the object, the layer will be off. So this is a particular object, and then AutoCAD will find out the layer in which it is and put all the objects in the layer off, and also the layer will be off. So I am using the command called LAYOFF. Now, okay, now you can see the clutter is off. Now if you want to bring them back, you say okay, LAYON, lay on, all is back. So this is one shortcut to tips and tricks in AutoCAD by which you can do. Similarly, coming back to this example subject, so if you say lay off and select this object, you can see that so it says the dimension is current. Do you turn it off? I will say yes, so it is off. So because it was a current layer, this message comes. Now these objects are getting off. Now you want to turn it on, say LAYON. All the layer which is displayed off is now on. Okay, now coming back to the locked option. Now lock option is something that it prevents you from editing, but it does not prevent you from working. It does not prevent you from visibility, but it only prevents you from editing. Now let's come to the how it is preventing it. Go to the layer and let's say take the towards layer as locked layer, right? So this is lock unlock, right? So clicking it over here. Now if you look into it, just hover your mouse over here. Now see which object is in the door layers. So you can find that over here one object is dimmed over here. So that means this is in the locked state. So if you want to do a move, if you want to select, this object will not be selected because it is in the locked layer. Now if you want to erase, this object will not be erased because this is in the locked layer. So you cannot do any modification. Can I work on it? I say yes. So you can make it current. For example, I can make the door layer current. I can create a circle, but now it cannot be edited. So the relevance of a locked layer is objects in the layer has to be prevented from further modifications. Those objects, those layers are basically locked. So take an example from the architectural plan over here. Now I want to make the text layer off. So I want to make this the layer which is 2 arc plan room 1 layer as locked. So I go to the LA command, and there are so many layers over here, right? So you have to find it out, that particular which object we are referring to. So it was we can find the layers of the search for layers. There's an option over here. Okay, now here you will now learn something how to search a layer. Now here we have an object called arc plan room 1, right? So now in the here if you write let's say room 1, okay, or you just need to write room, or you can arc, whatever you write. So now it is not a case sensitive kind of thing, so you have to write the full name anyway. So you can find it from here also. let's say I have this so I go to the all, there's a filter, because the filter is basically not allowing me to select this object. So I can have let me put the grids on. So is the grids visible right now? Yes, the grids are visible. Now let's say I want to put this object, which is the grid layer, I want to lock them. So I go to the A command, and let's say I go here, and here in the grids I put them lock. So what will happen is this object will not be edited, right? Similarly, let's say this is a dimension, so this is arc plan dimension, I want to put them lock. So find out the arc plan dimension. So here this is the arrow by which you can make it ascending and descending order, so by the text, so you can use this sort order option. Okay, so you have this dimension over here, so let's go up, so you can find the all the objects, all used layers over here, right? So because of the filter, sometimes the objects are not visible where, so you have this dimension over here, so this is our plan dimension, it is now frozen, put it lock, so you can see that the dimensions are lock. So okay, so this is the locking option. The next part is about the freeze and thaw. So now here you can see, coming back to the illustration, the doors is locked and unlocked, so I put it unlocked, and coming back to the layer properties manager over here I go. So here the moment you see that there is a freeze option, the freeze means that you basically turn the visibility off, you cannot see it, you cannot edit it, you cannot modify it, or everything is frozen, or you cannot make it current to work. So once it is frozen, the frozen is basically, this is the icon of frozen, so objects in the frozen layer are not visible, they are moved into a particular trash, so you cannot see these objects. Now if you erase it, so, and then the opposite of freeze is thaw, so if you thaw it, so you can see that objects are, then all the objects are gone except those who are frozen. Now the difference between freeze and lock is, and putting it off, is in the frozen the objects are prevented from editing, objects are prevented from visibility, and also the objects are prevented from working. Right? For example, if a layer is frozen, for example, if I freeze the dimension layer, right? So the objects of this layer is not visible. Also, I cannot make it current. I cannot work it in it because it is a frozen layer. But if it is an off layer, I could have worked. If it is a locked layer, I could have worked. I could have made it current. But a frozen layer cannot be made current, cannot be edited, and neither it is visible. So this is the freeze and thaw. So here also, if you come over here, so you can go, you can see some of the layers are frozen over here, right? So for example, if you look into it, here some of the layers like the plan mirror, the locker, the fridge, existing building is on, right? If you put the freeze on, so some of the, there are so many objects, but it was not visible because of the layer settings and other thing. So it was very much managed once we had opened it previously, right? So this is the condition where a layer is given a color, layer is given a particular freeze, unfreeze state, and on and off, right? The next that we will go to the next part of the column is plotting. So if I have this beam layers do not plot, means when I take a print, for example, the object in the beam layer is, let's say this is the label layer, and this is, so let's make it current and create some object, let's say. Now if I take a print by Control P, now if you plot it, let's say this particular object, so it will not be visible in the plot. Let's say I am taking all the objects over here in the plot, the objects which are having do not plot setting will not be printed. So means that you can also control from the layer that which object will be plotted and which object will not be plotted, right? So here we are done with the basic working of how to create a layer, how to give properties to a layer, how to give a line weight, line type to a layer. In the next we'll be talking about more advanced versions of filters, how to create layer filters, more talk about the line type, line weight, and and the properties of the, and how to set the line type scale, how to create a layer filter. So we will be just discussing next, right?